main god of Egypt. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 426, Chanting the Secret Mantra. Everyone was shocked, both because they were shocked by the name of Yinshen, and because no one had sensed someone approaching before Jiao spoke. This showed that the cultivation level of the person coming was only lower than Jiao, but higher than Jiao Dangshan, Kong Sanfa and others. While Jiao was speaking, a wisp of sword energy was separated from the ancient sword on her back, and it slashed in the air. In a trance, it seemed that the aura that was lingering around everyone was cut off. Then the sword energy cast a light curtain, covering everyone. Everyone understood together that the sword energy separated by Jiao was an invisible trace that cut off everyone's existence, preventing the people who were about to enter the altar from sensing it. This kind of aura is ethereal, but it does exist. If this aura is continuous, some people with extremely outstanding cultivation can sense the existence of Jiao Dangshan, and others with this ethereal aura. The key is who is so terrifying that Jiao can be so cautious. The next moment, a person walked in from outside the altar, or more appropriately, floated in. The man seemed to be weightless, and appeared in the hall like a ghost without touching the ground. Fang Sui and others who were hidden in the space layer subconsciously narrowed their eyes and restrained the light in their eyes, fearing that this person would penetrate the barrier of space and notice everyone's gaze. The person who came was a middle-aged man with a thin figure and a gloomy face. He wore a smooth robe with a white base, but rolling black chaos energy. The man had protruding cheeks and slender eyes that were concave, which made him look very sinister. His eyes were bright like two swaying lights, which frightened people's minds. Jiao's mind fluctuations reflected the heaven and earth, and directly sounded in everyone's heart. This man's robe is engraved with the Dark Chaos symbol. He is a member of the Dark Elders Council of the Mother's Force who is unknown to outsiders. After the Dark Elder of the Mother's Force walked into the altar, he went straight to the statue of the Mothers in the middle of the hall, and finally knelt down, chanting a series of secret prayers. When Eldarin stood up, the ground in front of the statue of the Mothers opened silently, revealing the dark chaotic space where the Yin god Barono was sleeping. Eldarin's face showed a hint of urgency and expectation. However, at this moment, another voice sounded in the hall without any sign. Eldarin entered the main altar and opened the sleeping place of the Yin god. "What are you doing?" As soon as this voice came out, there was another person beside Eldarin. The person who suddenly appeared was a young man, wearing a gorgeous light golden robe, standing with his hands behind his back, with a noble demeanor that could not be described in words. This young man was also one of the 6 sons of the gods that Fang Sui and others met when they came in last time. It was the young demon god. Just as Jiao said, people from the Mother's forces will practice faster as they go to the later stages. The last time I saw this young demon god, although his combat power was arrogant, he was actually not even at the 4th level. Now I see him again. He has reached the peak of the 4th level. In a short period of time, he has broken through more than 1 level. Such a speed of cultivation is simply terrifying, and even 1,000 miles a day is not accurate enough. The Dark Elder turned a blind eye to the questioning of the demon god youth after he appeared, and said in a bland tone, "Demon god, you have reincarnated and cultivated again, and your cultivation has made great progress. It is a cause for celebration." After a pause, he slowly asked, "Demon god, what do you think I'm doing in the main altar?" The demon god youth's eyes were sharp. "Don't you know what you want to do?" The Dark Elder with a feminine face said nothing, just smiled. The demon god youth said lightly, "You want to come alone to offer sacrifices to Lord Yinshen, hoping that after Lord Yinshen wakes up, you will be rewarded and valued, and promoted to the position of the 4 Dark Elders. So what? Don't you want to be valued by Lord Yinshen?" The Dark Elder did not deny it, and asked back with confidence. At this moment, the young demon god behaved a little strangely. He suddenly turned around and walked out, saying, "I hope Eldarin will abide by his duty and take care of himself." Eldarin did not speak again. His face sank slightly, and he also left the altar. On the ground, the dark chaotic space, where the yin god was sleeping, which was opening, closed automatically as the two left. The altar returned to an empty and deadly atmosphere, and everything was normal. In the positive and negative space, Fang Sui frowned, and felt that the appearance of the young demon god and Eldarin seemed a little wrong, revealing a trace of unfathomable weirdness. Fang Sui inexplicably raised a warning sign in his heart, and turned to look at Gao. Gao's spiritual cultivation is almost unparalleled in the world. He has a kind of spiritual intuition that penetrates everything. He caught the message he wanted to convey from Fang Sui's eyes. Fang Sui's glance implies that they may have exposed their tracks, that is, Fang Sui suspects that the mother forces know they are coming. Of course, it is possible that Fang Sui is too sensitive. He has insufficient reasons to suspect that the demon youth and the Dark Elder behaved in an unusual way. But from another perspective, if Fang Sui's guess is correct, then there is no doubt that the situation they are about to face will be very dangerous. Fang Sui is now faced with two choices. One is to withdraw immediately and not give the other party time to calmly arrange to deal with them, but at the same time, their purpose of entering here will be ruined. The other is to take the risk of staying and speed up the purpose of Fang Sui leading everyone here. Fang Sui and Gao looked at each other and saw the fearlessness, firmness, and calmness in each other's eyes. The next moment, Fang Sui held Gao's hand with a little force, revealing a sunny smile. Gao tilted her head with a gentle smile. Fang Sui took a deep breath, turned around like a whirlwind, and said to the other three people, "Time is urgent. There is no time to explain more. Please help me." The other people looked stunned, a little confused, but they were all atop of the 5 regions, each with extraordinary minds. Among them, Jiuo Dongshan and Zhang Shizhen had fought side by side with Fang Sui, and it was not an exaggeration to say that they had a life and death friendship. Even Kang Sanfa, although they had not been in contact with each other for a long time, had some recognition of Fang Sui's ability. Therefore, when they suddenly heard Fang Sui say such a nonsense, although they were stunned and puzzled, they only froze for a moment, and then nodded at the same time, without asking any more questions. Fang Sui's actions immediately scared everyone. He actually let go of Gao's hand, stepped out of the space layer, and brazenly entered the Star Gold altar. Did Fang Sui suddenly go crazy? Jiuo Dongshan asked in surprise. Fang Sui, who walked into the Star Gold altar, behaved particularly strangely. He actually came to the statue of the mothers and began to chant the prayer spell that only people of the Mother's Force would chant when they bowed to the statue of the mothers. It was exactly the same as the chanting process of the Dark Elder just now. This scene was both strange and shocking. If it weren't for everyone's full trust in Fang Sui, they would probably think that he was a spy of the Mother's Force lurking in the 5 Directions domain. At this time, his true face was revealed. Fortunately, several people around him chose to trust Fang Sui and did not really think that he was a member of the Mother's Force. Gao followed closely behind Fang Sui and also walked out of the space mezzanine, stood beside him, and took on the responsibility of protecting him. Zhang Shizhen, Kang Sanfa, and Jiuo Dongshan walked out one after another. How could Fang Tao know the prayer spell that only the top leaders of the Mother's Force would chant so skillfully? Zhang Shizhen looked surprised. Jiuo Dongshan and Kang Sanfa were also surprised by this, and at the same time they felt that Fang Sui's actions were unpredictable and unpredictable. Only Gao thought about it and figured out the key. Fang Sui should have been prepared in advance. From the images recorded by the mechanical fly monitoring, he remembered the sacrificial spells chanted by the people of the Mother's Force when they worshipped the Mother's statue. Everyone nodded. This was the only explanation. In fact, Gao's guess was not much different from the truth. Fang Sui had learned this prayer spell for some time through the message images transmitted to him by the mechanical fly. The purpose of chanting it now was to summon the dark chaotic space under the Mother's statue and reveal the sleeping body of the yin god Barono. However, what others did not know was that this sacrificial spell of the Mother's Force was not simply based on imitating the syllables and speed. Once you know the complete spell, you can recite it. When Fang Sui first learned this spell, he tried to chant it, but he couldn't even utter a syllable. Later, when his mind moved slightly, he silently thought of the mothers in his heart and had the idea of offering his faith. He was able to utter a few syllables of this spell, but he still couldn't chant it completely. After that, Fang Sui tried various methods, but he failed to successfully chant the complete prayer of the mothers. It seemed that only believers who believed in the mothers with all their heart and soul could chant the whole mantra smoothly. In the end, Fang Sui suddenly thought of his son Golden Scripture, which had shown its magical effect in deciphering the texts of various gods in his early years. So he tried to push the Golden Scripture, and at that moment, changes occurred. The Golden Scripture responded smoothly, and under the sudden vibration, a magical power was transmitted, which connected with Fang Sui's spirit, and he blurted out the complete prayer of the mothers. At that moment, wonderful things followed one after another. In the dark, as Fang Sui chanted the complete mantra for the first time, there was a force that came across endless time and space, and was sent into his body, causing his strength to increase slightly. Obviously, this is the benefit of believing in the mothers. Every time you chant the prayer mantra, your strength can increase by 1 point. This is like a spiritual medicine. Once you have tried it once and benefited from it, it will be difficult to control yourself from chanting the mantra to increase your strength. If you chant the mantra repeatedly, you will inevitably become addicted to it and really become a believer of the mothers. Although Fang Sui's mind is as solid as a rock, after figuring out the reason, he dare not chant the mantra of the mothers casually again, for fear of causing cause and effect in the dark and getting involved in unnecessary trouble. Until this moment, it was the second time Fang Sui chanted this mantra in full. During the chanting process, something extremely magical was happening in his body. The Sun Golden Sutra was vibrating loudly, emitting 1,000-foot-long light. This light pierced through time and space, as if blocking a secret force, cutting off the trajectory of this force, and protecting Fang Sui from being invaded by it. The vibration of the Golden Sutra caused Fang Sui to be surrounded by divine light at this moment, and the light was dazzling. He seemed to have turned into a real sun, with 100,000 pores on his body glowing, magical and incredible, and the light was so strong that it could not be looked directly at. Chanting a spell, such a magical scene actually appeared, which stunned Guo Dongxuan and others. At the same time, in another of the 3-star gold altars, there were also people who were dumbfounded and surprised. These people were the high-level figures of the Mother's Force, including several Dark Elders, the young demon god, the daughter of the breath, the son of the god of good and evil, and the chief shadow general was there. At this time, these people were monitoring the movements of Fang Sui and others in the central star gold altar through a dark golden void light curtain. Everyone looked at Fang Sui with a serious face as he chanted the prayer spell of the mothers. Is this Fang Sui newly awakened son of God from the Mother's Force? Well, it's not impossible. It's impossible for an outsider to recite the complete mantra that can transcend time and space and communicate with the mothers. Look, there are new changes over there. We are ready to act at any time. Just as the high-ranking figures of the Mother's Force were discussing, in the central star gold altar, as Fang Sui's recitation came to an end, the ground under the Mother's statue slowly opened again, revealing the dark chaotic space where the Yin god Borono's sleeping body was stored. It was extremely dark inside. PS. Happy reading. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 427. Who is more capable of calculating each other? The sleeping place of Lord Borono has been opened. Should we stop it? There were 3 Dark Elders standing here, wearing similar clothes, but with different appearances, 1 old and 2 middle-aged. Led by the old man, the 2 middle-aged men were both feminine. One of them was the Dark Elder who had entered the altar where Fang Sui was earlier. The other saw that Fang Sui's prayer spell was recited correctly and successfully opened the dark chaotic space where Borono was sleeping, so he asked the old man whether he should take action. The old man who was asked had an ordinary appearance, but his eyes were lifeless, calm and a little creepy, with a faint taste of death. The old man said calmly, "No hurry." The voice was also full of a sense of death, as if it came from the mouth of a dying person. His eyes slowly turned, and then he looked at the Dark Elder who had entered the altar where Fang Sui was earlier. "Ninth Elder, you said that you just came back from outside. You didn't know that someone had sneaked into the main altar just now." So you went to the main altar to prepare to meet Lord Yinshen. He added, if I hadn't asked the reincarnated demon god to go in and stop you, you would have opened the sleeping place of Yinshen without authorization, which disrupted our arrangement this time. This kind of thing can happen once, but don't let it happen a second time. We old guys haven't retreated yet, and you're in a hurry to take a seat. It's a little early. The old man's voice did not change in any tone, and it was always slow. However, the reprimanded ninth elder had a flash of fear in his eyes, and bowed and said, Zhao Jiu knows he was wrong. I promise to the third elder that such a thing will never happen again. The third elder changed the subject, as if he hadn't heard it, and said, even if Lord Yinshen is in deep sleep, he is not so easy to be harassed. These people are ignorant, and opened the sleeping place of Lord Yinshen rashly. They will die today. The others nodded slowly. This third elder was the commander-in-chief of the joint invasion of the 5 eastern regions by the Mothers in the Shadows. He was always able to foresee the future. Since he said that the other party would die, he would not be wrong. At this moment, in the scene they were watching, Fang Sui had finished chanting the spell, and the golden light around him was gradually fading. The young demon god standing beside the 3 dark elders sneered and said, this Fang Sui has gone against our mother's forces several times. He deserves to die this time. I will deal with him later. Another person from the mother's forces continued, I just don't know why Fang Sui can chant the prayer spells to communicate with the mothers. Could he really be a son of God who has awakened from his past life? Of the 6 sons of God in our generation, 2 are still missing. The young demon god frowned and said, wait until I capture Fang Sui alive and perform a soul awakening ceremony, then we will know the truth. The chief of the demons stood side by side with the 3 elders and interrupted in a deep voice, I'm afraid you don't know enough about Jiao in this group, but I have dealt with her more than once. This woman is extremely talented and can be said to be the most outstanding person to be born in the history of the immortal land, without a doubt. His expression became more and more solemn as he said, last time I saw her, she was already a match for me. This time, even I cannot accurately guess her depth. Besides, the people who traveled with Jiao are all the best young people in the 5 regions. You must know that even fighting a rabbit requires all your strength, so we should be careful. The third elder waved his hand gently and said firmly, our mother forces have been competing with the immortal land for generations, so how can we not understand them? But no matter how good Jiao is, it is impossible for her to reach the level of harming the Yin god's body. Except for Jiao, there is no need to say more about the others. Even if they are the best of the moment, how can they compare to the people who have awakened from the reincarnation of our mother forces? As soon as the third elder said this, the son of the god of good and evil, the girl of life, and the demon god youth smiled at the same time, with a look of contempt in their eyes. This is not because they are arrogant and superficial, blindly thinking that they are invincible, but because they are each extremely powerful and naturally develop a firm belief that can overwhelm all opponents. The son of good and evil said with a smile, Jiao, Fang Sui and others have invaded and tried to harm the Dharma body of Lord Yinshen. This is something that ordinary gods cannot do. They rashly broke in and tried, and they just fell into our trap. It's really stupid and ridiculous. It's just self-righteousness. Others spoke one after another, echoing, as the supreme leader of our mother forces, Yinshen's strength exceeds the limits of worldly imagination. He is born and dies with the universe. Even if he is asleep, no one in the world can harm Yinshen in the slightest. These young people dared to sneak in and make such an attempt. It's really not strong enough and is tantamount to seeking death. On the other side, the golden light on Fang Sui's body had completely converged. He stood outside the cracked dark chaotic space on the ground with Zhang Shizhen and others and looked down. In the depths of the dark chaos, a woman was faintly visible, with her eyes closed and no life fluctuations. She was lifted up by the dark chaos and slowly rose up, approaching where Fang Sui and others were standing. Surprisingly, although this woman was a powerful yin god, her body did not radiate an unbearable pressure. She was just like an ordinary person in deep sleep. What no one noticed was that Fang Sui's expression was a little strange at this time. Although his eyes were staring at the yin god Boronona rising from the dark chaos, He was actually distracted and sank a ray of divine thought into his sea of consciousness. Just now, he recited the sacrificial text to communicate with all the mothers, and the light of the Sun Golden Sutra suddenly increased. The golden sun in the sea of consciousness flowed autonomously in his body, divided into 361 acupoints, reflected the heavens, and finally this sun power returned to the sea of consciousness. At that time, Fang Sui's power was like divine help, and it increased a lot in an instant, which was equivalent to several months of hard practice. This is not the second thing. The strange thing happened when the recitation of the sacrificial text ended, and the Sun Golden Scripture stopped vibrating. At that time, the Sun Golden Scripture seemed to have absorbed some secret power from the other side of time and space after this vibration, or because Fang Sui chanted the sacrificial text to communicate with the mothers, it triggered some mysterious changes. Therefore, when the Golden Scripture stopped vibrating, Fang Sui was surprised to find that the Golden Scripture had opened an extra page, which was the page where Horus's body had sunk. In a flash, Fang Sui saw not only Horus's body and the formation diagram of the gate of the witchcraft world from that page of the Golden Scripture, but also some other things. Unfortunately, the time and place were not suitable at the moment, otherwise Fang Sui would immediately sink all his thoughts into the Golden Scripture to see what wonders existed in this newly opened page of the Golden Scripture. Fang Sui, what are we here for? When Fang Sui's thoughts flashed through his mind, Guo Dangshan beside him asked. Kong Sanfa also looked at Fang Sui, obviously having the same question as Guo Dangshan. Fang Sui's eyes opened and closed, staring at the slowly rising Boronona without blinking, and said concisely, "This is the core position of the entire death maze, the intersection of all ki. Before we came in, we saw a mountain of corpses piled up by billions of corpses in the maze, gathering a dense death ki like a vast ocean, which is actually to nourish the body of the Yin God and promote its early awakening." Kong Sanfa and Guo Dangshan seemed to have realized something, and said in unison, "So the purpose of our coming is to destroy the body of the Yin God." Before Fang Sui could respond again, the entire altar shook suddenly. The walls of the altars on both sides rippled with space and gradually became transparent, just like the last time Fang Sui and others came. The walls inside the three altars were connected into one through a kind of space fluctuation, and the three became one. Then, from the other two connected altars, two teams of people walked out. They were the top leaders of the Shadow Tribe and the Mother Force, such as the three elders and the Demon Chief. Guo Dangshan looked at the opponent who appeared and muttered to Zhang Shizhen beside him, "I said this time it would be bad. I'm afraid I'll die here. I was right. This battle is used against us. It's really a big deal for us." Zhang Shizhen glanced at him and praised, "Well, you are the same as Zhao Shai and Cao. Both of you are crow mouths. What you say is true." Kong Sanfa, who has been practicing the meditation of the 3 days of time and space wisdom sutra, has always been calm. At this moment, seeing the enemy Linup coming out of the altars on both sides, he also chanted the Buddha's name for the second time since Fang Sui met him. It was somewhat like, "If I'm not as good as hell, who will go to hell?" He was obviously pessimistic about the current situation and had the consciousness of fighting to death. Only Gao was calm from beginning to end, with clear eyes like springs and a calm expression. At Gao's side, Fang Sui did not forget to tease Gao even more, and said in a flattering manner, "Wife, if we break out and retreat later, don't forget to take me with you." Fang Sui spoke with emotion, and his face made a pitiful look of asking for care. Even in such a dangerous environment, Gao still couldn't help but smile, puffed up her cheeks, and her face was slightly moist. "Who is your wife?" Guo Dangshan looked helpless. "Boss Fang, Miss Gao, I really admire you too. You can still flirt at this time. I say, we haven't done anything here, and they come out to surround us. Shouldn't we think about how to escape first, or fight to the death? Just relying on you few, you want to fight to the death?" The demon god youth who came out said with a mocking tone and a sneer on his face. Fang Sui then turned his attention to the opponent who appeared and squinted his eyes. There were more than 10 people from the shadow side who came out, and the lowest was the demon general level. The main one among them was the demon chief, but in addition to the chief, there was also a shadow clan youth who caught Fang Sui's attention. The young man was quite handsome, lean, and looked very young, only about 20 years old. His eyes were sinister and sharp, and the light was flowing. When he looked at Fang Sui's people, he looked arrogant. Only when he looked at Gao, he showed an interested look, and looked very carefully. He only glanced at Fang Sui and others, with a slightly raised corner of his mouth, implying disdain. The people who appeared from the Mother Forces, led by the third Dark Elder with a normal face and dead eyes, also had more than 10 people. It goes without saying that each of them had a strong aura, and several of them were 7th level masters. More importantly, the appearance of these people indirectly explained the problem. They were obviously prepared for Fang Sui and others to infiltrate, and even released a smoke screen, saying that the demon chief had rushed to the front line of the East region to command the battle. Who knew that this was not the case? The demon chief was in the death maze, setting up a net to wait. Fang Sui looked at the opponent who appeared and frowned. You have already discovered that I have set up a place in this altar space to monitor your every move. You have always pretended not to know and lured us into the trap. The two leaders on the opposite side, the third Dark Elder and the chief demon general, did not respond. They obviously thought that Fang Sui, a mere 4th level cultivator, was not qualified to have an equal dialogue with them, so they ignored Fang Sui's question. Including the other strong men on the other side. After they appeared, they all fixed their eyes on Gao. Instead, the young demon god glanced at Fang Sui and said, "We, the mother power, have been passed down for thousands of years, and have experienced everything. Your little tricks may work for those insignificant people, but it is too presumptuous for you to plot against us. We did discover the arrangements you left in the altar space a long time ago, and you thought you could fool us. We pretended not to know, in order to attract masters to come and capture them in one fell swoop, but who knew it was just small fish and shrimps like you." The people from the Shadow Clan and the Mother Powers around laughed in unison when they heard this. A Shadow Demon General said with a smile, "They are really some insignificant little things. We made some mistakes in our calculations by making such a big show. There is no need for us to be so serious in killing these people." Someone else said, "But it is not in vain if we can lure the contemporary worldly people from the immortal land to kill them. A woman with such beauty and intelligence as Miss Gao is hard to find in the world. How can she be killed?" The young man from the Shadow Clan that Fang Sui had been paying attention to stepped forward and bowed to Gao politely. "I'm from the Shadow Royal family, and Shai. If you are willing to stay with me for 100 days, I can make the decision to spare Fang Sui's life today. How about it?" And Shai obviously saw that the relationship between Gao and Fang Sui was not simple. He tried to test her with words and threatened Gao with Fang Sui. After that, he stared at the changes in Gao's expression, not letting go of any subtle details. Unfortunately, he never saw any emotional ups and downs on Gao's face. There was neither anger nor fear. Fang Sui was a little amused. Under the current situation, being treated as a soft persimmon was fine, but how could he be used to threaten Gao? Shouldn't women be used to threaten men normally? Gao looked at Anshai. "Who are you to Anyuan, the strongest man of the Shadow Clan?" Anshai said proudly, "In the way you humans understand, Anyuan is my father." Gao glanced at Fang Sui. With a mischievous look in her eyes, she turned back to Anshai and said, "You use Fang Sui to threaten me. I'm really scared, but it is impossible for you to kill Fang Sui, so your threat is useless." The stern look on Anshai's face disappeared, and he smiled. "Let's wait and see. Once Fang Sui falls into my hands, I will make him wish he were dead. Then Miss Gao will see my methods and the ugly look of Fang Sui wailing and begging for his life. Hey, I have already made arrangements to deal with Fang Sui. If you want to kill him, Anshai, you have to wait in line behind me." The young demon interrupted halfway. Dark Killing Knight sneered, "What's the order of killing? Why don't we make a bet to see who can capture or kill this person first?" The young demon thought for a while and said, "Okay." At this time, in the dark chaos that separated from the ground, the body of the yin god Boronona had risen up and came to a position flush with the ground. Fang Sui glanced at Boronona, who was surrounded by the dark chaos, turned around and said to the young demon and Dark Killing Knight, "You are talking quite lively. You all want to kill me? Have you ever considered what would happen if I killed you? While he was talking, his hands were not idle. Like a magic trick, a strange object that had never been seen before appeared, which looked like a metal compass. PS. This chapter is still more than 4,000 words. Happy reading. Chapter 428. Who is more capable of scheming against each other? Part 2. Death Labyrinth. In the central star gold altar, the atmosphere was solemn. Fang Sui and his party were surrounded by masters from the shadow and the mothers, and fell into a dead end. The new compass-like object in Fang Sui's hand was the size of a palm, and had no outstanding features in terms of aura and appearance, so it did not attract attention after it appeared. The demon god Youth and Anshai, who were confronting Fang Sui's aura, glanced at the object in his hand, and saw nothing unusual. They did not think that Fang Sui could still struggle in this situation, so they stopped paying attention. Anshai took over Fang Sui's words and repeated with some amusement, "You want to kill me and the reincarnated demon god?" Fang Sui did not answer but asked, "I heard that the people of the Mother Force can be immortal and can survive reincarnations without dying. It is almost impossible to kill them completely. I wonder if you, Anshai, have this ability?" Anshai laughed a few times with a heroic and conceited manner. "For me, one lifetime is enough to reach the end of the road and overlook everything in the world. What's the point of reincarnation?" After Anshai finished speaking, a shadow demon general who stood beside him like a servant stared at Fang Sui and interrupted coldly, "Do you know the status of the Dark Knight family in my shadow family? Do you know what the young master of Anshai did in the past?" The shadow demon general asked her questions in a row without stopping, and continued, "I'm the personal attendant of young Master Shai, and I know his situation best. He has been trained personally by Lord Inian since he was born. He has practiced hard for many years, and every step has laid an extremely solid foundation. Lord Inian deliberately suppressed the young master's progress of cultivation. Therefore, he is still at the peak of the 4th level. It seems not to be the best, but young Master Shiai's 4th level peak can cross levels and kill 6th level characters of the human race. He jumps to levels to kill someone. Who here can do it?" After the demon general finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and pointed, questioning Fang Sui, and then moved his finger to Jiuo Dongshan, Kang Sanfa, Zhang Shizan, and even Jiao, arrogant to the extreme. When the demon general was speaking, Anshai's face was indifferent, but his eyes were fixed on Jiao. Seeing that Jiao was not moved by his great achievements, his face suddenly darkened. He raised his hand to stop the demon general beside him from talking, and said, "Well, what's the use of you saying these words to ignorant people? I will take action myself and defeat these people one by one. Then everything will be clear." The demon general bowed and stepped back. Anshai suddenly turned his eyes to Fang Sui, his eyes shining brightly and full of murderous intent. On the other side, the demon god Youth also stepped forward. Obviously, the two were ready to see who could capture Fang Sui first, as they had bet before. The third Dark Elder and the demon leader were obviously not interested in the dispute between the young people, but at this time they also released their momentum. Two earth-shaking invisible waves suddenly poured down like thunder and lightning, but their target was to press Jiao. Boom. The auras of the third elder and the chief demon general were released, and there was a deafening thunder in the void, as if a beast that had been sleeping for thousands of years was waking up and was about to be born to wreak havoc on the world. The auras of the two were so strong that even a 6th level expert would collapse under their pressure and die without a fight. However, Jiao, who was targeted by the two, seemed to feel no pressure at all. She raised her hand and made a stroke, using her finger as a sword. In an instant, the two invisible pressures in the void dissipated, and there was no longer any threat. From the perspective of the onlookers, the whole process seemed to be that Jiao just made a light stroke and completely cut off the overwhelming auras of the third elder and the chief shadow general, which were roaring like the ocean, and silently eliminated the temptations of the two against Jiao. Jiao faced two great masters at the peak of the 7th level at the same time, and she still had the upper hand. This made some of the shadow and mother forces around feel stunned, and they all felt that Jiao was unfathomable. What level of strength does this woman have to be so strong? The third elder was dealing with Gao for the first time and was obviously a little surprised by the result. His expression became a little serious. The descendants of this generation of the Immortal Land are really amazing. Is Mukinglian, the one who came from the Immortal Land in the previous generation, your master? Gao said, it is my master. The third elder nodded repeatedly. Okay. Killing Mukinglian's disciples today is worth my arrangement. He said no more, but his face became gloomy. Anyone can see that the two sides are about to fight. The battle of life and death is about to start. With the strength of the opponent, once the killing battle begins, except for Gao, the rest of Fang Sui will not be spared. At this moment, Guo Dongshan, Kang Sanfa, and Zhang Shizan all had their eyes blazing, like tigers about to fight for their lives. And Shai and the demon youth both stepped forward, acting as pioneers, locking Fang Sui with their aura, ready to take down Fang Sui in one fell swoop. Just before the battle was about to break out, Fang Sui tossed the metal compass in his hand up and down, and said leisurely, hey, everyone come out, the battle is about to begin. And Shai glanced at Fang Sui and felt disgusted. This man was a complete clown, trying to attract attention. Thinking so in his heart, he kept moving forward and approached Fang Sui, but his eyes looked at Gao and said, I will capture Fang Sui later and kill him in front of you. I wonder if Miss Gao will beg me then, idiot. Fang Sui said to Anshai, and at the same time, the power in his body flowed and sent into the metal compass in his hand. Something unexpected happened. The metal compass immediately lit up with dense symbols full of time and space fluctuations. 4 symbols corresponding to the 4 directions flew out and spun in the air, instantly constructing and interweaving a time and space door. Then, lightning flashed on the gate of time and space, and it suddenly opened. Immediately, figures rushed out from it, all of them with extremely strong auras. Anshai and the young demon god were the first to encounter these figures rushing out of the gate of time and space. Puff. The expressions of Anshai and the young demon god changed drastically, and they collapsed at the first touch, and flew back. The two retreated very quickly, but were still hit by the power of the figures rushing out of the gate of time and space. They spurted blood and their faces turned pale. Is this compass the legendary treasure, the gate of the time and space compass? The third elder did not change his expression in the face of the sudden change, but became more gloomy. He looked at Fang Sui for the first time and asked slowly. Fang Sui held up the compass that supported the 4-dimensional space and constructed the space channel and said, it is the door of the space-time compass. If it were not for this treasure, other space transmission objects would not be able to break the blockade of the space by the death maze, so how could they transmit people here? At this time, figures came out of the space-time compass one after another. They were actually the top masters of the major forces in the 5 domains, such as Zhang Zheng, who were at the peak of the 6th level. Obviously, these people had been waiting for a long time at the other end of space-time. As soon as Fang Sui activated the compass, they came through the space-time gate. In a short period of time, more than 20 top masters from major forces came out one after another, and everyone had murderous intent on their faces. Without stopping, they immediately started fighting with the Masters of Shadow and the Mothers. In just a moment, the battle broke out in the Star Gold Altar, and it was extremely fierce. Fortunately, the altar was made of void star gold. If it was made of another material, it would have been destroyed by the fierce battle. Ah! Screams rang out, and the people from all the major forces rushed out like tigers and wolves. Caught off guard, the people from the Shadow and the Mothers suffered casualties, and blood spread in the altar, with a pungent smell. In an instant, the whole situation changed, and the two sides started a life and death game in this Star Gold altar. The third elder and the head of the demon general stood firmly in the center of the battle circle, and did not personally take action. The two had experienced many storms, and they were not too surprised by the changes in front of them, let alone shocked. The third elder looked Fang Sui up and down and said sinisterly, you humans have a saying, every generation has its own talents, and there is some truth to it. He added, now it seems that, Fang Sui, you knew a long time ago that we discovered the arrangements you left in the Star Gold altar, and knew that we were going to set an ambush to kill those who sneaked in, so you turned the tables on us and prepared in advance. You carried the time and space compass with you and took the opportunity to plot against us. Do you want to use the current situation to wipe out the higher level members of my mother forces and the Shadow Tribe in the eastern region at one time, thereby securing the victory for the entire eastern region? Fang Sui said frankly, you are partly right. As he spoke, he glanced at Anshai and the demon god youth on the opposite side, who looked shocked and angry, a little exasperated, with blood on the corners of their mouths. He thought it was a pity that these two guys suffered a wave of attacks when Zhang Zheng and others rushed out, but they were not killed on the spot. Their strength should not be underestimated. In fact, the strategic plan of using the time-space compass to airdrop strongmen to invade the enemy's base camp was decided when Fang Sui had his last talk with Zhang Zheng before he left the eastern ancient city. The time-space compass, the most precious treasure of the sect, fell into Fang Sui's hands because Fang Sui had accurately predicted that a second death maze would appear. Such an accurate strategic vision attracted the attention of many strong men from various forces, and it was for this reason that he was able to obtain the full support of the Heavenly Alliance. Before leaving, Zhang Zheng took out the time-space compass, which was close to the level of a divine artifact, from the Alliance treasury, and gave it to Fang Sui for temporary use. This plan was proposed by Fang Sui to Zhang Zheng, and Zhang Zheng ran around to make connections, which finally led to the current situation. Fang Sui sneaked into the death maze, waited for an opportunity, activated the compass, and dozens of strong men from various forces waiting in the eastern ancient city immediately traveled through time and space to kill, like a surprise attack from heaven. If this matter can be accomplished, the high-level figures of Shadow and the Mother Powers in the East region will be severely damaged in one fell swoop, which is equivalent to completely destroying the other party's center, which will be of great help to the situation in the East region. At present, the two sides are fighting fiercely, and more powerful people from major forces have come out through the time and space compass. In an instant, there are already 30 or 40 people Zhang Zheng was able to contact. So many top figures from major forces. Even Fang Sui was a little surprised. Jiuo Dongshan, Kang Sanfa, and Zhang Shizhen were even more happy, with a sense of survival and a turn of events. At this time, the three of them came together to Fang Sui, and Jiuo Dongshan said with his arm around his shoulder, it turns out that Fang Sui has been prepared for a long time. Your calculations are really accurate. It's really exciting to escape from death this time. When things are over, I decided to follow Boss Fang and learn some skills to pick up girls from you. Jiao has always stood there calmly. When the situation was critical before, she didn't get nervous. Now that the situation is good, she is still calm and just turned around and smiled at Fang Sui. Although she didn't know Fang Sui's plans and intentions in advance, she trusted Fang Sui wholeheartedly. She knew that Fang Sui was not a rash person who would drag the people around him to take risks when an idea came up. Therefore, the scene in front of her was, to some extent, not unexpected by Jiao, so she always looked calm, but she was also a little proud and happy in her heart. How could the lover that Jiao liked fall into someone else's calculation so easily? At this moment, the third elder looked around at the chaotic battle and suddenly laughed at the same time as the demon chief. You are too happy too early. Fang Sui frowned slightly. PS. Happy reading. Thank you for your support. Chapter 429. Who will win? The scene was very shocking. Many rare 6th and 7th rank warriors fought against each other. Surprisingly, even though the battle was fierce, the aftermath of the collision was not very strong. The power of each pair of fighters was highly restrained and concentrated, and there was rarely any excess power. Only when the fists of the two fighting parties collided, ripples would appear at the core of the collision, as if the void was about to be shattered. The scene was horrifying. The statue of the mothers in the center of the entire Star Gold altar was relatively calm. The dark chaotic space, where the yin god Boronona was located, did not close after it was opened this time. The yin god's body had its eyes closed, surrounded by the dark chaos, floating up and down. After Zhang Zheng appeared through the gate of time and space, he and several other 7th rank warriors came to Fang Sui's side and confronted the three dark elders of the mother's forces and the demon chief general. Although the fighting was fierce around, these core figures have not yet started the confrontation. The third elder of the mother's force suddenly laughed with the demon chief and said, "It's too early for you to be happy." Then he looked at Fang Sui. "You are a young man, but you are so scheming. You guessed in advance that we had seen through your arrangement in the altar and took the opportunity to set up a killing trap. This is very good. This elder has to admit that I underestimated you before." Fang Sui said oh, and didn't say anything. The third elder became talkative and continued, "But when the chief general and I were dominating the world, there was no figure like you in the world. How could a junior of your level see through the depth of our strategies? This elder and the chief general are focusing on the entire 5 regions and even this universe. If you think that you can compete with us with your little calculations and cleverness and want to change the situation in the eastern region, then you are really overestimating yourself." The third elder's eyes, which were calm and dead, brightened slightly as he spoke. "Now that your trump card is revealed, you deserve to die." Fang Sui said without changing his expression, "I would like to hear the details." This time it was the Shadow Chief General beside the third elder who responded, "Do you think you can really outwit me and the third elder? Is that possible?" Fang Sui was speechless and said, "Things like outwitting do require experience and training to become more and more meticulous, but it doesn't make sense to say that you two won't be outwitted by me. I really don't believe it." The third elder actually had a smile on his face. "Only ignorance can bring fearlessness. It means that young people like you think you can do anything once you succeed." Fang Sui also smiled and said lightly, "I'm far from being omnipotent. First of all, it is foreseeable that I'm afraid of my wife, so I'm afraid that I will never have the chance to be omnipotent." Fang Sui glanced at Gao quickly while speaking, blinked mischievously, and smiled. Everyone knew who he was referring to by being afraid of his wife. Gao could only pretend not to see Fang Sui's gaze. Her cheeks flushed, and she was stunningly beautiful. The third elder saw that Fang Sui was speaking in a nonchalant manner, and snorted coldly, "Let you, the arrogant junior, see what we can do." As soon as he finished speaking, a shocking change occurred. In the void of the Star Gold altar, a series of black shadows suddenly flashed. Our screams came one after another, blood splashed in the air like rain, and several top level 6 warriors from various forces were strangled by the black shadows that suddenly appeared in the air. Their bodies cracked, and their souls were destroyed and they died. The appearance of this change made the whole scene stand still for a moment. Soon, the black shadows that appeared from the air revealed their true forms one by one. They were more than 10 men wearing armor and surrounded by black mist. Each figure was illusory and unreal, and they were obviously from the Shadow Clan. The Chief of Demons said in a deep voice, "These are the real elites under my shadow, the personal guards of Lord Demon Marshal, and they are given the title of Phantom Shadow." The Chief of Demons opened and closed his eyes, scanning Zhang Zheng and other powerful people from various major forces, and said, "In fact, our layout this time was originally aimed at you people from various major forces who were preparing to come and take advantage of the situation and raid us. We knew you would come a long time ago, and we will catch you all in one fell swoop this time, and the 5 regions will definitely be seriously injured. You want to take the opportunity to change the situation in the eastern region, but how do you know that we don't want to do the same?" Zhang Zheng, who was tall and majestic, wore a fiery red armor. Hearing the words of the Chief of Demons, his face was solemn. "I have known that you have spies among the high-level officials of various forces in my 5 regions. Therefore, for this operation, I contacted trustworthy people who had killed a large number of shadow tribesmen to ensure that the news of this operation would not be leaked. But from what you meant, the news still leaked out, so you knew we were coming a long time ago." The third elder chuckled and said, "You are not stupid. Yes, just as you guessed, we received the news in advance and knew that you were coming. It's ridiculous that you treated yourself as a trump card and airdropped here. Don't you know that you are rushing to die? Let me tell you, this altar space is truly locked at this time. It is easy for you to come in, but it is impossible to leave again. Everyone, how does it feel to walk into a trap?" Anshai and the young demon god were obviously unaware of the series of subsequent arrangements made by the third elder and the chief general. Only when they heard it did they understand. Their eyes were arrogant again. They turned to look at Fang Sui, revealing a domineering look on their faces again, with a look of contempt. And Shi sneered, Fang Sui, your plan is far from enough to compete with the Chief General and the Third Elder. Do you see the gap now? No matter how hard you struggle today, you will die here in the end. The Third Elder nodded and said, Fang Sui, you are a little smart, but after all, you have never experienced a big scene. Your thoughts are shallow and only stay on the surface. Do you accept what this elder said? Fang Sui seemed to have heard nothing. He turned his eyes and examined the situation in front of him. The situation has indeed changed since the appearance of more than 10 ghost shadows. These more than 10 ghost shadows are all powerful and come and go without a trace. In a short period of time, they have killed many strong men from the major forces in the Five Directions domain. Fang Sui was once again suppressed at a clear disadvantage, and the situation was worrying. Seeing Fang Sui was speechless, the Third Elder nodded slightly and said, I can also tell you that my arrangements are always for emergency situations, with many backups that no one can crack. Now that you have played all your cards, I might as well let you learn more. After the Third Elder finished speaking, he bowed slightly, as if he was respectfully inviting a certain strong man to appear. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of thin air beside him. Only one person appeared this time. On the surface, he did not have any powerful momentum. He was an old man in a white robe and tall in stature. The amazing thing was that there were no pupils in the old man's eyes. What shot out of his eyes was a white light that moved up and down, which was extremely frightening, like an ancient corpse resurrected, with a kind of eerie feeling. When people look at it, an irrepressible fear will grow from the deepest part of their souls. As soon as this strange old man appeared, Ji Yao's clear eyes lit up with an unprecedented light. She whispered to Fang Sui, the mothers have always had two great gods guards, named Bei Shan and Yi. They are the personal guards of Yin Shen and Yang Shen. They will fall asleep with Yin Shen and Yang Shen. Before the two gods wake up, they will wake up and come out. It is said that Bei Shan and Yi have both transcended the 7th level and are 8th level demigods. The one in front of you should be Bei Shan. The Third Elder laughed and said, as expected of the descendant of the immortal land, you actually know that the guards of the two gods Yin and Yang of my mothers are 8th level demigods. When he said this, it was equivalent to admitting Ji Yao's words. Today's events have changed repeatedly, and it seems that even twists and turns are not enough to describe it. At this moment, it fully shows the profound foundation of the Mothers and Shadow tribe. It is really a trump card, and masters gather. At this time, even the existence of demigods appeared. Zhang Zheng and other 5 domain strongmen all changed their expressions. Although the 8th order demigod sounds only one level lower than the 7th order, it is actually not the same level at all. The 8th order represents entering the realm of God, which is completely beyond the limit of human power, and is truly invincible. At present, Fang Sui's plan to raid the Star Gold Altar has really fallen into the opponent's calculations, and the top figures from various major forces have fallen into a dead end. Bei Shan, a demigod level, is enough for the mothers to lock in the victory. The Third Elder is obviously in a good mood, because he has completely taken control of the initiative and can kill so many 5 domain strongmen at once. At this moment, the outcome is determined, and he is happy in his heart. He rarely shows a smile in his dead eyes. Okay, if you don't have any last words left, just die. The faces of the major forces, including Zhang Zheng, are all ugly. When Bei Shan appears, everyone is in danger. The emotions of Jiuo Dongshan and others fluctuated several times in a short period of time, but they calmed down at this time, thinking that with so many strong people together, they might be able to break out. After all, the current situation is much better than before the reinforcement appeared. Suddenly, the Third Elder said decisively, "Go ahead, kill all these people." Before he finished speaking, Fang Sui interrupted him and said, "Third Elder, has anyone told you that, after being too proud, you will be overjoyed and then sad?" The Third Elder was obviously very patient. After being interrupted, he still said slowly, "This elder has never missed anything. So when the Chief General mobilized the Ghost Shadow as a trump card, I also asked Lord Bei Shan, who had just awakened from a long sleep not long ago, to come and raid the formation to ensure that everything is foolproof. It is precisely because this elder has always acted cautiously that he has never known what happiness will lead to sadness. If you have any more tricks to use, I will wait and see. Today, I will make you die with conviction. Fang Sui said quickly. When I analyzed that there would be a second death maze, only a very small number of top figures and the top leaders of the major forces knew about it, and such news would be leaked. Since then, I know that the major forces have been seriously infiltrated by your mother forces. The third elder said. So what? Fang Sui said, since you know that all major forces have been severely infiltrated by you, this time we mobilized masters from all major forces to carry out surprise attacks. No matter how careful we are destined to not be able to hide it from you. I had expected that I couldn't hide it from you. Third elder, do you think I would not be prepared? The third elder and the demon chief frowned subconsciously and said in a deep voice, even if you are prepared, what's the use? The situation today is like this. Who can be the opponent of Lord Beisha? No matter how hard you struggle, it's nothing but death. Fang Sui shook his head and said, that's not necessarily true. I don't know anyone who can match the demigod level, but my wife knows him. The third elder glanced at Gao, and his heart was secretly shocked, as if he had realized something. He didn't know what he thought of. His pupils shrank slightly, and there seemed to be a hint of horror. The next moment, the third elder shouted, please Lord Beisha, please act quickly, and kill Fang Sui and the immortal Gao. As soon as the third elder spoke, Beisha, who looked like an ancient corpse descending into the world without any human flavor or blood fluctuations, did not speak or move, but Fang Sui suddenly felt that he was about to die, and felt that the vitality in his body was rapidly weakening. This is the ability of a demigod, who can judge life and death with a slight thought. Below the 7th level, it is impossible to resist and guard against. Stop. Gao shouted softly, and the ancient sword behind him came out of his body. A ray of sword light broke through the air, and it seemed to shatter the heaven and earth and the universe in an instant. The light spun, and the attack Fang Sui encountered was resolved. No one could see what happened at this moment, but they felt that everything stopped flowing at this moment, including time and space, which were all in an absolute state of stillness. After a short moment like birth and death, time and space returned to normal. Gao was still standing beside Fang Sui, as if she had never made a move. On the contrary, Beisha, who was at the level of a demigod, had a blood stain on his forehead. This scene made the third elder lose his composure, and he stared at Gao with fear and horror. Have you become a true immortal? Gao did not respond. Beisha spoke for the first time. Everyone heard a voice that seemed to be pressed down from the sky, containing a huge spiritual power and feminine coldness. She has just entered the 7th level, but this woman is extremely talented and has the ability to cross levels and kill gods. Today, this god must take her life. You, a slave, dare to call yourself a god. You are so arrogant. You want to kill Gao. You try. After Beisha finished speaking, another voice was clear and cold, and it also revealed a sense of laziness, and it also sounded in the Star Gold altar. PS. This chapter is less than 200 words away from 4000 happy reading. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 430 All Out War. Fang Sui's heart moved slightly when he heard the voice. This tone is a bit like mother-in-law coming. When Fang Sui's thoughts turned, a woman appeared out of thin air beside the floating dark chaos of Yin God Perono not far away from him. The beauty of this woman's face made Fang Sui feel amazed. She looked very young, with crystal skin, a pretty face, beautiful eyes, and a bright look. Her hair was casually draped over her shoulders. She wore a soft apricot yellow cloth robe, which concealed her originally curvy figure, but added a natural and leisurely charming temperament. Fang Sui admired in his heart that the temperament and appearance of this woman were only slightly inferior to Gao and Yi Chan, who had a brief conversation with him in the Mother of Life through the array image. Master. Mu Kinglian. Two voices sounded at the same time, but the meanings contained were completely opposite. One was joyful, and the other was horrified, and they were from Gao and the third elder respectively. Fang Sui sighed softly. It was indeed his mother-in-law. Gao called out master and smiled sweetly. Although Beisha is a demigod, he has just awakened from a long sleep and his strength has not yet recovered. I may be able to deal with him, but I dare not trouble you, master. Well, how did you come out? Mew Kinglian, who didn't look like Gao's master, but just like her sister, curled her lips slightly and made a TSK sound like a little girl, saying, I was living well in the immortal land and didn't want to come. Who knew that when someone wrote to you, they also wrote to me and forwarded it to our immortal land through the Alliance of the Heavens, and the signature was actually my son-in-law. Gao's face turned red, and she heard Mew Kinglian continue. I thought at the time that it would be interesting to come out and see who this shameless son-in-law is. If he is worthy of Gao, it's fine. Otherwise, I will kill him secretly to avoid being annoyed. Besides, it would be fun to sneak out, so I followed you, Gao, and came quietly. This woman's words and actions were completely natural, without any affectation. She had a stunning demeanor that made people feel inexplicably free when they were with her. Gao was teased by her master, revealing a daughter's demeanor that she had never shown in front of others. Her beautiful face was as red as a big apple. Fang Sui quietly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. This mother-in-law seemed a bit tough. She didn't look like the helmsman of a transcendent force like Cheng Xiandi. She looked more like a fierce sister who would shout for killing at any time. It was a close call. Fang Sui thought so in his heart. On the other side, when Zhang Zheng and other major forces saw Mew Kinglian appear, they all felt as if they had taken a reassurance pill. The previous nervous mood relaxed. All those who had not yet participated in the battle bowed to Mew Kinglian with a respectful face. Mew Kinglian waved her hand carelessly and turned her eyes to Fang Sui, examining him carefully, muttering, TSK TSK. He looks too ordinary, and his talent is ridiculously poor. He is not a good match for our Gao at all. He is also average looking. If he and Gao have a child in the future, he will look like this kid. Wouldn't he be so ugly? I'm embarrassed to say that he is my disciple. Well, this is really a big problem. If he wants to marry our Gao with his talent and appearance, there is no way. But this kid seems to be smart, not too stupid. Overall, he looks so, not annoying, so let's not kill him for now. Fang Sui's head was as big as a bucket, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. What the hell is going on? He even mentioned having a child. Gao on the other side couldn't stand it anymore, and called master softly. Mew Kinglian was in high spirits, and continued to tease her own disciple. Hey, I can't stop talking. You flirted with him all the way, even called him wife and so on, and you didn't seem to be in a hurry. Why are you unhappy when I say a few words to him? Gao's beautiful neck rose a touch of ruddy, and she turned her head inexplicably, and gave Fang Sui a fierce look. Mew Kinglian scolded Fang Sui for a long time, and finally smacked her lips. Then she moved her eyes away from Fang Sui, and turned to the third elder and the head of the devil, who were solemn and a little shocked when they saw her. Mew Kinglian said nothing, and took a step forward. This step seemed very slow, so slow that everyone present could clearly see her moving trajectory. However, the strange thing was that it seemed that only Beisha, who was as high as a demigod level, could not see the momentum of this step. Mew Kinglian approached him with one step and kicked him in the forehead. Beisha only noticed Mew Kinglian's approach at the last moment and hastily made a move to resist, but it was too late. With a slight click, a crack appeared on Beisha's skull, almost cracking, and then the power in his body flowed, and the crack quickly closed. With this kind of strength, you still want to kill my disciple? Mew Kinglian's words were light, but her pair of jade feet moved alternately, like a fluttering butterfly. The moves were endless, and there was no amazing momentum. Beisha's face was full of caution, and he didn't even have time to reply. He was concentrating on dealing with it. Obviously, Beisha was being easily suppressed by Mew Kinglian. Everyone in the audience, whether enemies or friends, was throbbing in their hearts. Gao and Mew Kinglian, the master and disciple, were both stunning. First, Gao forced the demigod Beisha back with a sword, which was incredible. At this time, Mew Kinglian's move was even more fierce and didn't look like a human. Once the moves were released, all the onlookers really knew what it meant to be calm and indifferent. However, it was such a calm and peaceful situation that suppressed a demigod. At this moment, everyone on Fang Sui's side was shocked, and their morale soared. On the other hand, everyone on the side of the shadow and the mothers was horrified. The next moment, the war broke out. The people on Fang Sui's side looked at each other and started to fight without hesitation. Zhang Zheng and others met the three Dark Elders and the Chief General of the Devil respectively, while Zhang Shizhen, Jiuo Dongshan and Kang Sanfa faced the Dark Killing Knight, the reincarnated demon god, the son of the god of good and evil, the daughter of the breath and others. Jiao and Fang Sui's behavior was a little strange. At this moment, they both looked at the dark chaotic space where the yin god Borono appeared, with a gleam in their eyes. Jiao said to Fang Sui softly, "Be careful, I'm going." Fang Sui hesitated for a moment. Jiao had already seen through what he was thinking, and said, "My master told me that before she appeared, she had tampered with Yin Shen's body, so that she was fixed in midair, unable to return to the dark chaotic space in a short time. There is no danger in the dark chaotic space without Yin Shen's body. I only need to guard against the dark chaos invading my body. When I go deep into it, there is no danger." After Jiao finished speaking, she smiled softly and jumped into the dark chaotic space that Borono came out of. Her figure fell straight into the depths of the dark chaos and disappeared in an instant. The third elder, who was fighting with Zhang Zheng and others on the other side, saw Jiao jumping into the depths of the dark chaos in his busy schedule. He suddenly realized something, and his expression changed in shock. "Fang Sui, it turns out that the purpose of your coming this time is neither to destroy the Yin God's body nor to mobilize the masters of various forces to attack us. The real intention is to go deep into the dark chaos space and destroy the core of it." He was about to say something else, but was suppressed by the offensive of Zhang Zheng and others, and the rest of the words could not be said. Fang Sui looked at the third elder leisurely and sneered, "When did I say that I came here to destroy the Yin God's body or kill you? Aren't you all guessing? What is my real purpose?" Third elder, "You just figured it out now, but it's a little late." When Fang Sui spoke, a faint light was diffused around him, and Anubis, who was dressed in black and gold armor, was summoned from the underworld. Fang Sui asked, "Anubis, can you jump 2 levels?" Anubis, with an extremely ferocious face, responded respectfully, "It depends on the situation. It cannot be generalized. Take Miss Jiao as an example. No one in the world can fight against her when they are 2 levels lower than her. On the other hand, for some weak characters, it is not difficult for my subordinates to defeat them by jumping 2 levels." Fang Sui nodded and said, "That's good." Then he glanced around and found the location of Anshai in the chaos. He shouted, "Hey, Anshai, the dog god under my seat, can also jump 2 levels. He is a perfect match for you. You can try it with him." Anshai thought that Fang Sui had put him and the dog in the same level and deliberately insulted him. He replied angrily, "Fang Sui, I will kill you." Fang Sui smiled and said, "Let's talk about it, if you can survive today." Before he finished speaking, Anubis had disappeared and appeared beside Anshai, launching an offensive. Fang Sui turned his eyes again and saw the young demon god who was fighting Zhang Shizhen in the chaos. He sneered, jumped into the air, and kicked the young demon god in the back of his head. Fang Sui's kick was very particular. As he kicked, the power in his body was running, like a river flowing eastward, surging. The dark power and the power of the scorching sun in his body rushed out from the end of his foot, turning into a wave of air with 4 rounds of scorching sun intertwined, like a colorful giant python. Boom. The young demon god was already competing with Zhang Shizhen, and it was difficult to separate them. At this time, Fang Sui attacked him in the air. He tried to resist in a busy manner, but he was not strong enough, and was at a disadvantage. In addition, Fang Sui's kick combined the heavy power of the divine earth and the destructive power of the scorching sun divine fire. The 2 forces merged together and looked down on everyone. Under the blow, the young demon god was like being struck by lightning, and his body fell back hastily, spurting out several mouthfuls of blood. Zhang Shizhen rolled up a ghostly wind, dodged and chased the demon youth, shouting, "Fang Tao, isn't this what you said about stealing monsters when you taught me a lesson last time? Why do you do such a shameless thing yourself?" Fang Sui ignored him and smiled. He flashed again and appeared in front of Anshai, who was fighting Anubis in full swing. He poked his finger into a sword and attacked fiercely, pointing at Anshiai's forehead. Fang Sui's finger was magnificent. 4 suns, 4 moons, and 4 underworld mountains appeared at the tip of his finger at the same time, rotating around his finger. This finger was like penetrating the universe, surrounded by the stars, with an unparalleled killing force that pierced the heaven and earth, gathering Fang Sui's whole body strength, intending to kill the enemy in one fell swoop. On the other side, Anubis also transformed into a death spear in his hand, piercing a spear that pierced the universe, assisting from the side. Anshiai's face changed greatly. He was shocked and horrified. He had never thought that Fang Sui could be so powerful before. Anshiai's body suddenly became illusory, and he activated the racial ability of the Shadow Clan to change from real to virtual. His body became illusory, trying to save his life. At the same time, a cracking sound was heard from the other side, and the sound was very light. Strangely, everyone in the audience heard this light sound clearly. This light sound was like the world was broken at this moment, and it could be heard thousands of miles away. Because this light sound was caused by the body cracking of a demigod who should have been invincible and crushed the world. Beisha died before he could complete his work and was killed by Mukinglian so casually. His body disintegrated into a white aura, which was rolled into Mukinglian's sleeves when he raised his hand. Still at the same moment, a cry full of surprise rang out. Ninth Elder, you are so bold. This cry came from the third Elder. PS. Happy reading. Thank you for your various support. Chapter 431. The whole world is shocked. The third Elder's exclamation was accompanied by a crackling sound. It was the ninth Elder, who had been fighting with the third Elder, who suddenly changed sides and attacked the third Elder from behind, smashing his spine with a palm, and the powerful force rushed into the third Elder's body. This attack came without any signs, and the third Elder was caught off guard and seriously injured. Another Dark Elder was also attacked by the ninth Elder at the same time, and died tragically on the spot. The third Elder shouted with anger on his face, but it was too late to save the situation. He sat on the ground, staring at the ninth Elder with a mixture of fear and anger in his eyes. Crack. On the other side, Fang Sui and Anubis launched their offensive. At the last moment, when they were about to attack Dark Killing Knight, the Dark Killing Knight's servant Demon General flashed in front of him, and withstood the powerful destructive force contained in Fang Sui's attack with his body, and fell to the ground instantly. Anshiai was cold-hearted by nature, and was not moved by the servant's serious injury and death. He seized the opportunity and quickly floated away. Although he was locked by Fang Sui's aura, and injured by Anubis' spear of death, he successfully saved his life. After landing, he did not dare to stop, and flashed into the chaotic battle circle around him, trying to stay away from Fang Sui and Anubis. Anubis was like a maggot on the tarsal bone, chasing him closely. Fang Sui did not continue to entangle, but turned his head to look at the center of the altar space. The third Elder fell there, leaning against a statue of a god that had collapsed due to the war, staring at the ninth Elder with vicious eyes, and said with blood on the corner of his mouth, "You betrayed the mothers. Do you know the consequences?" The ninth Elder looked calm, and a wonderful change was taking place on his face. In the blink of an eye, he changed from the original sinister and ruthless to a handsome middle-aged man with slightly grey temples. The third Elder's eyes widened. "Aren't you the ninth Elder?" The handsome middle-aged man said calmly, "Both yes and no. I have been replacing the ninth Elder in the Dark Elder Council of your mother force for 100 years, so it is understandable that you regard me as the ninth Elder. Originally, I disdained to attack you, but this opportunity is rare, and you are the third Elder of the Dark Council who persecutes hundreds of millions of lives, so I won't argue with you." The third Elder narrowed his eyes, which had lost their calmness and tranquility, and became extremely resentful. "Who are you?" The handsome middle-aged man spoke gently, and answered the question irrelevantly. "Your mother force has countless lurkers who have infiltrated the major forces, and it's just a come and go." The third Elder suddenly realized and said indignantly, "Which force are you from?" Another soft voice interrupted, "He is from our immortal land." Following the voice, Mukinglian walked over gracefully and slowly. The handsome middle-aged man bowed and saluted. "LV Yan, a true disciple of Chengxin land, greets the sect master." Mukinglian was still casual and calm, even a little lazy, and waved her hand gently, saying, "You're welcome." The third elder's eyes were dim, and he exhaled more than inhaled and said, "Okay, this elder has been good at using tricks all his life, but I didn't expect to be plotted against one after another at the last minute." He glanced at the handsome middle-aged man and said, "When those juniors just sneaked in, you deliberately entered the central altar. Did you want to remind them that there was an ambush here?" The handsome middle-aged man admitted frankly, "At that time, I didn't know that Sect Master Kinglian was coming in person, so I naturally couldn't watch our worldly people from Chengson land fall into your ambush. I entered the main altar at that time, and I did want to take the opportunity to inform Miss Gao to leave. Later, you asked the reincarnated demon god to find me, and it happened that I also received the Sect Master's voice transmission. So I realized that I was worrying too much, so I retreated again." The light in the third elder's eyes gradually dimmed, and he was about to die. He struggled to look at Fang Sui, who was walking over, and said weakly, "You went deep into the death labyrinth this time, to destroy the core of the labyrinth deep in the dark chaos where the Yin god sleeps, so that the entire labyrinth will collapse. In this way, the hundreds of millions of shadow tribesmen who invaded the eastern region with the help of the Death Labyrinth will become isolated forces, so as to take the opportunity to change the strategic situation of the entire eastern region. What a great spirit. But you missed one thing. Once the core of this labyrinth is destroyed by Gao, who is now deep in the dark chaos, you will not be far from death." Mu Kinglian took over the conversation nonchalantly. "You mean that, once the death labyrinth is destroyed, Barono will wake up? I've known this for a long time, and it's not a big deal. Third elder, you can go without worry. Oh, I also want to tell you that Elvian has been lurking in your place for more than 100 years, and has already mastered the list of high-level people from your mother force lurking in the major forces. It can be said that he has completed his lurking purpose. So I let him take this opportunity to withdraw. Once the matter here is over, we in the Immortal Land will notify the major forces to eliminate the secret stakes that your mother force has worked hard for countless years to deploy in the major forces." The third elder was extremely angry, and his whole body trembled. Unfortunately, his eyes were wide open, and he could no longer speak. He died immediately, and his eyes were not closed. Fang Sui's heart was pounding. This mother-in-law was extremely powerful, and her words were not bad at all. The third elder was suspected of being angry to death. At this time, the surrounding killing was still fierce. Overall, the major forces had already gained an absolute upper hand, and the mother force and the shadow tribe were defeated one after another. At this time, the entire Star Gold altar suddenly shook violently. The vibration came from underground, becoming more and more intense. Fang Sui was not surprised but happy, and murmured, "It's done." The next moment, Gao's figure flashed out from the violently churning dark chaos, and hurriedly said, "Let's go." The dark chaotic space is missing the suppression of the Yin god's body, and the core structure and array pattern layout have been destroyed by me. The entire death maze will collapse in a moment. Mu Kinglian smiled calmly, looked at Fang Sui and said, "Bring me the time and space compass." Fang Sui took out the compass with a smile and hurriedly handed it over. When Mu Kinglian took the compass, she sent the power in her body into it. Suddenly, the compass driven by her magic power shone brightly, breaking the space confinement, and once again created a time and space transmission door in the air. At this time, the altar was shaking more and more violently. Even the altar made of void star gold began to break. Cracks appeared on the four walls, and it was on the verge of collapse. Without any need to call, the strong men from all the major forces had already stopped fighting when they saw the signs of the earth shaking around them. They came to Mu Kinglian one after another, bowed their hands in greeting, and then entered the time and space gate one by one and teleported away. At this time, only the shadow leader led some defeated soldiers on the opponent's side, and they also retreated to the outside of the Star Gold altar with a look of shock. The strong men from all the major forces here evacuated one after another, but in a moment, only Fang Sui, Gao, Mu Kinglian and Luyan were left in the altar. Anubis had been taken back to the underworld by Fang Sui. In the chaos, it was unknown whether Anshihai was successfully hunted down and killed by Anubis. At this time, the solid and indestructible Void Star Gold altar was hit by an unimaginable force and collapsed in pieces. Mu Qinglian nodded to Lu Yan and said softly, "You go too." Lu Yan seemed to have a hint of weeping on his face and said in a deep voice, "Take care, Sect Master." After that, he dived into the time and space gate and disappeared. Fang Sui glanced at Mu Qinglian with a sense of realization, and then looked at the Yin god Boronona who was still surging in the dark chaos. This glance made Fang Sui suddenly startled. Boronona's eyes, which had always been closed, had opened. What kind of eyes were those? They were like the source of all evil in the world, the starting point of all darkness. Looking into their eyes, it was as if the soul had fallen into eternal silence, and people would die silently. Suddenly, Fang Sui and Gao felt dizzy at the same time, but it was Mu Qinglian who urged the power to push the two into the door of time and space, and sent them out. The next moment, a voice rang in Fang Sui's ears. "Fang Sui, be good to our Gao. You said in the letter you wrote to me that, if you can successfully reverse the situation in the eastern region, and kill hundreds of millions of shadow tribesmen at once, you will use it as a betrothal gift. This is really domineering, and very much to my taste. I will reluctantly recognize you as my son-in-law. Well, since it's my first meeting with you, I'll give you two small gifts." The voice gradually faded. At the last moment, Fang Sui vaguely saw Mu Qinglian making seals with both hands, and her whole body turned into a stream of light, pressing towards the Yin god Boronona who had just awakened. Then the entire space-time channel collapsed, and Fang Sui could no longer see Mu Qinglian. Gao burst into tears. When everything calmed down, Fang Sui stood in the outer space at the other end of the space-time gate, surrounded by many powerful people from various forces, and Sibutran was not far away. In his hand, he held the space-time compass that Mu Qinglian gave him at the last moment. The compass was spinning with the gift that Mu Qinglian gave to him as her son-in-law. It was actually two of the 3-star gold altars, which were captured by Mu Qinglian with supreme magic power, and sealed into small light curtains. The two altars made of void star gold were of astonishing weight and precious to an unimaginable degree, but Fang Sui did not feel the slightest joy in his heart. Gao was leaning on his shoulder, tears still wet. On this day, in the space of the East region, the Death Labyrinth, which was used as the base of the Shadow Clan in the Mother Forces, completely collapsed from the inside out, including the countless shadows stationed there, and eventually turned into cosmic dust together, leaving nothing behind. Before the Death Labyrinth completely disappeared, Fang Sui and others saw with their own eyes that the barrier of this universe was shattered, and a huge black hole appeared. The Dharma body of the Yin god was suppressed by a force of Mu Qinglian's incarnation, pushed into the depths of the black hole, and disappeared. From the moment the Death Labyrinth was destroyed, the hundreds of millions of shadow tribes that invaded the eastern region became completely rootless and isolated. On the same day, all the major forces launched a joint counterattack. In the following period of time, the shadow tribes were trapped in the eastern region and became an isolated army without the Death Labyrinth as a base for turnover. Naturally, their morale was extremely low, and they could not stand a fight, and retreated step by step. Fang Sui's plan to destroy the Death Labyrinth was equivalent to cutting off the foundation of the shadow creatures invading the eastern region from the root, and in one fell swoop, all the shadow tribes that invaded the eastern region, a total of more than 360 million people, were isolated and dead. In fact, from the very beginning, Fang Sui did not think of coming to the labyrinth to destroy the Dharma body of the Yin god. The Yin god Borono was an immortal god that had existed for thousands of years. Even if he was in a deep sleep, others could not invade him at will. Fang Sui knew this a long time ago, so he was never arrogant enough to sneak into the Death Labyrinth and set his goal on the sleeping body of the Yin god. At first, Fang Sui analyzed and judged that the place where the Yin god was sleeping was the core hub area of the entire death maze by peeping at the image information sent by the mechanical fly. He then thought that if the core of the death maze could be destroyed and collapsed, the shadow army invading the east region would lose its backup and the ability to move freely, becoming an isolated army and falling into a dead end. Now, the death maze has really collapsed, and Fang Sui has killed hundreds of millions of shadow troops in one fell swoop. The situation in the east region has been completely reversed. This kind of achievement shocked countless high-level officials in the 5 regions overnight, and the whole world was shocked. PS. This chapter is just finished. Happy reading. Thank you for your various support. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 432. After the War. In the heart of the Eastern region, on the Life Source star, where the Eastern ancient city is located, the cold wind blows and the sky is filled with pattering raindrops. On that day, Fang Sui and a group of top masters from various major forces witnessed the collapse of the Death Labyrinth in the Eastern region space. Afterwards, the masters from various major forces united to open the time and space compass again, revealing an unprecedented giant time and space door, and together with Sir Bertrand, they were teleported back to the area where the Eastern ancient city is located. After that, the major forces united their troops and launched a fierce offensive like a vast ocean tide. For a time, allied troops from all sides rose up and swept away the shadow troops who remained in the Eastern region and were trapped in an isolated situation. Up to now, more than 2 months have passed since the collapse of the Death Labyrinth. During this period, Fang Sui did not personally participate in the battle to clean up the last batch of isolated shadow troops in the Eastern region. He always stayed on the Eastern Star to accompany Gao. Gao is not a weak character who is obsessed with sadness. After 2 months, she has returned to normal, but she smiles less than before. Fang Sui dared not touch on some topics until now. He was sitting in a small temple in the Zushan Alliance building complex in the ancient city of the East. He said to Gao, who was sitting on the window frame beside him and staring at the drizzle outside the window, "Are you sure that sect master Mukinglian is dead?" Gao's clear eyes dimmed slightly, and she shook her head and said, "Master is not dead. I can feel it, but it's no different from being dead. I will never see him again." Hearing that Mukinglian was not dead, Fang Sui's eyes suddenly brightened. Gao continued, "We have a self-sacrificing technique in the land of immortality, called the Immortal Seal, which means giving up the entire body to practice, and forming a seal. On that day, Master used the Immortal Seal, and rushed into the sea of consciousness between the eyebrows of the Yin god Boronona, causing him to fall silent again just after waking up, and pushing his body into the depths of the black hole of time and space. Master's action was a self-sacrificing act. The Yin god Boronona can no longer be born, and so can Master. Well, at least for a long time." Fang Sui looked at Gao, who was talking calmly and eloquently, without saying a word. Gao turned around and smiled. "Don't worry about me, I'm fine. This is Master's own choice. I have no reason to be too sad. It's just that it happened suddenly. I thought of the scenes when I was young with Master, and I felt a little uncomfortable." After a moment of silence, he said, "I'm going back to the Immortal Land. Master is gone, and there will be a lot of things in the sect. I can't stay with you all the time." Fang Sui nodded to show his understanding, and remained silent. Then he turned around, and strode towards the practice room, saying casually, "You go back, be careful. I will go to the south region in a while to temper myself. If I can make a breakthrough, I will go to the Immortal Land to see you when I come back, or you can come to me first, if you have time." Gao nodded obediently like a little wife, responded softly, and said naively, "Then I'm leaving." Fang Sui's feet did not stop, and he walked into the practice room like a dragon and a tiger, and his figure was hidden behind the flickering and swaying array pattern door. The next moment, without seeing Gao's gesture, he disappeared into thin air. In the training room, Fang Sui slowly inhaled and exhaled ki, adjusted the strength in his body, and first ran a routine training. Then he opened his eyes, and a glimmer appeared in his hand. It was indeed a sealed ball with flowing symbols. The sealed thing was a star gold altar. It was a gift from his mother-in-law Mukinglian to Fang Sui when they met for the first and last time. There were originally 2 sealed star gold altars, and the other one was being devoured by Sir Bertrand, becoming the nutrient for its evolution. With the amazing speed of Sir Bertrand devouring metal, the speed of devouring the entire altar made of void star gold has become extremely slow. Now 2 months have passed, and Sir Bertrand has still not been able to completely absorb a star gold altar. It is still in the process of devouring Cybertron, which is now staying in the outer space of the stars, where the eastern ancient city is located, is undergoing earth-shaking changes every moment. Zhang Shizhen, Zhao Xianzhao and others have been staying in Cybertron day and night recently, and they are all eagerly paying attention to the latest evolution of Cybertron. After absorbing the entire Star Gold Altar, Cybertron will be promoted to the legendary demigod level. At this time, Fang Sui held the Star Gold Altar lightly in his hand, stretched out his hand to make a seal, and suddenly a wisp of white energy and a blood essence crystal floated out of it. This group of energy and blood essence crystal was the other of the two gifts that Mu Qinglian gave to Fang Sui before leaving, in addition to the Star Gold Altar. This elegant energy and blood essence crystal was full of evil spirits, spreading very evil fluctuations. In fact, it was the core energy and blood crystals left after the demigod Beishao, who had just awakened and sadly met Mu Qinglian, was killed. Fang Sui took out the core energy left by Beishao and had already thought of how to use it. The next moment, another wisp of black air grew around him like a spirit and floated out, quietly turning into the armor of the underworld. At this time, the base color of the armor was still black, with a deep and dim light, but because of the sacrifice of the natal curse, a layer of scarlet natal curse patterns appeared on the dark surface of the armor, like blood flowing, and it looked fierce and ferocious in the past. The original essence and core blood crystal left by Beishao, with evil and sinister aura, matched the mysterious way of the natal curse. So Fang Sui was ready to let the natal curse power in the armor absorb the aura left by Beishao after his death to increase its power. At this time, he stretched out his hand and pointed lightly. In an instant, Beishao's original essence, that was suppressed and sealed by Mu Qinglian, separated into a thin wisp, and began to merge into the armor of the underworld. The essence of a demigod is truly extraordinary. Almost at the moment, when its essence merged into the armor seemed to suddenly come alive, trembling all over, and the blood-colored spell patterns on it flowed like water, and the sound was like a surging river. Fang Sui stretched out his hand and pointed again, and a wisp of blood energy was also differentiated in the blood crystal of Beishao, which was extracted through the air by the life spell in the armor, and swallowed and absorbed. At this moment, beside Fang Sui, the armor of the underworld floated autonomously, with black mist steaming, and blood patterns flowing. Indistinctly, there was actually a mysterious aura that was hazily generated in the armor, showing infinite changes when it gathered, and wandering in and out of the armor in an extremely strange way. Beside the armor, Beishao's original essence and blood crystals were also suspended in the air, constantly differentiating into strands of breath, which were absorbed by the armor. Fang Sui closed his eyes, allowing the armor to continue to absorb Beishao's essence and blood crystals, and he sank his consciousness into the sea of consciousness. At the same time, Buster, who had transformed into the intelligent body of a young girl, appeared in the sea of consciousness. Buster, you told me not long ago that you were a priest of the gods in your Egyptian pantheon. In the cosmic temple, when the pantheon was at its peak, you were one of the 3 chief priests who were specifically responsible for communicating with the supreme sun god. You should know a lot of secrets about the pantheon, so you should know a lot about the pantheon. Do you know if there are any cultivation contents related to time and space in the subsequent chapters of the Golden Scripture of the Sun? Buster thought for a moment before responding. No matter which system of cultivation, the power of time and space is the highest law. Not much of my inherited memory has been awakened, and my memory is vague. I only remember that when I cultivated to the 7th level, the Golden Scripture should open a cultivation method called Original Universe, which seems to involve the mysteries of the rules of time and space. Apart from this, I don't remember if there are other cultivation methods related to time and space in the Golden Scripture. He paused and said thoughtfully, but I still remember that in the 6th level of the Book of the Dead, there seemed to be a secret technique related to time and space, but I can't remember what it was specifically. After answering the question, Buster asked curiously, the Lord wants to practice time and space related magical powers to help Miss Gao find the traces of her master after entering the time and space black hole? This is probably unlikely. Fang Sui did not respond to this and murmured, 7th level. Then Fang Sui began to read the Golden Scripture, checking the contents of the new chapter of the Golden Scripture that was accidentally opened when he recited the spell. to communicate with the mothers in the star gold altar. The newly opened pages of the golden scripture seemed to have sealed an independent world, filled with golden mist and flames, the body of Horus, and the formation diagram of the gates to the witchcraft world. When Fang Sui sank his consciousness into it, what made him throbbing and curious was that in the depths of the space sealed in this page of the golden scripture, there were obviously other things. It looked like the body of a god, whose life and death were unknown, as if it had existed in the golden scripture for endless years, floating in the golden mist deep in the pages, looming and extremely mysterious. Who is he? Is he the previous controller of the golden scripture? Or another Egyptian god? Is it alive or dead? If it is not dead, why is it motionless? If it is dead, why is there a hint of life? This series of questions made Fang Sui's thoughts connected, and he was extremely curious. However, when he wanted to continue to deepen his consciousness into the Golden Sutra, he inexplicably felt a huge resistance, which made his consciousness unable to move forward. He could not enter the depths of the Golden Sutra, which seemed to contain a great secret, and see clearly what was hidden in it. Fang Sui was thinking about how to go deeper into the strange space, where this page of the Golden Sutra was sealed. Suddenly, he heard a voice from the outside world. It was Zhang Zheng who sent a voice through the air, asking him to go and meet him. Fang Sui temporarily stopped reading the Golden Sutra of the Sun, withdrew his thoughts from the sea of consciousness, and stood up and walked out. In the practice room, the original essence of the Netherland armor and Beisha was still rising and falling in the air, and the key was connected. As time passed, the blood-colored lines on the armor became more and more weird, scarlet and dazzling, flickering and uncertain. During the 2 months that Fang Sui stayed in the Eastern Ancient City, the cleanup of the remaining shadow forces in the Eastern region was almost over, and the situation in the Eastern region was completely stabilized. The final result was that only the Shadow Chief General was lucky enough to survive, but he was also seriously injured. He led less than 100,000 remaining soldiers and retreated to the Shadow Force base in the southern region in a miserable defeat. According to some news, the Shadow Camp has already intended to dismiss the Demon Chief General, and a new Chief General will take his place. There are also news that the Demon General will come out in person to conquer the 5 regions. Recently, the entire 5 regions have been filled with joy. The most discussed thing is undoubtedly the situation in the Eastern region. In every place, there are people talking about it with relish. Various rumors are flooded in the streets and alleys of every life source star. Many people describe the shocking changes in the Eastern region as miracles, reversing the situation overnight, making hundreds of millions of shadow forces isolated and trapped in a dead end. Such a big move is rare even with the long heritage of the 5 regions. If we talk about the news that the entire 5 regions want to know the most, 9 out of 10 cultivators would probably choose to know the specific details of the successful reversal of the situation in the East region at the first opportunity. The exploration of this topic will be discussed tirelessly by people for a long time in the future. At this moment, as soon as Fang Sufu walked into Zhang Zheng's office, he heard Zhang Zheng laughing and said, "Fang Sui, come quickly." A total of 36 major forces including Arzutian Alliance and 61 7th level strongmen have jointly guaranteed your entry into the Strategic Privy Council and directly promoted you to the rank of General. Wow, a 4th level general, such an honor is rare in the history of the entire 5 regions. Come on, here are some specific positions in the Strategic Privy Council. You can choose, see which one you like. PS. Happy reading, thank you for your various support. It's almost Monday, please vote in advance. Chapter 433 Job, votes requested on Monday. The rain outside the window was getting heavier, and it was about to turn into a heavy rain curtain. In the building complex of the All Heavens Alliance in the Eastern Ancient City, Fang Sui calmly walked into Zhang Zheng's office hall. Kizuo stood beside Zhang Zheng, looking at this young man who has now become famous in the upper echelons of the 5 Directions domain, and whose brilliance is so dazzling that people dare not look directly at him, and he felt a lot of emotion in his heart. I still remember, when I first met Fang Sui, I just thought he was a junior that Zhang Zheng valued, and I even had a sense of crisis in my heart, fearing that Fang Sui's appearance would take away my position as Zhang Zheng's chief assistant. At that time, Fang Sui was only a 3rd level, with a low reputation. when he first entered the Central Star Domain, although he had a hidden edge in the 5-direction Central Domain, where there were countless geniuses, like the sand of the Ganges, Fang Sui at that time was far from dazzling. But now, only a few years have passed, and this young man has been riding away from the crowd, showing extraordinary talents one after another. Since he predicted in advance that the second death maze would be born, he was officially known by many high-level forces. This time, he attacked the death maze with a strange plan, destroyed the foundation of the shadow creatures in the Wufang East region at one time, causing it to collapse completely, and killed hundreds of millions of shadow tribes overnight. Such outstanding achievements really shocked the world. In an instant, Fang Sui became the hottest and brightest star in the entire Wufang region. He was so popular that he even overwhelmed Jiuo Dongshan, Zhang Liuwang, and Gai Luo, the leaders of the young generation. Of course, although Fang Sui is now famous, it is only limited to the high-level range. Among ordinary cultivators, the real reason for the East region incident has not been fully disclosed, and Fang Sui's name has not reached the level of public knowledge. Because of this, there have been countless speculations about the East region incident from the outside world. At this moment, Fang Sui walked in proudly. Kizuo looked at him with admiration, and all kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind uncontrollably. Fang Sui walked to the opposite side of Zhang Zheng as usual, and pulled out a chair to sit down. I don't know if it's because Fang Sui's status is different now, but when he sat opposite Zhang Zheng at this time, Kizuo had the illusion that the two of them were on equal footing. Kizuo smiled bitterly. This young man, who was much younger than himself, with his current actions, was indeed qualified to sit on an equal footing with Zhang Zheng. In a way, Fang Sui now had a brighter light than Zhang Zheng. After Fang Sui sat down, he picked up a document on the table in front of Zhang Zheng and read it out softly while reading it. The position of Deputy Chief of Staff of the Privy Council. HMM. This sounds very awesome, but unfortunately it's a civilian position of Deputy Chief of the Secret Hall of the Privy Council, in charge of all the secret agents in the world. His authority covers the entire 5 regions, the Shadow Camp, and even some prosperous starfields outside the 5 regions. He is known for monitoring the universe. With such a big tone, there is also the Chief Commander of the Killing God Army of the Privy Council. Deputy position, in charge of the most elite Killing God Army of the Privy Council, with 80,000 soldiers. Although the number is not large, they are all elite troops of the 3rd rank with unparalleled combat power. They are recognized as one of the 10 most powerful armies in the 5 regions. Fang Sui read out one by one the positions that the major forces jointly recommended him to take after entering the Privy Council. Every time he read out a name, Kizuo's heart jumped. The authority held by these positions was extremely noble. Although the Privy Council was a strategic department jointly formed by major forces, it had always been a separate system and was not subject to the control of major forces. To a certain extent, the Privy Council was the most authoritative official institution in the 5 regions, and even had the power to kill and plunder major forces. The power of the strategic Privy Council was so great that it could be called tremendous. At this time, all the 7th level cultivators who participated in the battle to go deep into the death maze in the East region, a total of more than 60, came from more than 30 major forces. It was the joint recommendation of these strong men, plus Fang Sui's own amazing achievements, that won him these positions. The positions that Fang Sui just read out, each one is a position that can make the ruler of a major force like Zhang Zheng stare with envy. As for Kizuo's level, every time he heard a name, his heart was surging, and it took a long time to calm down. The complexity of emotions can no longer be simply described by the word envy. What Fang Sui said afterwards was really infuriating, causing Kizuo to roll his eyes. He then heard him say lazily, "These positions sound good, but they are all deputy positions. Once you get in, there will be pressure from the higher ups, so what you say doesn't count." Fang Sui said as he casually threw the information back onto Zhang Zheng's desk. Zhang Zheng was originally gazing at the rain falling outside the window, but turned back in a rage after hearing this. "Don't be ungrateful, kid. I want to change the positions I gave you. You are only at the 4th level, and you are not happy to be a deputy? I sent you to the deputy position because you are still young, and I'm going to let you train for a few years. When the older generation retires, I will naturally support you to take the position. This is a sure thing," he added. "It is not an exaggeration to say that with your amazing achievements in changing the situation in the eastern region this time, it is not too much to rise to the top in one step. But this is not a joke after all. You have shown superhuman strategies and layout capabilities, but whether you can become a qualified leader has not been practiced yet. You are allowed to enter the most core and critical department in one step and sit firmly under one person, and you are still not satisfied. Are you looking for a fight, or are you ready to show off?" Fang Sui licked his face and smiled. If he was not satisfied with these positions, it would be greedy. Apart from other things, just sitting in these positions and being able to control and mobilize various resources in your hands would make countless people jealous. As Zhang Zheng finished speaking, Fang Sui smiled and said, "It's just a casual complaint. Look how anxious you are. Then tell me, what is the upper echelons of our alliance thinking? Which department are they going to let me join? The Privy Council, the Secret Palace, or the God-Killing Army?" Seeing that Fang Sui was teachable, Zhang Zheng said with a clear mind, "Not bad. You know how to remember your roots. Before you climb up the ladder, you even thought of asking our alliance for its opinion." Fang Sui quickly flattered him. "Look at what you said. Let me make my position clear first. I'm a member of the alliance in life and a ghost of the alliance in death." Zhang Zheng quickly waved his hand and said, wait. I get goosebumps listening to this. I can't stand it." After a pause, he suppressed his smile and turned to the main topic. "I have discussed your destination with the top leaders of the alliance. First of all, the general staff has little real power, so we are determined not to go there. This can be ruled out. The Killing God Army and the Secret Palace, which is responsible for monitoring the world, are both powerful departments with amazing authority. One is one of the top 10 strongest armies in our 5 regions, and the other is known for monitoring the entire universe. You can think about it and go to the one you like. However, with your ability to plan and see the big picture from the small details, I think it is most appropriate for you to go to the Secret Palace, where you can give full play to your strengths." Fang Sui also felt that entering the Secret Palace would give him the greatest degree of freedom, and it would not interfere with his movements and practice, and the confidentiality would also be good. He said without hesitation, "Okay, your judgment on this kind of thing will not be wrong. I will listen to you." Zhang Zheng said in great relief, "Okay, that's settled. I'll make the announcement later. The Privy Council's appointment will arrive soon. By then, you will be the youngest Deputy Hall Master since the establishment of the Secret Hall. Your external military rank will be raised to Junior General. Hey, a 4th rank General, the only one in the 5 regions." Boom. Thunder suddenly sounded outside the window. The sound was deafening, and lightning was like a dragon, entangled. Fang Sui glanced out the window and turned back to say, "It doesn't matter if the appointment comes first, but I plan to go out for the next stage. The goal is to make a breakthrough in cultivation and touch the threshold of the 5th level. If I succeed, I will come back to take office." Zhang Zheng was stunned and said, "You kid doesn't seem to know your current worth. Do you know that the person the shadow wants to kill the most in the entire 5 regions? We old guys have just discussed that your life is precious now, and we are going to send you a special team of death warriors, about 10 people, all of whom are 6th level, to protect your safety." Fang Sui was stunned and said, "Don't do that. I still want to walk around. If I'm under layers of protection, it will be difficult to move a step. How can I hone myself and make a breakthrough? You don't want me to stop at the 4th level forever, do you?" Zhang Zheng laughed and said, "It's not my business to send you death warriors. It was a joint decision of many people. Even if I don't agree, the most I can do is to withdraw the 2 people sent to you by our alliance. I can't control the others." Seeing Fang Sui's deflated expression, Zhang Zheng smiled happily and asked, "What do you think about the upcoming changes in the situation?" Fang Sui and Zhang Zheng have been dealing with each other for a long time and are familiar with each other, so there is no need to hide things or say some tentative words to test the truth before deciding how to respond. He went straight to the point and said, the situation in the eastern region has stabilized for now and there will be no more changes. But the Shadow and the Mother's forces will never stop fighting. Their strategic focus should shift to the front line from the southern region to the western region. If my analysis is correct, there will be a third death maze coming out. It will be located in a key area in the center of the southern region and the western region, and we can deploy defenses against this. Fang Sui's insights were not very surprising. Many strategic departments in the 5 regions had already made similar analyses. The difference was that Fang Sui was obviously very sure that another death maze would be born. Kizuo couldn't help but interrupt. Why is Master Fang so sure about creating another death maze? Fang Sui smiled and said, this cannot be analyzed rationally, and there are no clues to serve as concrete evidence for analysis. It's mainly intuition. If we have to force ourselves to give evidence, judging from the 2 death mazes that appeared in the past, one in the east region and the other in the west region, and there was no attempt to connect the south region and the east region first, the mother forces at that time must have had spare strength. Therefore, I judge that, after we destroy the maze in the east region, whether from the perspective of boosting morale, or from a strategic layout perspective, the time for the Shadow to create a third maze is imminent. Zhang Zheng pondered and said, since we now know the key to destroying the death maze, we need to go deep into the altar space inside and find the hidden hub core. Then do you think it is possible to replicate it again and destroy the other death maze? Fang Sui said categorically, it's impossible. The last success was a fluke. If we want to destroy a maze again, the Shadow side will definitely strengthen its defense. The reason why we succeeded last time was mainly because of Mukinglian and Gao. At that time, it was Mukinglian, the leader of the sect, who fixed the body of the Yin god and prevented it from sinking into the dark chaos. This allowed Gao to successfully penetrate it and destroy the core of the maze, causing the entire maze to collapse. Now where can we find a person like Kinglian, the leader of the sect, who has broken through the 7th level and promoted to the level of gods and demons, to help us destroy another maze? It is indeed as Fang Sui said. The last time we were able to successfully destroy the death maze, it didn't seem to be incredibly difficult, but in fact it was the product of many causes and conditions, and it cannot be replicated. Let alone many other conditions. We can also ignore the fact that we need to gather the top masters of many major forces to act together. Mukinglian and Gao are the only master and apprentice in the 5 regions. Where can we find another pair? At that time, one of them fixed the body of Yunshen, and the other went deep into the dark chaos, and finally succeeded in destroying the hub of the death maze. It cannot be said that it is impossible to find another person of Mukinglian's level from the 5 directions domain, but it is definitely as difficult as ascending to heaven. Zhang Zheng thought about it without saying a word after hearing what Fang Sui said. Fang Sui did not wait for Zhang Zheng to continue asking questions, and stood up and said, I'm in a hurry to go to the outer space. Cybertron is about to advance. I have to go and see it. Zhang Zheng said, well, come back after you see it. Some old guys want to see you. Fang Sui agreed and disappeared. PS. Asking for votes on Monday. Happy reading. Thank you for your various support. Chapter 434. Really accurate kick. Beyond the dome is the boundless dark space. At this moment, Fang Sui was breaking through the clouds from the eastern stars, where there were thunder and lightning and heavy rain, and ascending to the outer space in the thunder and lightning. In the space outside the eastern stars, there were many airships hovering, each of which was extraordinary, either gorgeous and huge, or exquisite and wonderful. Among the many ships hovering in the space, there was a disc-shaped ship that was different. It was full of metallic texture, with a cold grey surface, but a circle of azure light appeared in the center, which was dazzling. This disc-shaped ship with a diameter of about 400 feet attracted the attention of many cultivators in the surrounding ships. Because it was about to evolve, the whole body was shining and sparkling like stars. A ship with the ability to evolve means that it has infinite potential and is extremely precious. Therefore, the many eyes that were looking at this ship at this time were all hot and full of envy. Of course, there were also people who had some crooked thoughts. Go check who owns this rare ship that can evolve. Zhu Gao looked calm, narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked out through the porthole of his own ship, staring at the ship in space that was about to evolve. A subordinate beside him took the order and left. Zhu Gao was a guest official supported by a large family in the top 10 of the eastern region, but secretly he was the ace fighter of this family who specialized in doing things that were not allowed to be seen in the light. He was also one of the leaders of the largest star pirate forces in the entire eastern region, and he was notorious. When the Shadow Camp invaded the eastern region, these star pirates disappeared without a trace, never showed up, and scattered around. When the eastern region was initially settled, many star pirates emerged quickly like mushrooms after rain, picked up their old business, and started robbing again. Zhu Gao's identity was hidden very well. Except for a very few people who knew about it, no one knew that he was secretly a cruel star pirate leader who was ruthless and would never leave anyone alive every time he robbed. Therefore, Zhu Gao could openly go in and out of various places without worrying about being discovered as the leader of the pirates. The ship that he was watching at this time, which was about to begin to evolve, was naturally Cybertron. Under Zhu Gao's distant gaze, he also saw a young man in a black robe walk out of the Eastern Star and finally enter Cybertron. Zhu Gao himself was thin, but gave people a sense of strength. He had a hooked nose, thin lips, and a cold look. In physiognomy, his appearance was called cold by nature and bloodthirsty. His cold eyes passed through the porthole of his own ship, grinned, and said to himself, "The situation in the eastern region has returned to stability, and my pirates should also start to move again. This ship can evolve, it is a rare treasure, and it can be the first prey for me to be reborn." At this time, under Zhu Gao's distant gaze, Cybertron suddenly turned into a stream of light and rushed into the depths of space. Zhu Gao laughed and said, "Just as I thought, it happened. Just when I was thinking about robbing this ship, it took the initiative to fly away from this crowded place in the outer space of the Eastern Star. It's great." He waved his hand and said, "Follow this ship and wait for an opportunity to capture it." Zhu Gao's subordinates were all fierce bandits who killed people without blinking an eye. They responded loudly and smiled grimly. The next moment, the ship Zhu Gao was on started up and chased after Cybertron. Cybertron drew a stream of light in space, flying thousands of miles away like lightning, and then stopped again. When Fang Sui walked into the main control room, in addition to Zhao Xianzhao, Zhang Shizhen, Wu Yangbo and others, Jiuo Dongshan and Kang Sanfa were also there. The whole Cybertron was rarely lively. Some young men and women who came in through connections were recently allowed to enter and exit the Cybertron main control room, and they all looked excited. When they saw Fang Sui coming in, these men and women all had fiery admiration in their eyes. Fang Sui's actions were not made public to ordinary cultivators, but these young men and women with excellent family backgrounds had already learned about Fang Sui's latest feat through their family's channels at the first time, and turned the situation in the eastern region overnight. This kind of thing is incredible just by hearing it, and the brilliant record has reached the level of jaw-dropping. If these young men and women admired Fang Sui before, now they have risen to the level of reverence and worship. Therefore, when Fang Sui walked in, the eyes of these men and women flashed with extreme surprise. Fang Sui glanced at everyone leisurely, and then greeted and laughed with Jiuo Dongshan and others. Later, Fang Sui looked at the porthole position, where there was a Cybertron evolution energy bar, and the value displayed on it had long become 100% of the elite level, reaching the critical point of evolving into a demigod level. Because it was waiting for Fang Sui to come, Cybertron never began to truly evolve. At this time, Fang Sui sent his thoughts to the magic crystal, and the evolution of Cybertron began naturally. Since the energy of evolution has long exceeded the critical point, the only thing left for evolution is the change in appearance, so it is very fast. If you look down at Cybertron from the outside, you can see that it is expanding madly at a speed of growing a circle with every breath. After a few breaths, Cybertron miraculously grew to several times its original size. That is, it became a giant with a diameter of nearly 1,000 feet, and this change has not stopped, but is still continuing. There is a silver wave of metallic liquid around Cybertron, expanding silently, spreading and growing layer by layer. Its appearance still presents a circular arc that conforms to the wonderful principles of nature. The overall shape is a disc with relatively thin edges and slightly thicker in the middle. While the diameter increases, the thickness of Cybertron has also increased by nearly several times in this evolution. In the end, the entire Cybertron has become 7 layers. From top to bottom, there are the control and workspace on the top floor, and the second floor is the independent rest and practice room for each person on the ship. The third floor below is the training ground for everyone on the ship, but the Cybertron prison has been stripped out and turned into the fourth floor. The fifth floor below is still Fang Sui's magic laboratory, and the sixth floor has become a bloody trial field. The many evil creatures that Ula brought from the underworld have now moved to the sixth floor, fighting in it, with the goal of refining the king of the underworld monsters. The seventh floor at the bottom is Cybertron's warehouse, which stores various strategic and non-strategic materials. This evolution has many other details that do not need to be described one by one. The bigger change is that Cybertron will initially have the ability to transform in appearance, and the demigod level Cybertron also has the ability to enter and exit the positive and negative voids and truly travel in ultra long distances. In the main control room, Fang Sui is connected to the core hub of Cybertron, the Protus magic crystal consciousness. Through the stream of consciousness transmitted by the magic crystal, he is familiar with the various changes in Cybertron after this evolution. The energy brought by a Void Star Gold Altar is not just enough to make Cybertron reach the critical point of demigod level. At this time, Cybertron's evolutionary energy bar is jumping rapidly, and it will not stop until it reaches 16% of demigod level. Fang Sui curled his lips. If this evolution can break through more than 40% of demigod level in one go, Fang Sui will feed another Star Gold Altar to the magic crystal and let it try to impact the next stage of god level. Unfortunately, after the entire Star Gold Altar was absorbed, Cybertron's evolution is still far from expectations, and it is far from the goal of 40% of demigod. This once again shows how difficult it is for Cybertron to evolve. If you want it to reach the next level, I'm afraid that swallowing 3 or 4 more Star Gold Altars may not be enough. This amount is too amazing. It should be noted that the total amount of Void Star Gold contained in the 3 Star Gold Altars was so great that when Fang Sui and others first saw it, they were stunned and felt that they might need to collect half of the universe to obtain so much Void Star Gold. Therefore, this time Cybertron absorbed the entire Star Gold Altar and evolved to less than 1/5 of the demigod level, which shows how difficult it is to advance. Fang Sui sighed, and he no longer had much hope of advancing Cybertron to the next level. Fortunately, this evolution to the demigod level did not disappoint. The current Cybertron is not just a simple change in appearance. The growth in all aspects can be described as a leap, which can be described as earth-shaking. In Fang Sui's consciousness, the pleasant mechanical sound that can communicate better after the magic crystal evolves rang out. Starting from the demigod level, Cybertron's internal space and appearance size can be changed. Since the host originally chose the base type evolution direction, Cybertron's evolution is comprehensive. When it is at the demigod level, the maximum diameter can grow to 30,000 feet, and the minimum diameter is 300 feet. Normally, it will remain at about 3,000 feet. After calculation, this is the size that is most conducive to attack and defense at the demigod level. Fang Sui was surprised that he actually had the ability to change size, which was indeed amazing. The mechanical sound of the magic crystal continued to sound. Cybertron will also have 2 main appearances. One is the disc shape in normal times, and the other is the magic cube matrix shape. Cybertron is at the demigod level and can manufacture a large number of magic crystal machines with primary intelligence and combat power reaching the second level. Every 6 months, it can also manufacture a 3rd level elite level machine. In addition, it can also consume source energy to specially manufacture 4th level mechanical warriors. Please note that the manufacture of 4th level metal machinery will consume source energy and will gradually reduce the level of Cybertron. The sound of metal machinery kept ringing in Fang Sui's mind, making various reports, and finally suddenly said, "Rare metals have been detected half a light year away. It is a metal mining star. After swallowing it, it can increase Cybertron's energy by 0.3%. Attention, hostile ships have been detected and are tracking Cybertron. Fang SUI chuckled. This thing has indeed become a lot smarter after its evolution. It can not only detect hostile trackers, but also autonomously detect rare metals within a certain range to find food for itself. On the other side, in a ship chasing after Cybertron, ZHU Gao gave an order with a grim face. Get closer and rob this ship. A subordinate said cautiously. Sir, shouldn't we be more cautious and wait for the news from the investigation to see who the other party is before making a decision? ZHU Gao waved his hand decisively and sneered. Wait for nothing. The opportunity is fleeting. If this ship finishes its evolution and returns to the outside of the Eastern Stars, there will be too many people and eyes, and we will not be able to take action. Besides, if it moves, can you catch up? How can you do things without taking any risks? I'm not afraid of its owner, even if he comes from a major force. At most, I can hide from the limelight after robbing this ship and disappear for a while. ZHU Gao was talking here, and suddenly his eyes widened. The Cybertron in his side suddenly turned into a stream of light and crashed into it head-on. Boom. The ship that ZHU Gao was on was also a high-level ship, dark blood-colored, in the form of an ancient building ship, with a pointed cone in the front, a slender and solid hull, like a long sword, very good at collision, and had destroyed countless ships. However, as soon as it came into contact, ZHU Gao's ship was completely smashed, broken into countless fragments, and scattered in space. A few minutes later, ZHU Gao, with a bloody face, injured and captured after the ship was smashed, appeared in Cybertron. He was not convinced in his heart, and only thought that the other party relied on the excellent performance of Cybertron to defeat his ship in a sudden attack. Therefore, although he became a prisoner, there was a fierce light in his eyes, and he might not have been playing the pig to eat the tiger, looking for an opportunity to take down the head of the ship in one fell swoop and successfully turn the tables. However, when ZHU Gao's eyes swept through the Cybertron main control room, he was immediately covered in cold sweat and became discouraged. ZHU Gao did not recognize the other people in the main control room, but as a star pirate, he recognized the two famous people in the five-party domain at a glance. Guo Dangshan and Kang Sanfa are actually on this boat. Under ZHU Gao's anxious gaze, he soon observed another situation, that is, including Guo Dangshan and Kang Sanfa, the people in the main control room seemed to be centered around a young man in black robes. This discovery made ZHU Gao particularly shocked, and then he felt bitter in his heart. This time, the iron plate was kicked accurately. PS. Asking for votes on Monday. Happy reading. Thank you for your various support. Chapter 435. I don't understand. ZHU Gao was panicking, but then he thought that, if he had known that Dangshan and Kang Sanfa were in this evolving ship, he would never come. With all kinds of thoughts intertwined in his mind, ZHU Gao found that the black-robed young man who seemed to be the leader of the crowd never looked at him, but just waved his hand lightly. Two young men came out from the side, and without saying a word, they pulled their hands and slapped ZHU Gao in the face, sneering, "Idiot." ZHU Gao, who was under the eaves, dared not to bow his head, did not dare to attack, and did not say a word. The two young men immediately took action to block ZHU Gao's power, and pushed him to the prison on the 4th floor of Cybertron without any hesitation. When they left the main control room on the top floor, the two young men who were responsible for escorting ZHU Gao to prison breathed a sigh of relief. One of them said, "Rurik, do you feel that I'm so nervous standing in the main control room with Boss Fang? My palms are sweating all the time. It's really strange. I didn't have this feeling when I saw our old man." The young man called Rurik had brown curly hair, wore a suit of metal armor, and had a strong figure. Hearing this, he smiled and said, "There's nothing abnormal about this. Our boss Fang is a very famous person. He was able to turn the situation in the eastern region overnight. Can your old man do that? In fact, I'm about the same as you. I was also very nervous when I saw Team Fang." He added, "When I came to our team before, I was thinking about training and leaving, and going home to deal with the elders. Now I have changed my mind. I want to stay for a long time, and follow Boss Fang." Rurik's words made ZHU Gao, who was following him obediently but listening attentively, feel a little absurd. ZHU Gao certainly would not believe that the situation in the eastern region would be changed overnight, but he was inevitably skeptical and shocked. After hearing Rurik's words, the young man who spoke first retorted, "What are you thinking, Rurik? Who doesn't want to stay in the team now? But it's not easy. Look at who we have really recruited in our team now. The latest ones to join are Guo Dongshan and Kang Sanfa. My god, although we have good backgrounds and qualifications, how can we compare with Guo Dongshan and Kang Sanfa? You want to stay? Dream on, right?" ZHU Gao was even more shocked. Guo Dongshan and Kang Sanfa joined the team together? Is this news enough to shock half of the 5 regions? Rurik said with a chuckle, "I don't mean to take a further step and become a formal member of our team, but to keep my current status as a peripheral member and not leave in the future." The other young man still shook his head. "It's still not easy. You see, although Fang Tao's destruction of the Shadow Camp's invasion of the East region has not been made public, the top leaders of all major forces know about it. I guarantee that there will be countless children of top leaders who want to join the team later. I think the competition for peripheral members will be 100 times more intense than it is now. I'm afraid it will be harder than becoming a formal member of some other teams." Rurik agreed with him. "Well, I know a new inside story. Do you want to hear it?" The young man showed joy and urged, "I know you have a good relationship with Captain Xian Zhao. Tell me, what's the inside story?" Rurik said mysteriously. "Captain Xian Zhao said that our team will be disbanded for free activities in the next stage, and the time is uncertain because Boss Fang is going to go out alone to fight and hone himself. The other formal members of the team will also go out to train separately, saying that this is to avoid being together all the time and relying on each other, which will weaken their personal combat effectiveness." Another young man glared. "2 new members of our team, Guo Dongshan and Kang Sanfa, have soared greatly in strength. Now if our demon cult team is recognized as second in the 5 directions domain, I wonder which team dares to shamelessly say that they are the first. In this case, the people in the team have to disband and hone themselves to further improve their combat effectiveness." "What is this for?" Rurik ignored him and continued the previous topic. "It is said that when we come back from the independent action, the team will conduct an assessment on us peripheral members. One of the assessment items is to see what everyone has done during the independent action. Those with good results will continue to stay in the team, and those with poor results will have to fend for themselves." The young man was shocked and said, "What are the requirements for us peripheral members in the next stage of independent action?" Rurik said, "There are no special requirements. Team leader Xian Zhao said that if anyone goes back home to relax and cheat during the solo operation, then he is not suitable to stay in our team and will be expelled when he comes back. I don't know anything else." The young man turned his eyes slightly and said thoughtfully, "Rurik, in the next stage of free operation, how about we team up to go to the 5 western regions to fight against the shadow creatures? If we can make achievements and kill the enemies bravely, we can always stay after the team assessment." Rurik agreed. "It's a good idea. I had this plan." ZHU Gao was eavesdropping on the side the whole time, thinking that these 2 guys were fools. No matter how good this team is it necessary to fight for a place for an external member? At this time, a group of 3 people passed the teleportation ladder inside Cybertron and went directly from the top floor to the 4th floor of the prison. Rurik and another young man turned their heads to look at ZHU Gao, who had been listening to the conversation of the 2 people all the way and always seemed cautious. Rurik said sarcastically, "I have never seen such a stupid person. He wants to attack us, but he doesn't even look at who is on Cybertron." The young man continued, "Why does Boss Fang keep such a person? I would just kill him." Rurik said unhappily, "You know nothing. Boss Fang keeps him to train us peripheral members as opponents, so that we can fight each other to the death." As they were talking, they pushed ZHU Gao into a steel cage. At the entrance of the cage, a dense lightning net immediately rose up, shuttling and flowing, imprisoning ZHU Gao, whose face was covered in blood. When ZHU Gao saw the 2 young men turn around and leave, he turned back to examine the lightning net in front of him, thinking about how to escape, but unfortunately, he was at a loss for a moment, because his power was imprisoned. At this time, in the main control room on the other side, Fang Sui was transmitting the magic crystal, wanting to test the combat ability of Cybertron after its evolution. The next moment, Cybertron accelerated silently and suddenly disappeared in space. At an indescribable speed, it jumped through the void and flashed several times before arriving at a small desolate star in the distance. Boom boom boom. As if the sky was collapsing and the earth was splitting apart, Cybertron's surroundings actually moved out thick electric light, like a giant python in the sky, with a terrifying power, shining brightly and magically slashing at the center of the star not far away. In an instant, the entire star was pierced from the middle and shattered. Then, a metal blade hundreds of feet long suddenly appeared around Cybertron, spinning rapidly, and actually turned into a cosmic storm, further turning the broken star into ashes. Such a strong lethality and destructive power made everyone in Cybertron very surprised, and after a moment of silence, they laughed at the same time. Afterwards, Cybertron made another space jump, absorbed a star containing metal deposits that it had detected, and finally returned to the space outside the Eastern Star. At this point, all matters related to the evolution of Cybertron have come to an end. Soon Cybertron will go out hunting, and its target is the several groups of star pirates in the East region. The purpose is not to be chivalrous and to eliminate harm for the people, but to capture the star pirates as prisoners, train the peripheral members of the team, and let them fight against the star pirates in the newly evolved third level training ground of Cybertron. Fang Sui did not participate in the operation of capturing the star pirates. He returned to the ancient city of the East alone. The heavy rain in the city weakened slightly, but it did not stop. The sky was covered with dark clouds and the color was dark. Drops of rain fell, covering the world, and a sense of desolation was revealed in the haze. Fang Sui first returned to the temple where he lived. In the practice room, the armor of the underworld had absorbed all the essence and blood crystals left after Bei was killed. The surface of the armor did not change much, but when Fang Sui's thoughts moved slightly, the color of the armor changed immediately, and the innate spell pattern flowed loudly. In an instant, the whole armor turned scarlet. The next moment, the spell on the armor was working, and it turned back to black. This repeated several times, and the scene was strange. At this time, Fang Sui opened his mouth and breathed, and the whole armor instantly changed from real to virtual, becoming a thin line of black and red interweaving, entering his body from Fang Sui's nostrils, and appearing in the center of the four underworld mountains on the land of the gods and his lower abdomen. What was even more bizarre was that the armor actually took a cross-legged sitting posture, and the key and the land of the gods and the four underworld mountains became one. The whole armor seemed to be a foreign object that could practice independently, sitting cross-legged in the center of the four underworld mountains, with mysterious key lingering, and it was extremely weird. Fang Sui looked inside at the changes after the armor entered his body and smiled knowingly. This armor absorbed the essence of a demigod, and its power was initially formed. It was already very useful. It gave him an extra trump card when he set out to the southern region to hone himself soon. Fang Sui then turned around and went to Zhang Zheng's place again. A few minutes later, Zhang Zheng and Fang Sui came to a hall together. The hall was already full of people, probably nearly 100 people, sitting in a circle. A small number of them were the rulers of the All Heavens Alliance, whose status was not inferior to Zhang Zheng, and many of them were top masters from other major forces. Before Fang Sui entered, these people were gathering together for the last high-level meeting in the Eastern region. Because the things in the Eastern region were finished, these people would disperse after this meeting and go about their business. Many people in the hall were curious about Fang Sui. Knowing that it was him who came in, they all turned around to look at him. There were also some people present who had participated in the raid on the Death Labyrinth a while ago. Since they had experienced the Battle of the Death Labyrinth together with Fang Sui, their relationship was not unfamiliar. They smiled and greeted him. Fang Sui, you are so famous now. Everyone praises you. Don't be cocky. Someone else laughed and said, why didn't your wife come with you? Ha, I actually forgot that you have a wife, Fang Sui. I wanted to marry my granddaughter to you. Fang Sui laughed dumbly and responded to these well-intentioned teasing one by one. He was talking to everyone when he suddenly heard a voice coming from one side of the hall. Hey, you came so late, even though you knew So many people were here, and the news of meeting you had been spread a long time ago. Even though you have achieved some success now, you are too spoiled and disrespectful to your elders. Fang Sui turned his head and saw the old man of the Lion family sitting high on a chair, with a feminine face and a hint of sneer in his eyes. But the one who spoke was not the old man from the Lion family, but a young man standing beside him. His eyes were burning, and he looked at Fang Sui frankly, with a provocative look. Fang Sui was already a monument among the young people, and he was a little bit outstanding. From now on, the number of people who wanted to become famous by provoking or overwhelming Fang Sui in some way would definitely not be less than those who admired and respected him. The young man in front of him was obviously one of the provocateurs. As soon as the young man finished speaking, the elder of the Lion family pretended to scold him, and then explained to everyone, "This meeting does not involve any secrets, so I brought my nephews and nephews out to see the world. The younger generation is ignorant and speaks nonsense. Please forgive me." Then he turned to Fang Sui and said, relying on his seniority, "Although I, the younger generation, do not know the importance of what I say, it is a fact that you, Fang Sui, came late. Although you are in the limelight now, you are still a person trained by my Zeushan Alliance. You must remember an old saying, don't be arrogant when you are successful. You must know that the higher you climb, the more painful it will be once you fall." I said this with good intentions. Fang Sui, do you understand? Fang Sui smiled and said, I don't understand. PS. Happy reading. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 436. The sun spits out. Fang Sui said I don't understand with a flat tone, but the hall suddenly became quiet, and a few people frowned slightly. A gloomy sneer flashed in the eyes of the old man of the Lion family. He thought that, although Fang Sui had some strategies, he was still young and lacked sophistication. Although it was pleasant to refute me in public, it would only leave others with a bad impression of being arrogant. As soon as he emerged, this impression sounds insignificant, but at some point, it may not be a resistance against Fang Sui. To put it another way, even if it is useless, it is just a casual act, and it does not harm oneself in the slightest, so why not do it? The old man of the Lion family narrowed his eyes slightly, and the initial purpose of making Fang Sui leave a domineering impression on everyone was achieved, so he showed a tolerant and generous attitude, smiled generously, and stopped talking. The young man behind the old man of the Lion family was called Lion King B. He also saw the key point, so he looked at Fang Sui with a little more disdain, thinking to himself that everyone said that Fang Sui was a great talent, but in my opinion, he was just average. His uncle's casual words made him show his determination to not give in, exposing his unstable weakness. It seems that he can do some things, mostly at the right time, and at the right time. What about strategizing and turning the situation in the East region overnight is all fabricated. The previous simple dialogue was full of hidden tricks, and Fang Sui naturally saw it. However, he had other plans. He was considering that he had been too sharp and dazzling recently. At the right time, exposing some weaknesses in his character was not necessarily a bad thing. On the contrary, it could appropriately reduce some people's concerns about his rapid rise. Fang Sui's mind flashed with thoughts, and his feet did not stop. He soon walked with Zhang Zheng to a seat. After Zhang Zheng sat down, Fang Sui stood behind him with his hands behind his back. There were several eyes in the hall. Since Fang Sui entered, they have always paid attention to him. They were all old and experienced old men. Fang Sui's behavior after entering the hall was seen by these old men without any change. At this time, a slightly old and deep voice came from an old man. Give Fang Sui a seat. The old man who spoke was the fourth elder in the Supreme Council of the All Heavens Alliance and the head of the All Heavens Alliance who came to the East region this time. He gave Fang Sui a seat, which to a certain extent meant that he recognized that Fang Sui had the qualifications to sit on an equal footing with everyone in the hall. The old man of the Lion family and Lion King B behind him couldn't help but glance at Fang Sui. It should be noted that those who can sit in this hall are all the rulers of major forces. They are all powerful and influential. It is a great honor to have a seat in this hall. Fang Sui can sit in this hall, which is really enviable. Fang Sui himself didn't really care whether there was a seat or not, but since someone had said so, there was no need to be overly polite, and he sat down not far from Zhang Zheng without being surprised by the honor or disgrace. This meeting was mainly to discuss how the major forces would coordinate and cooperate with each other in the next stage. In fact, Fang Sui was asked to come here, mainly because many people were curious about this junior who had made amazing achievements, and they asked him to come and meet him. As for the little trick, played by the old man of the Lion family, it didn't work much to make everyone have a bad impression of Fang Sui. Everyone in this hall is smart and experienced, and has long gotten rid of the level of judging people by their appearance. Most people would not easily judge Fang Sui based on his "I don't understand" that was tit for tat with the old man of the Lion family. The old man of the Lion family deliberately targeted a junior, which only made him look petty and had little effect. As for Fang Sui, this was the first time he was integrated into this meeting that was close to the top of the pyramid of the 5 regions. He was not in a hurry to make any achievements. He calmed down and observed silently, never speaking his opinion, but just listened quietly. However, when the meeting was about to end, someone asked Fang Sui about his opinion on the current situation. Fang Sui had already said this when he was talking to Zhang Zheng before. He was not going to be unique at this time, so he repeated his judgment again, only slightly emphasizing that the focus of the shadow camp in the next stage would be on the front line from the south region to the west region, and mentioned again that there would be a third death maze. Then someone asked him why he was so sure that the third death maze would be born, just like Kizeduo did when he heard Fang Sui's judgment before. Fang Sui also explained it in a calm voice, just like when he replied to Kizeduo. Lion King B, the young man behind the old man of the Lion family, smiled slightly when Fang Sui was talking, and whispered to the old man of the Lion family from time to time. The old man of the Lion family nodded slightly, turned to Fang Sui and said, "Although you have accurately predicted that there will be a second death maze, it does not mean that you can predict that the shadow side will have a third death maze this time. Besides, I think the death maze is actually a flashy thing. Even if another one really comes out, it's nothing to be afraid of." Not long ago, Fang Sui, you cooperated with a group of strong men, and you just destroyed a maze? Fang Sui said dumbly, "The last time we were able to destroy the death maze, it was not only because of the concerted efforts of all the strong men, but also because of luck. If it weren't for the immortal Land's master Mukinglian, who prevented the Yin god's body from falling back into the dark chaotic space in a short period of time, then the hub of the maze would be inaccessible to everyone in the world, and naturally there would be no question of damage. So if there is really a third maze that comes out and connects the fronts of the south and west, then the soldiers of the shadow side will respond to each other from afar, and they will have the momentum to support each other, which will be very tricky. The situation on the front line of the west will be 100 times worse than it is now." 100 times worse? That's a bit alarmist, isn't it? Even if the third maze is really revealed, no one in the world can break it. You're just saying that. Are you emphasizing your own achievements, which are unique and unmatched? The old man from the Lion family glanced at Fang Sui and spoke indifferently. The people in the hall had their own judgment on what happened, and Fang Sui did not engage in such a meaningless argument with the old man from the Lion family. Seeing Fang Sui didn't say anything, Lion King B raised his lips slightly, showing a conceited smile. Suddenly, his eyes flashed, and he spoke in front of everyone with high spirits. "I, Lion King B, a disciple of the Lion family, would like to ask for an opportunity from all the respected elders present. I think what Fang Sui did is not impossible to copy. I'm going to make a plan to invade the Death Labyrinth again. If I can get the support of all the elders and destroy another labyrinth in one fell swoop, the situation in the western region will be resolved. I'm willing to be the pioneer who goes deep into the Death Labyrinth." The old man of the Lion family obviously didn't expect that this nephew would be so eager to show himself, and he stood up and spoke directly. He was stunned for a moment before frowning. He had experienced a lot of things. After all, he would not superficially think that Fang Sui's success in destroying the Death Labyrinth was completely based on luck. Although what Fang Sui did might not be impossible to copy, it was by no means that easy. At this time, his nephew rashly stood up and said that he wanted to destroy another death labyrinth. This was a bit of nonsense and too childish. I'm afraid it will become a laughingstock. The old man of the Lion family immediately scolded Lion King B. Seeing the stern expression of the old man, Lion King B was obviously really angry, and his momentum weakened by 3 points. He dared not continue to speak, but stood behind the old man of the Lion family, still stiffening his neck, obviously thinking that, if Fang Sui could destroy a death maze, then there was no reason why he couldn't do it. Everyone in the hall glanced at the old and young of the Lion family with different expressions. Many of them were joking, as if watching a joke. At the beginning, Fang Sui was able to get support and implement the plan of the death maze because Zhang Zheng worked hard in it, and more importantly, Fang Sui had already emerged before, and his brilliance was looming. He had accurately predicted the birth of the second death maze, showing extraordinary strategic judgment ability. At present, Lion King B had no achievements and wanted to gain everyone's support by relying on empty words. This was completely a fantasy, so naturally no one took Lion King B's proposal seriously. Afterwards, the meeting continued, and many strong men and Fang Sui mentioned the deployment of the Southwest Front. Most of them were discussions on how to deal with the situation if the death maze really appeared again. Lion King B saw that the strong men nodded repeatedly when discussing with Fang Sui, and they were having a good time, and his face became more gloomy. However, the old man of the Lion family was more shrewd, and there was no change of joy or anger on his face. Soon after that, the meeting was over, and everyone went out one after another. Several strong men approached Zhang Zheng and walked with him. They proposed to Fang Sui that they wanted the children of the family to train in the magic cult team. Fang Sui's team had already opened a hole, and there were already many people coming in, so there was no need to favor one over the other, and they readily agreed. 10 minutes later, Fang Sui returned to his temporary palace alone, sat cross-legged in meditation, and began to promote the circulation of power in his body and cultivate himself. A few days passed quickly. In the early morning of this day, the brilliant sun rose from the sky, casting golden light, illuminating the world. The post-war eastern region was full of vitality. At this time, Kizeduo came to inform that Zhang Zheng would leave today to return to the central region, and asked Fang Sui if he would go with him. Fang Sui planned to take Sabertran back to the central region by himself, so that he could make full use of the time on the road to kill the pirates along the way and train the peripheral members of the team, so he did not choose to go back with Zhang Zheng. After Kizeduo left, Fang Sui did not stay any longer and walked out of the sky, ready to board Sabertran and embark on the journey back to the central region. As he walked up leisurely and entered and exited the clouds, Fang Sui pondered in his heart, I came to the East region in a hurry this time, and I didn't have time to walk around the East region. There are many mythological things on Earth, which should have originated from the 5 eastern regions. For example, the 2 ancient families of Dao and Huangdi in the East region have a close relationship with the Earth. Is it that the ancient people on Earth thousands of years ago practiced successfully and then came to the 5 eastern region to spread out, or are they originally from the 5 eastern region and have been to Earth? This is hard to judge. However, although Fang Sui was curious about these things, they did not involve his personal interests, so he was not in a hurry to explore them. He thought that, if he had the opportunity to come to the East region again in the future, it would not be too late to find out. With all kinds of thoughts in his mind, Fang Sui ascended to the clouds. In the whistling wind, his black robe fluttered, and the clouds lingered around him, making people feel refreshed, and giving rise to a kind of lofty sentiment that the sky is high and the earth is vast, and I can do whatever I want. However, in this peaceful and comfortable atmosphere, Fang Sui suddenly felt a warning in his heart. At the same moment, a streak of black light turned into a curved arc, containing a hidden, but extremely surging murderous intent, like a cold knife, piercing out of thin air from a white cloud that looked completely normal, and instantly attacked Fang Sui's eyes. Fang Sui's eyes suddenly burst into a cold light, sharp and unmatched, and he shook his body in an amazing reaction, looking like he was about to withdraw, but who knew that his body actually violated the principles of physics, seemingly retreating but in fact not retreating but advancing, and bravely rushing forward, his palms together like a knife, attacking the curved blade. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spit out a round of scorching sun, branding the void. PS. Happy reading. Chapter 437 Continuous Attack. Swish. A dark curved arc with astonishing killing intent flew from the void and collided with Fang Sui's palm. The curved blade collapsed with a bang, and the killing momentum was broken. A streak of blood splashed in the void and ripped on the white clouds, red and white contrasting with each other. Fang Sui looked at the edge of his palm. The injury was so deep that the bone was visible. The lethality of this sudden attack was obvious. On the other side, Fang Sui spit out the scorching sun, which was as bright as a torch and illuminated 100 feet in radius. Under the scorching sun, an extremely wonderful scene appeared in the void. The space barrier seemed to be penetrated, just like a strong light can penetrate airtight paper. The void in the surrounding area became transparent. A black shadow could no longer hide and appeared from the void several feet away from Fang Sui. The scorching sun was as powerful as a meteor and as fast as lightning, and it crashed into the black shadow. With a cracking sound, the space barrier showed signs of cracking, and a black shadow fell from the void. It was a 5th level assassin of the Shadow Clan, with a cold face and a thin body. The assassin was broken by Fang Sui's invisibility ability of the race that turned into nothingness, and a flash of surprise flashed across his face. Before the attack, he did not expect Fang Sui to be so brave. Contrary to common sense, he actually chose to take the initiative to rush forward and take the offensive when he was attacked. This way of dealing with attacks was the first time he encountered it. At this moment, the assassin was forced to move out of his body. He understood the essence of the assassin's purpose of missing a strike and immediately going far away. He immediately prepared to escape and was not prepared to have any more entanglements with Fang Sui. In a blink of an eye, the shadow assassin drifted away as far as 100 feet away and was about to disappear again. However, just before he was about to disappear, a spell net was cast in the void in front of the assassin, locking the void and capturing the assassin. Then 2 people walked out of the void, both with stern faces, dressed in black, and middle-aged. These were the 6th level assassins arranged by the top leaders of the major forces to protect Fang Sui's safety and hide in the dark. In fact, similar assassinations have occurred several times recently, but they were all blocked by the assassins in secret. Only this time, it was the Shadow Tribe who attacked in person. Their racial skills are naturally good at hiding. They approached Fang Sui silently and suddenly attacked and killed him, which was extremely thrilling. At this time, the assassin was captured, and Fang Sui slowly breathed a sigh of relief and continued to walk out of the sky. However, at this moment, Fang Sui's face changed again, and he was shocked again. A fist broke through the void barrier in front of Fang Sui and hit him directly at his forehead, with the momentum of a fatal blow. Serial assassinations. It turned out that there were 2 shadow assassins in total. The first one who appeared was just to divert the assassins around Fang Sui, and the latter assassin was the real killer. The punch that came at this time was not fancy, but the power instantly broke through the void barrier, showing its power. When the punch was thrown, a breath of energy locked Fang Sui firmly. Crack. Now Fang Sui has at least 4 assassins hiding around him at all times. 2 were led away. At this time, when he encountered a fatal punch, 2 assassins still flashed out without hesitation to block the blow for Fang Sui. Unfortunately, the 2 assassins rushed out from the dark and blocked Fang Sui, but they were smashed by the punch that broke through the air, and their bodies were cracked. Killed 2 6th level assassins with 1 punch. The second killer was actually a Shadow Demon General level strongman who came to kill Fang Sui in person. All this is quite complicated to explain. In fact, since this almost fatal punch broke through the air, the 2 assassins collapsed at the first touch, and then the murderous punch only paused slightly, only a blink of an eye, and then continued to press towards Fang Sui. At this moment, Fang Sui's eyes showed strange visions. The virtual images of the sun and the moon appeared in his eyes, communicating the key of the birth and death of the yin and yang of heaven and earth. He still stood there without retreating. It should be noted that under the traction of the key, if Fang Sui really had the intention to retreat, and the key was slightly leaked, he would be dead. Fang Sui raised his hand and punched slowly. His punch seemed slow, but was actually fast. As the fist changed, the 361 orifices in his body reflected the heavens, as if he had turned the power of the heavens to bless himself. An unimaginable force burst out from his body. Boom. Above the eastern stars, the clouds rolled like the sea, and a huge hole was broken in the sky wall. A loud bang was like the collapse of the sky and the beginning of chaos, shaking most of the stars, causing thousands of people to exclaim and look up. Fang Sui took the incoming punch head on, and his body retreated hundreds of feet. His face was like gold paper, and blood was dripping on both sides of his mouth. When the sky calmed down a bit, the two assassins who had captured the first assassin quickly rushed back to Fang Sui's side. Their silent eyes revealed a rare look of surprise. Obviously they found it incredible that Fang Sui could take such a powerful punch and survive. The raging magic light around Fang Sui slowly converged, and he stood up from his kneeling position on one knee on the cloud. The killer of the shadow demon level who had thrown a fatal punch had already moved away after missing the blow and disappeared without a trace and without a sound before revealing his true appearance. Facing the inquiring eyes of the two assassins, Fang Sui shook his head and took a breath before saying, "The second assassin is a 6th level demon general level shadow clan. His own strength is not strong enough to kill two assassins with one blow. He should have triggered some kind of secret technique to double his own strength. Therefore, although his attack was fierce, he only had the power of one blow. In one blow, he poured out all his strength. At this time, he failed and his internal strength was completely consumed. He could only withdraw. What should we do with this captured assassin?" a assassin asked in a low voice without ups and downs. Fang Sui stepped into the sky and replied lightly, "Kill him." Outer space. Soon after, Cybertron flew away and officially set off to return to the central region. In the vast starry sky, Cybertron glided silently at a speed that was not too fast, like an elegant disc-shaped creature. In the blink of an eye, it has been several days since leaving the ancient city of the East. During this period, Cybertron rushed along the way and almost wiped out more than a dozen of the most famous star pirate forces in the eastern region. However, Fang Sui, Zhang Shizhen, Guo Dongshan and others did not make a move. The battles were all commanded by Zhao Xianzhao and Wu Yanbo, who led some high-ranking children who joined the demon cult team and became peripheral members. Although Fang Sui's requirements were strict, even peripheral members still needed to be screened before they could join the team. But now there are many people who want to join the demon cult. In total, there are only 6 official members of the demon cult team, but nearly 100 peripheral members, making Cybertron more lively than ever. At this time, the training ground on the 3rd floor of Cybertron was extremely noisy. Nearly 100 powerful children of wealthy families were divided into 2 groups, old and new, confronting each other, neither showing weakness. "Rurik, you are relying on your status as the old man in the team and want to order us around at will. Let me tell you, we are here to serve Boss Fang and Guo Dongshan and other formal members. You, Rurik, are nothing. You want to order us around? No way. If you don't obey us, we will fight you. Heh, Wang Ji, you newcomers want to get angry, but you are far from it. Let's fight you." The 2 groups of young men and women faced each other, and they were very angry. However, they agreed to fight in a short while. However, they did not fight each other, but dragged out 2 bandits who had been raiding and captured in the East region during this period from the 4th floor prison. Representatives from each group fought the bandits to the death. It was agreed that 5 games would be played in a row, with 2 wins in 3 games. Whoever killed the bandit first would win. The bet was simple. The losing group would listen to the command of the other group in the next half month. Once the 2 gangs had agreed, they immediately started to fight without delay. In a blink of an eye, the fight was very lively. At the same time, in the main control room on the top floor of Cybertron, a group of official members of the demon cult team were watching the scene in the training ground below through the images displayed by the magic crystal. They laughed heartlessly from time to time, just like watching a fighting match. "Hey, Captain Fang, our team is like a bandit's den. There are only 100 people, and they have started to divide into mountains and fight each other. Don't you care about it?" Kong Sanfa's personality is relatively orthodox and well behaved among the crowd. Although he has also joined the demon cult, he values Fang Sui's strategy and wisdom more, but it does not mean that he will agree with all the usual actions of Fang Sui and others. Kong Sanfa saw that everyone was sitting in the main control room casually, watching the peripheral members fighting each other in the training ground through the images, so he spoke helplessly. Fang Sui's face was very pale. In fact, he was attacked last time and took the last punch. The price was very high. His body was seriously injured. At this moment, his injuries have not recovered, but his spirits are good and his eyes are bright. Guo Dongshan sat lazily in a position, holding a small paper bag in his hand. In it was a baking machine similar to a microwave oven made by Cybertron according to Fang Sui's requirements. Put food in it, and popcorn will pop out. Guo Dongshan put popcorn into his mouth one by one, eating happily, and said incoherently, Kong Sanfa, you don't know anything. What's wrong with the mountains below? This is vigor and enthusiasm. Otherwise, it would be boring to raise a bunch of idiots to mess around in the team. Look how exciting the battle is below. Hey, Zhang Shizhen, what are you doing? Give me back the popcorn. Zhang Shizhen was very quick. While Guo Dongshan turned around to talk to Kong Sanfa, he grabbed half a bag of popcorn, opened his mouth wide, and poured all the popcorn into his mouth. Then he threw the empty bag to Guo Dongshan and said innocently, here, I'll give it back to you. Guo Dongshan looked at his empty pockets, his face full of helplessness. Shizhen, can I discuss something with you? Fang Tuan asked Cybertron to make this weird thing called a beverage machine. When you pour water into it, something delicious will come out. It's fine if you move it back to your room and hide it, but we want to drink beverages, and you really have the nerve to ask for one energy crystal for each cup. You can just sell it to the peripheral members. We are brothers who have been through life and death together. Can you give me a discount? Zhang Shizhen decisively refused. No. 2 energy crystals for a large cup, 1 energy crystal for a small cup, no bargaining. Then he rolled his eyes at Guo Dongshan in annoyance. You still have the nerve to talk about me. Didn't I let you bring the popcorn machine into your room? You are from a royal family of magic, but you are so petty. You ask for 1 energy crystal for a small bag of popcorn. How can you not be ashamed? Guo Dongshan leaned over and said, didn't I learn this from you? You should be content that I didn't sell 1 energy crystal for 1 grain of popcorn. Zhao Xianzhao and Wu Yanbo, who was sitting on the side watching a movie, looked at each other and shook their heads in frustration, saying, you two are shameless enough. Fang Tao asked Cybertron to make 2 machines, one for popcorn and the other for drinks, and said they were for public use. But you two relied on your strong force to fight for the machines at all costs, and you didn't know how to control the severity of your attacks. Look how you beat me. I still have a black eye. Zhao Xianzhao turned his head while speaking, and there was indeed a black eye on his eye. Zhang Shizhen rolled his eyes and ignored him, and said to Guo Dongshan directly, how about we exchange? I'll get a drink and you a bag of popcorn? Guo Dongshan's eyes lit up. Okay, I want orange flavored Coke, a large cup. Zhang Shizhen said disdainfully, orange flavored is Mirinda, and Coke only comes in 2 types, sugar free and sugar sweetened. How can there be orange flavor? You are so stupid. What do you want? Guo Dongshan was a little embarrassed and said embarrassedly, your beverage machine has 20 or 30 flavors. How can I remember them all? I thought about it and decided to change to iced black tea. The 2 people were bargaining over here, and Zhao Xianzhao muttered in a low voice over there, you've made me greedy too. Well, give me a portion of popcorn and a cup of Mirinda as well, and I'll pay with energy crystals. Wu Yanbo said, give me one too. Zhao Xianzhao will pay. This group of guys got together and made a lot of noise. Fang Sui shook his head and laughed and came to the porthole alone, staring at the dark space outside the window. It happened that Cybertron was passing by a Taoist temple in outer space. The temple was huge, with brilliant lights and mysterious light, like the sun in the sky, making the tens of thousands of miles of empty space as bright as day. The entire temple was located in the vast universe. Inside, there were hundreds of high-rise buildings, towering mountains, waterfalls hanging in the sky, and a row of immortal atmospheres. Countless figures could be seen interspersed in between, and each of them had extraordinary cultivation. This Taoist temple in outer space was extremely prosperous. Outside the Taoist temple, 4 asteroid-sized magical characters were erected in the air. The Taoist ancestral temple. Fang Sui thought to himself, I wonder if there is any connection with the Taoist concepts and related legends on Earth. In a flash, Cybertron flew away into the sky and crossed with the Taoist ancestral temple. After a while, Cybertron passed by another mysterious place, but it was in outer space. There was a celestial river rushing, surging like a giant dragon across the void. There were also tall buildings floating on the Cheyenne River, and ancient temples were scattered around, drifting with the current, creating a wonderful scene. Kong Sanfa's calm voice came from behind him. The Taoist ancestral temple we passed before is one of the top 10 major forces among the billions of sects in our 5 regions. The vast Cheyenne River we see now is the Cheyenne Wei Dao Chang, opened by the Dao family, who are the best at controlling water in the eastern region. They have many disciples and are very prosperous. Fang Sui nodded and chatted with Kong Sanfa. You wouldn't know until you talked. Only after talking did you realize that Kong Sanfa was able to speak in a flowery way, and his breadth of knowledge was even more astonishing, and he could say that he was all-encompassing and all-inclusive. When they started talking about Taoism, the topics involved everything in the sky and on the ground, life and death, and everything in the universe. Every word was a pearl, and every word reflected the secrets of heaven, which really made Fang Sui feel like a primary school student who had met a postdoctoral fellow. Kong Sanfa then talked about Buddhist doctrines, and he was even more eloquent. Fang Sui praised repeatedly and interjected from time to time. The two of them were discussing with great interest. Time passed quietly as everyone was doing their own things. A few days later, Cybertron successfully returned to the central region. On the same day, at the junction of the 5 southern region and the western region, the third death maze broke through the void and came into being. P.S. After the third death maze came into being, this volume is over. The next chapter begins a new volume in which Fang Sui ventures into the southern region to hone himself. During this period, there will be life and death fights, the 5 regions, and even the great changes in the situation of this universe. There will also be exploration of secrets and advanced practice interspersed in it. I believe it will be very exciting. Looking forward to your attention. This chapter has more than 4,000 words. Happy reading. Chapter 438 Southbound. The emergence of the third death maze caused the 5 regions to be filled with smoke and flames of war. But Fang Sui did not participate in the war. He planned to rest in the central region for a few days and then set off for the southern region and go deep into some life source stars occupied and ruled by the Shadow Camp alone, using the great dangers between life and death to hone and strengthen himself. The central region of the 5 regions. On the western star among the 4 stars and the inner ring of the 13 stars, in the Tower of Night in the building complex of the world of civilization, Fang Sui stood with his hands behind his back, staring at the vast sea of clouds outside the window. The vast sea of clouds is like a tide, and the waves follow the wind, rolling out all kinds of strange and wonderful forms. It was afternoon on the western star. The sun was comfortable and warm, shining on the white sea of clouds, making the white clouds covered with golden clouds, and the scene was beautiful and spectacular. Fang Sui's eyes penetrated the sea of clouds and overlooked the ground tens of thousands of feet below. The cold wind was bleak on the boundless land, and people were as small as ants. It was a time when the wind swept the fallen leaves. It was late autumn, and the weather was getting colder. In a few months, Fang Sui would have been in Wufang domain for 10 years. At this time, he stood by the window and inexplicably felt the ruthless years that followed year after year. He sighed. I seem to be a little old. Zhang Shizhen, who was standing side by side with him, was puzzled. Oh, I'm still young. Guo Dongshan, who was standing next to Zhang Shizhen, was even more puzzled. 2 psychopaths. Kong Sanfa said mysteriously, time flies. Who is not young, and who is not old? Who is a psychopath, and who is not a psychopath? The others looked over and said in unison, Kong Sanfa is a psychopath. We are not. Kong Sanfa blinked, turned around and walked towards the practice room, sighing softly. A bunch of psychopaths. Guo Dongshan shouted from behind. Kong Sanfa, I'm about to break through to the 5th level middle grade. Let's see who will advance first. Boring. Kong Sanfa's voice was calm and cold, and he disappeared into the practice room. After he finished speaking, Fang Sui and the others walked out of the room and came to the terrace connected to the Sea of Clouds, where they sat down leisurely. A pleasant afternoon. Fang Tao, after you broke through the 4th level, what level are you at? Why do I feel that your mana fluctuations have been fluctuating recently? Normally, it is at the beginning of the 4th level, but when you fought against Dark Killing Knight in the Star Gold Altar, it was at the peak of the 4th level. Zhang Shizhen scratched his indigo hair and said in confusion. Fang Sui smiled and said, my breakthrough to the 4th level was a little special. I had reached the peak of the 3rd level at that time, and was in seclusion preparing to break into the 4th level. However, Anubis broke through the level before me, so my magic power was boosted to increase. Although my realm was still at the 3rd level, my power level reached the initial level of the 4th level first. Then Buster broke through to the 4th level again, and my power was boosted once again. So when I made a breakthrough by myself, I naturally rushed into the middle level of the 4th level. Zhang Shizhen and Guo Dongshan nodded together. This kind of thing of breaking through 2 levels at a time would happen once or twice in the life of geniuses like them during their practice. It was not too strange. Then Fang Sui continued, you all know that after I broke through the 4th level, I stayed in seclusion for more than half a year before coming out. Zhang Shizhen said, well, as soon as I came out, I killed Yin Wuji and other 3 idiots who came to look for trouble. He went on to ask, Fang Tao, since you had already broken through to the 4th level middle grade at that time, why did you stay in seclusion for half a year before coming out? Fang Sui said leisurely, you forgot that I always have a divine crystal in my hand. After I reached the 4th level middle grade, I stayed in seclusion for half a year before coming out. I was absorbing this divine crystal. Zhang Shizhen suddenly realized, I was told that Fang Tao, you would be so powerful as soon as you came out of seclusion. It turns out that your true realm, after absorbing the divine crystal, has broken through the 4th level middle grade and reached the 4th level peak. Fang Sui spread out his palms, gathered a cloud of gas in his palms, and used the power in his body to push the cloud of gas in his hands to gather and disperse and transform into shapes, deriving from forms such as a dragon breaking through the clouds and a phoenix flying in the sky, which were very lifelike. Then he urged the clouds to gather and disperse, showing a scene of the chaos of heaven and earth collapsing, and then the clouds rose and dissipated in his hands. When Fang Sui evolved the clouds, he replied to Zhang Shizhen, after absorbing the divine crystal, the power in my body has been rising all the way. For the first time, I sensed a kind of original energy between heaven and earth. That's why I can touch the barrier of space rules at the 4th level. Now I can occasionally use the magical power of blasting the void. Guo Dongshan interrupted and joked, speaking of which, Fang Sui, your aptitude is really average. If I absorbed something as good as the divine crystal, I'm afraid it would be rare to leap to a high level in one fell swoop. You have only been promoted from the 4th level middle grade to the 4th level peak. TSK, what a waste. How can Miss Gao, a woman who is the most beautiful in the world, like you? Fang Sui replied casually, with your wisdom, how can you understand my level? Zhang Shizhen's eyes flashed with a terrifying green glow, and he said sullenly, well, so the members of our team are the ones with the lowest level now? Captain Fang, you are at the peak of the 4th level. Tina is in a wonderful state now. The blood of the God King inheritance in her body is constantly merging into her body. When she wakes up, her realm should have a big leap. Kaking said that she went home to visit her relatives, but she has been gone for so long. The news that came back said that she was undergoing a trial. If she succeeds, her cultivation will soar when she is born again. Guo Dongshan and Kang Sanfa are even more so. They are all going to be promoted to the 5th level middle grade. It's a pity that I was complacent when I broke through the 4th level middle grade not long ago. After speaking, he laughed inexplicably. Fang Tao, you are about to go out to hone yourself, and I'm prepared to do the same. Guo Dongshan said, where are you going? Zhang Shizhen said, the underworld. Guo Dongshan was stunned. can you connect to the underworld ghost world with your spirit and enter and exit it with your physical body? Zhang Shizhen said as a matter of course, yes, it starts after the 4th level. This afternoon was spent in a casual conversation among several people. In the next few days, Fang Sui made a series of arrangements, including matters inside and outside the team. He also went to the Central Star Arena of the Night Hall, which is also in the 13 Stars region. After several years of development, the scale has gradually expanded, and he talked with the Night Hall Master Orgler for a day. Perhaps because the Night Hall has developed relatively well in recent years, the skinny old man Orgler is in very good spirits, with a gleam in his small eyes, and his spirit is shining. After Fang Sui set off for the southern region this time, everyone in the team will do their own things. Guo Dongshan and Kang Sanfa will retreat on Cybertron and break into the 5th level middle grade. Although Zhang Shizhen is going to the underworld, he does not need to go out to travel. He only needs to communicate with the ghost world with his spirit in the night tower located in the world complex of the civilization of the heavens. Open the channel, and then enter it. The peripheral members of the team will all do their own things, and will be disbanded for a short time. Most of these team members have chosen to enter the 2 southwestern regions and fight against the Shadow Camp in the future to train themselves. Of course, there are also those who are ready to be lazy, go home to hide, or go sightseeing. Zhao Xianzhao and Wu Yanbo will go out with the 2 Protoss warriors in Cybertron, Vernon and Leviathan, and drive Cybertron out directly out of the scope of the 5 Directions region for interstellar travel. Kang Sanfa and Guo Dongshan are in seclusion in Cybertron, and will join them, after they come out of seclusion, to conduct interstellar exploration style travel together. Among the people in the team, their choices are the most desirable. In the evening a few days later, an appointment order from the Privy Council was sent to the world of the civilization of the heavens. Fang Sui officially became the chief of the 8 deputy hall masters of the secret hall of the Privy Council, and his position was second only to the current grand hall master of the secret hall. When this news came, many people were shocked. That night, in the mansion of the Lion family, the senior officials of the Alliance of the Heavens, the old man surnamed Lion had a gloomy face and a cold look in his eyes. In the building complex of the ancient Heavenly Palace dynasty, in a main hall, the Heavenly Palace prince also received a secret report. After reading it, he said to himself, the chief deputy palace master can get such a position. Is it really because of his own strength? Are there no old guys who want to take the opportunity to pull the transcendent force of the immortal land into the mortal world, to add fuel to the flames? Haha, when you take advantage of the situation, the heaven and earth will work together. Once you succeed, when you lose, the world will know that ants are always ants. GAO, this prince really wants to know whether the man you value is a dragon or a snake. Far away in the billions of miles of time and space, in the depths of the chaotic time and space bordering the 5 southern regions, the base camp of the shadow creatures, a deep and dark black hole at the other end, there is a huge dark star in the center. At this time, on this star, in a towering and dark building complex, there are 3 people, 1 sitting and 2 standing. One of the sitting people is wearing black armor, with an exaggerated and ferocious shape and an extremely strong body. This man's eyes were closed and moving like a magic lamp, with dim light flowing. He sat there surrounded by black air, which naturally gave people the feeling that no matter how the wind and rain hit him, nothing could shake him. His power was extremely awe-inspiring, and he was truly sitting in the mountains. This man was the leader of countless tribes of the Shadow Clan, the Demon General of the Heavens. One of the 2 standing was the former Demon Chief General who had fallen from the position of the Chief General because of his poor command of the battle situation. He was now a criminal. The other person standing side by side with the former Demon Chief General had a straight figure like a javelin, standing there motionless, but there was a kind of murderous aura faintly radiating outward, chilling people's hearts, and terrifying aura. The whole person was like a sharp weapon out of the body. The purpose of the 3 people gathering together was to discuss the subordinates and plans for attacking the 5 Directions domain. At this time, they had already made a decision. The Demon General sitting on the chair said in a thunderous voice, "Moi, you are now a criminal. Lord Demon Emperor wanted to execute you, but I saved your life. You must assist the new Chief General with all your strength. If you make any mistakes again, I will kill you with my own hands." The new chief general was named Anki. Hearing this, he glanced at the former chief general Moi with a playful look. Moi bowed calmly and said, "I dare not slack off for a moment." The demon general nodded slightly, and the new chief general Anki took over the conversation and said in a deep voice, "I heard that the mastermind who caused you, Moi, to suffer a defeat was actually a human youth, only at the 4th level?" "Yes," Moi replied truthfully. On the face of Anki, which was full of gloom and murderous aura, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. "How is this man now?" Moi lowered his eyebrows and said pleasingly, "Don't worry, Anki, I will take his life." The new chief general had a gloomy face. After thinking for a while, he ordered, "This man destroyed our plan and killed my people. How can he be killed so easily? I can only relieve my hatred by making him live a life worse than death. In this way, you order people to attack and kill the people around him so that he can witness his relatives and friends withering and dying one by one. This kind of pain is the most uncomfortable for human beings who are rich in emotions." Mishui laughed and said, "This plan is very good. Also, this time I'm born, I'm going to take action myself and capture Jiao as a concubine. Moi, you go and investigate her whereabouts." After the former chief general Moi took the order, Mishui waved his hand, and the new chief general Anki bowed slightly and retreated. At this time, Fang Sui was quietly leaving the central region, alone, heading south. PS. A new volume of Nun Crossing Shanzai has begun. Happy reading everyone. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 439, Wandering in the World. The origin of the 5 regions is ancient, and it is known as the place where life was first born. The region is divided into 5 regions: the southeast, northwest, and the central region. The central region is the core, and the other 4 regions surround it. These 5 regions are vast, and have countless life sources. Among them, the northern region is the most chaotic, with fierce folk customs, and is known as the war region. The eastern region inherits the heritage of ancient oriental civilization and practices immortality, and is known as the eastern immortal region. And the western region is called the gods region, where the glorious miracles left by countless gods coexist in the region, and the cultivation methods of gods and demons dominate. The remaining southern region is famous for its wealth and prosperity, with all kinds of civilizations in the region splendid, and thousands of families are in full bloom. Entering the southern region is like walking into a miniature of countless cosmic civilizations, and the diversity of civilizations in it always makes people feel incredible. It is precisely because of the gathering of countless civilizations that the trade in the 5 southern regions has also flourished. This has not changed even after the southern region was occupied by shadow creatures. It's just that many transactions that were previously open were forced to turn into secret transactions. At this time, on a life source star within the scope of the Wufang South region, a caravan was moving forward. The area around the caravan was very barren for thousands of miles, with flying sand and sparse vegetation. There were occasional undulating mountains in sight, but they were all low hills, with few high mountains and large swamps. It can be imagined that such a landform will completely degenerate into a desert in a few years. The sky was gloomy, thunder was faint, the cloud pressure was very low, the air was stuffy, and it seemed that heavy rain was coming. The whole team had about 70 or 80 people, winding their way. In the air hundreds of feet above the ground, there were people riding flying war beasts, looking far into the sky, responsible for vigilance. The people moving forward on the ground were in a strict formation, and many of them had strong fluctuations, which showed that the military strength of this team was not bad. In fact, this caravan purchased a lot of items from the Wufang region at a low price, and was ready to enter the area occupied by shadow creatures to sell items. It was a smuggling team. This kind of team living in the gray area has its own necessity for existence, and it has always been inevitable. All smuggling is mostly a speculative act by some people who act prudently and have flexible tactics, but there are indeed huge profits in it. If the border defense along the way that smuggling needs to pass can be properly managed, Sometimes it can even be a situation where officials and bandits are one family. The caravan that is traveling in the deserted area has less than 100 people in total. The scale is not large, but it is not small among the smuggling teams. The rhino-like giant beasts in the team are dragging 3 sealed black iron carriages, which are loaded with the goods that this team is going to smuggle to the area ruled by the Shadow Clan. Among the more than 10 people who are walking beside the 3 cargo carriages, and in the center of the entire team, there is an old man who looks like a rich man, who is the owner of these goods. There are more than a dozen people in the team, who are the old man's personal guards, and the other more than 60 people are an experienced team hired by the old man to escort the safety of this smuggling. The hired team is called Nightwalkers, a team that often travels in and out of the border between Shadow and 5 regions. They charge high fees for escorts, but the team is quite strong. Although not the best, it is also the upper middle level among the countless escort teams in the border area. The members of the team have a wide range of occupations, including warriors, mages, assassins and scouts who are good at assassination and hiding their tracks, wizards with mysterious spells, and yin-yang masters who are proficient in mountains, rivers, geography, stars and feng shui. The team even spent a lot of money to support a small sky-riding team of 6 people. This team's employer and escort have not cooperated for the first time, so they are familiar with each other and have a good chat while walking. Captain Leo, we will enter the border area occupied by the Shadow Clan in a few days, right? Now that the 2 sides are at war, our business of reselling goods is becoming increasingly difficult. The inspections along the way are very strict. I heard that last time a business smuggling team got into trouble when passing the checkpoint and was slaughtered by the border guards of the Shadow Clan. The person who spoke was the employer of this team, an old man who was used to smuggling at the border. He looked quite kind and always smiled before speaking. In fact, there was a shrewd look in his eyes, and he had a sense of sophistication. The old man was called Mu Cheng. He wore a dark brown robe and had a 2nd level cultivation. The man he called Captain Leo was a middle-aged strong man with long brown hair, dark blue armor, and the shape of Mad Lion. After the old man Mu Cheng finished speaking, Leo smiled and said, "Old Mu, you can rest assured. The caravan you mentioned was killed because they did not abide by the rules. They hid people in the team and prepared to smuggle them out. You know, for both sides, the existence of border traders like us is tacitly acknowledged, but the smuggling of people is not allowed. The Shadow side is particularly strict in checking this, and it is strictly forbidden for people to smuggle in the areas they control. If a team dares to help people smuggle from the Shadow territory to our 5 directions territory, once discovered, the entire team will be immediately destroyed." Mu Cheng said worriedly, "Maybe I'm a little old. I don't know why I have become sentimental recently. I always feel scared and ominous about this trip. After this time, I should officially consider retiring." Leo continued to smile and said, "Don't, old Mu. If you retire, wouldn't we lose a customer for nothing? Our Nightwalker team is not that big to begin with. Without old Mu to take care of the business, I'm afraid we won't be able to eat." Mu Cheng laughed in silence, and after thinking for a while, he asked cautiously, "This cargo is very important to me. If I can successfully sell it, I will make a lot of money, so I should be extra careful. I see that there are many new faces in your team. Is it okay?" Leo waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Mu. Our team expanded a while ago and recruited a few new people. But they are all clean and there is absolutely no problem." After speaking, he pointed to a young man not far behind him and said, "Mr. Mu, look, that young man is Fang Ji, who is the new person we recruited into the team this time. He is a 3rd level summoner who can communicate with fierce beasts from other worlds." Mu Cheng looked over and saw that the young man named Fang Ji was wearing an ordinary black robe and sitting on the back of the earth dragon beast that everyone in the team had. Perhaps he sensed the old man's gaze, turned his head and smiled faintly. Mu Cheng was worldly wise and did not lack courtesy just because the other party was an ordinary guard. He also nodded in return. Leo then said, "Besides, our 2 deputy leaders are here in person this time. Can you still be worried?" Mu Cheng subconsciously looked at the front of the team. There were 2 young men and women, each riding on a powerful beast, walking at the front of the team. The man had bright eyes, a strong nose, long golden brown hair fluttering in the wind, and wore a tight light armor of gorgeous texture, looking handsome. Even the earth dragon beast under his seat was taller than the dragon beasts ridden by others. It was tall and fierce. Unlike the green-brown skin of ordinary dragon beasts, his dragon beast was dark silver all over, as if it was cast from cold iron, and it was extremely majestic. And the fierce dragon beast had 2 bulges on its back. Anyone who knew something about the beasts knew that this earth dragon was about to evolve. Once the 2 bulges on its back were broken, the earth dragon could evolve into a 4th level flying dragon. The woman beside the man was even more stunningly beautiful, with a face of mixed Eastern and Western blood, and long dark brown hair as beautiful as a waterfall, fluttering in the wind, which made the woman's complexion more crystal clear and bright. The woman's slender waist was as thin as a willow, which highlighted her round buttocks and full and plump chest, which rose and fell, trembling. She was indeed a 1 in a million, charming and seductive beauty. She wore a cold silver tight armor with concave and convex textures like branches and leaves carved on it, but it also had a compelling heroic spirit. The strange beast under the woman was also different. At first glance, it looked like a white Pegasus with huge wings, but it had a bird's head, 4 hooves like hammers, which doubled its aggressiveness, and its eyes were cold. The divine place was not inferior to the earth dragon beside the man. These 2 handsome people, 1 man and 1 woman, were the deputy leaders of this escort team. Even in the entire 5 regions, the 2 of them are considered very outstanding figures. The woman's name is Jiu Million, and her aura is fluctuating. She has reached the peak of the 3rd level, and is at the level of being able to break into the 4th level at any time. The man's name is Leke, and his cultivation is even more amazing. He has entered the 4th level at a young age. It is said that many large teams have recruited Leke and promised him huge profits, but he insisted on staying in the Nightwalker team. The reason is a bit bloody. Almost everyone knows that Leke stayed in the team because he was in love with Jiu Million, the leader's beloved daughter, and he wanted to become the leader's son-in-law. People in the team are saying that Leke will soon impact the 4th level middle grade. At this age, he can have such strength. Even in the central region, he is considered a rare young strongman, not to mention in this border area, he is really a unique one. With so many highlights concentrated in one person, no wonder Leke is arrogant. When he looks around, he doesn't say anything to anyone, except Jiu Million beside him, and his face is as cold as ice. What do you think? Elder Mew, our 2 deputy commanders are well-known masters in the entire border. With them personally escorting this trip, there will be no problem with the safety of you and this batch of goods, Leo said proudly. Miu Cheng nodded repeatedly and suddenly heard a thunder in the sky. He glanced at the sky. It looks like it's going to rain. This place is desolate and ferocious beasts appear from time to time. Since it's raining, why don't we find a high ground to stay and continue on after the rain? Leo also looked at the sky, turned around and greeted the young man who had been introduced before. Fang Ji, go ask Deputy Commander Jiu Million. It's going to rain. Should we rest here? Avoid the wind and rain, and continue on the road. The young man named Fang Ji was naturally Fang Sui, who was hiding in this team, and preparing to pass the border, and go deep into the shadow-ruled area. After he left the central region, he activated the power in his body and slightly changed his appearance. His figure and face became slightly thinner. He suppressed the power in his body, restrained the brilliance in his eyes, and pretended to be a 3rd level mid-level cultivator. He went all the way like this, and finally came to the southern region. It happened that this team called Nightwalker was recruiting people. Fang Sui's heart moved slightly, and he joined them. He had already made relevant preparations for this trip before leaving. The new identity nameplate showed that he was a child of a small family in the northern region. Except for the name that Fang Sui gave himself, everything else was not fabricated, but true. The person replaced by Fang Sui did exist. He was practicing in a secret realm under the jurisdiction of the Alliance of the Heavens, and would never come out in a short time. Fang Sui's public identity was a 3rd level summoner. At this time, he urged the Earth Dragon beast he was riding on according to Leo's instructions, caught up with Jiu Mulan in front of the team and asked if he should rest on the spot and wait until the heavy rain was over before continuing on his way. Fang Sui said in a bored tone, "I'm lucky. I just joined a team and met such a beautiful deputy leader. She looks so pleasing to the eye." Fang Sui thought to himself and couldn't help but look at Jiu Million a few more times. Jiu Million obviously noticed Fang Sui's gaze and frowned slightly. She felt unhappy. She felt that the newly recruited Fang Ji had an unruly look in his eyes and was afraid that his character was not good either. He might be a lecher. Next to Jiu Million, Leke, who was walking side by side with him, glanced at Fang Sui coldly, full of warning and contempt. "Let's take a rest here and leave when the rain stops." Jiu Million's voice was like pearls hitting each other, clear and pleasant, unforgettable. A few minutes later, the whole team camped on a nearby high ground, and the sky gradually darkened, and the stars rose into the sky. Night came with heavy rain. Fang Sui stayed alone in a tent in a corner. He looked like he was taking a nap, but in fact, he was activating the power in his body to heal the injuries that had not been fully recovered after the last attack. At the same time, thin black air quietly flowed out from Fang Sui's nose with his breathing and disappeared in the rain and darkness like a spirit snake wandering in the world. PS. Happy reading. Please subscribe and recommend, and please vote for me! Exclamation mark. Chapter 440 The Life of a Raindrop. The rain curtain was like a bead curtain, separating the sky from the earth, and everything was shrouded in a hazy rainy night. Thunderous sounds exploded from time to time in the sky, shocking people's eardrums. Fang Sui opened a tent in the wild, and the light of the spell on the roof overflowed. When the raindrops fell a few feet away from the tent, they would be blocked by an invisible force and slide down to the side. Fang Sui lay on his side in the tent with his eyes closed, as if he had fallen asleep. In fact, the power in his body was flowing like a river, and the 361 orifices were all like the bright sky, flawless and spotless. When a wisp of black air flowed out of his nose, something wonderful happened. This wisp of black air was transformed from the underworld armor that was nurtured in the center of the 4 underworld mountains in his body. This armor was first engraved with the extremely mysterious life spell by Fang Sui, and then absorbed the original essence of the demigod Baisha. At this time, the power was mysterious, and the changes of reality and illusion were all as expected. Fang Sui placed a thought on the key machine of the armor, and when it was released from his body, it was as if he was traveling the world with his mind. This key machine of the underworld armor could travel to the sky and the underworld. In just a short time, it traveled millions of miles in the sky and on the ground, which was unbelievable. When the armor was moving in the rainy night, Fang Sui heard thousands of sounds at the same time. The clear and dense sound of falling rain, the roar of dragon beasts in the camp, the thunder in the sky, the roar of unknown beasts in the wilderness, the sound of raindrops splashing and breaking on the ground, all of which were heard, interweaving into a mysterious music that only nature could compose, lingering in Fang Sui's perception. This process made him inexplicably feel a sense of being one with the world. Deputy Captain Jiu Mulan is so beautiful, her whole body seems to glow. Haha, if she is willing to be with me, I'm willing to risk my life for her. What crazy talk are you talking about? Be careful, if Leke hears this, I will peel off a layer of skin from you if you don't die. It will also be a big trouble if Deputy Captain Jiu Mulan hears it. Do you want to die? It is obvious that some guys in the team are daydreaming and suffering from love sickness. With Jiu Mulan's beauty, it is normal for the young men in the same team to be obsessed with her. Fang Sui caught these idle talks among the thousands of sounds between heaven and earth, and smiled silently with a slight curl of his mouth. The next moment, his thoughts were transmitted in his mind, and the key transformed by the Netherland armor was actually integrated into one of the drops of rain falling from the sky. So Fang Sui's thoughts were also able to merge with a drop of rain falling from the sky to the earth. This feeling was very novel. Fang Sui's thoughts followed the raindrops falling, feeling the friction between them and the air during their descent, and the deviation of their trajectory caused by the wind. At this moment, time seemed to slow down in Fang Sui's consciousness, almost standing still. In the end, this drop of rain fell to the ground with a bang after a long time, like a reincarnation, and instantly broke into countless smaller raindrops. Fang Sui's heart moved again, and the air of nothingness transformed by the armor of the underworld attached to a smaller drop of rain that splashed out after the raindrops broke apart. Then this drop of rain also fell to the ground, breaking into smaller raindrops in a form that was invisible to the naked eye. In this way, the cycle was repeated, and this drop of rain seemed to be unfolding a unique reincarnation in the form given to it by heaven and earth. Soon, this drop of rain completely merged into the stream formed by billions of raindrops on the ground, and no longer existed. The whole process was like experiencing the life of a drop of rain, from nothing to something, from reality to illusion. This process was quite amazing. During the process, Fang Sui used his mind to merge with the heaven and earth, and the ki in his body moved rhythmically and surgingly. The injuries left by the last shadow attack were quietly recovered. At this time, another voice came from the camp. I have already said that I will not consider the emotional issues of each other in the short term. Leek, you are a very good person. I'm also very grateful that you stay in our Night Walker team. I regard you as a friend with whom I can confide. The voice was clear and pleasant, as pure as a mountain spring. Fang Sui knew it was from Jiumu Lion. As soon as he heard it, he thought with gloating, it turns out that Leek is too enthusiastic. Jiumu Lion bluntly treats him as a friend. Leek was given a good guy card. It will be difficult for Jiumu Lion to fall in love with him again. Fang Sui's thoughts turned, and he pursed his lips and chuckled. He had no intention of listening to the entanglement between men and women. The next moment, he urged his mind to control the wisp of nothingness transformed by the netherworld armor, to soar into the sky, and in an instant he arrived at a height of 10,000 feet above the ground. This height had already entered the cloud layer. This time, he controlled the armor to travel through the world, not for a momentary pastime, but to prepare to temper himself according to the practice method recorded in the Book of the Dead. At this time, when the energy transformed by the netherworld armor soared up and reached the sky, it turned from virtual to real, and the original form of the armor was revealed again. Boom. Thunder shook the sky, and lightning broke through the air. At this moment, a wisp of black air rushed out of the netherworld armor, and with a speed faster than light and electricity, it actually bound a lightning that fell from the sky and captured it. Boom boom boom. There was constant thunder in the sky, and lightning was dense. However, every time lightning and thunder appeared thereafter, they would be entangled and absorbed by the wisps of black air released from the netherland armor. Gradually, the black air overflowing from the armor became thicker and thicker, interweaving with each other, almost covering the sky and the sun, like a layer of curtain covering the entire sky. Countless thunder and lightning struck on this layer of curtain, and were silently swallowed by it. At the same moment, a mysterious vision was appearing in Fang Sui's body. All the thunder and lightning in the sky that fell on the sky covering black air transformed by the netherland armor would be transferred to Fang Sui's body. At this moment, it seemed that a thunder pool appeared above the divine land in Fang Sui's body, and countless lightning struck the four nether mountains and the divine land in Fang Sui's body like rain. Draw the thunder from the sky into the body and temper yourself. This is a great technique recorded in the Book of Death. It picks up all things in the world and beats them into its own body, making the source of power in the body, the divine land, and the four dark mountains increasingly majestic and solid, until they finally give rise to the supreme and heavy power that can crush the heaven and earth. At this time, the sky was covered with black curtains, and lightning was violent, and Fang Sui's body was synchronized with the heaven and earth. Thunder and lightning gathered on the divine land, and the scene was incomparable. Squeak. The lightning on the four dark mountains and the divine land was dazzling, wandering like a snake, flickering and fading. Fang Sui's body seemed to be creating the world, but the surface was lying peacefully, without any abnormality. The dark mountains and the divine land, which were tempered by thunder, continued to grow in power, and changed every minute and every second. This rain is really terrible. The sky is completely dark, without any light. This situation is really rare. When the power in Fang Sui's body was flowing, the people in the Night Walker team also discovered the abnormality in the sky, and they all looked up, shocked by the power of heaven and earth. However, the armor of the underworld was intercepting lightning and thunder in the sky, but it did not spread much power. The energy was obscure and mixed under the rain curtain in the sky. There was no one in the team who was above the 5th level and whose strength level was higher than Fang Sui. Therefore, no one could see through the truth that Fang Sui had swallowed thunder into his body. They just thought that the rain was fierce and the dark clouds were pressing down. Less than an hour later, the clouds in the sky cleared and the rain stopped. The heavy rain was over. At the same time, a wisp of invisible energy swam back into Fang Sui's body, still turning into a suit of armor, and appeared in the center of the 4 underworld mountains. Fang Sui smiled happily and opened his eyes. Just then, someone outside shouted, "Hey, Fang Ji, it's your turn to take the night shift. You are lucky. When it's your turn, the rain has stopped." Fang Sui stood up and walked out of the tent. He stretched his waist lazily. There was a crackling sound all over his body. He felt that the energy in his body was running, and his injuries were completely eliminated. He felt better than ever. The one who called Fang Sui to stand guard was a young man named Shansu who was recruited into the Nightwalker team with him. Seeing Fang Sui stretching lazily, he muttered, "You are such a lazy guy. You can't sleep in such a heavy thunderstorm. We practitioners don't sleep for nothing. Everyone meditates and practices whenever they have the chance. You are so lazy. It will be difficult for you to achieve anything in your practice in this life." After saying that, he shook his head slightly, obviously feeling quite emotional. He disagreed with Fang Sui's laziness. Fang Sui smiled and looked up at the starry sky. He saw stars all over the sky, twinkling like blinking eyes. The night was quiet and bright. In the next few days, Fang Sui traveled with everyone in this team. When he had nothing to do, he would sneak a few glances at Jiu Million, who was walking at the front of the team, like the others in the team. Even the silver armor could not hide her curvy figure. When Jiu Million occasionally got on and off the beast, her round and perky buttocks would stretch the soft silver armor tightly, which was a picturesque sight, making many young people in the team blush secretly. They wanted to see it, but didn't dare to see it. It was very interesting. "Captain Leo, aren't we going to enter the area ruled by the shadow? Although this place is close to the border, if we really want to walk there on foot, how many years will it take without teleportation? And if we want to teleport, shouldn't we go to some large cities? Why are we getting more and more desolate?" When the Nightwalkers team moved forward, there was a clear division of labor. Some were responsible for clearing the way in front, and some were responsible for holding the line in the back. The responsibility of Fang Sui and others was to protect their employer Mucheng, so Leo led the team and always walked in the center of the team. It was afternoon time, and the team was passing through a dry and barren valley. The one who asked the question was Shansu, who was walking with Fang Sui. As soon as he finished speaking, several experienced old team members around him laughed in unison. "Shansu, do you have a brain? We are smuggling. How can we teleport openly from a large city? We have chosen a special route for smuggling, and there is a teleportation array in front. You just need to follow it obediently." Shansu was surprised and said, "There is actually a route specifically used for smuggling, and there is a teleportation array?" This time it was Leo who answered personally. He sighed and said, "Of course there is. The teleportation array on the smuggling route was built by our predecessors who have been smuggling for many years. It took a long time to explore and build it. Most areas on this line can be reached by teleportation arrays, but the teleportation fee is really not cheap." He added, "The ones who control these teleportation arrays are all large teams on our border smuggling line. If they stomp their feet, the entire border will shake. They are about to reach the smuggling rest area where one of the teleportation arrays is located. Don't talk nonsense, and don't cause trouble when the time comes." As he spoke, Fang Sui suddenly felt something and looked up. "PS. Happy reading everyone, please subscribe and recommend, and please vote for me!" Exclamation mark. Chapter 441 Encounter. The other people in the team also felt it and looked up. Several low cries sounded at the same time. In the sky 1,000 feet to the left of where everyone was, there was a flying beast approaching from afar. The flying beast was very intimidating, shaped like a bat, with its wings spread out to a length of nearly 100 meters, covering half of the sky. The bat was gray and black all over, except for a pair of dark blue eyes, which were blazing and ferocious. On the back of the huge bat beast stood a short and sturdy middle-aged man, wearing clothes similar to those of a bat, with wide sleeves. The bat and the man on the bat flew above everyone in a blink of an eye. The man on it looked down, his eyes as cold as a snake. There were also 6 scouts riding leather pterosaurs in the Nightwalker team. When they usually patrolled in the sky in front and behind the team, they would be divided into 3 groups, with 2 people in the air at a time, standing in front and behind the team, to be responsible for observing the movements far and near. However, at this moment, the second level leather pterosaurs ridden by the 2 scouts in the team let out a whine and trembled uncontrollably when they saw the bat approaching. They dared not continue to fly and fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. This shows how vicious the bat is. What is even more shocking is that blood is dripping from the bat's mouth with sharp teeth exposed, and it looks like it has just hunted some kind of creature. It turns out to be the Nightwalker team. The short man on the giant bat revealed the origin of the Nightwalker team in one sentence. These are the mounted bats under the command of major border smuggling force known as the Bat Army. The thundering bat in front of us is at the peak of the 3rd level, and the man on it is called Dong Jiu, also at the peak of the 3rd level, but he and the bat are in harmony, so even an ordinary 4th level beginner may not be their opponent. The entire Bat Army has a total of 5 4th level bat beasts, and riders of the same level as the bats. Such a Linoop is one of the strongest forces on the border. The rest area of the teleportation array that we are about to arrive at is controlled by the Bat Army. Leo whispered to the newcomers beside him, including Fang Sui. At this time, the deputy leader Leek in front of the team waved and said, "Captain Dong Jiu of the Bat Army is here in person. Are you here to inspect the area?" The middle-aged man on the bat obviously knew Leek. He urged the bat under his feet to hover above Leek's position and replied calmly, "I'm not here to inspect, but my riding beast bat is hungry and is out looking for food. Leek, the leader of my Bat Army, Lord Zusaran, sincerely wants to invite you to join us. Isn't the position of deputy leader of our Bat Army much better than you staying in a small Nightwalker?" Dong Jiu of the Bat Army poached people without any scruples in front of many Nightwalkers. It can be seen that he did not take the Nightwalkers seriously at all. He was so arrogant that many people in the Nightwalkers team were angry, but they did not dare to get angry. When Dong Jiu finished speaking, Fang Sui looked at Leek for the first time and happened to see a flash of smugness on Leek's face. Obviously, being poached by Dong Jiu in public was equivalent to reflecting his value from one side, and this guy was not without satisfaction. Fang Sui sighed in his heart. Even though this man has decent aptitude for cultivation, he is not very sophisticated, overconfident, and a complete fool. Leek was not in a hurry to respond to Dong Jiu, but turned his head to look at Jiu Mulan first, and put on an affectionate look on his face. Unfortunately, Jiu Mulan looked calm, and did not look back at Leek. Leek felt somewhat embarrassed, and angry as if he had flirted with a blind man. He thought viciously in his heart, "I'll let you act noble in front of me for a few days. When you become my servant, you can give birth to a child, or laugh when I want you to. I will definitely punish you then." Leek then said to Dong Jiu on the bat, "Lek is very grateful for the kindness of Chief Zun of the Bat Army. However, I have already explained this matter to Chief Zun in person. I can only say sorry. Don't worry about asking more questions, Dong Jiu." Leek said this humbly, but with a hint of toughness, and his attitude was casual and calm. There were several female members in the Nightwalker team. Seeing that Leek could still deal with the Bat Army in such a dignified manner, they all looked in awe. Even Jiu Million was moved. A glimmer flashed in her eyes and she glanced at Leek quietly. Dong Jiu on the bat just asked casually, and did not expect Leek to agree. He was not annoyed by Leek's rejection. He glanced at Jiu Million with a fake smile and said indifferently, "Everyone has different preferences. You can't force it. Leek, don't regret it in the future." After that, the huge bat in the sky glided silently, like a black cloud, rolling away. The Nightwalker team, which was delayed for a while, set off again after Dong Jiu left. Many people whispered on the road, mostly talking about the majestic thunder bat driven by Dong Jiu, and some people praised Leek for his extraordinary demeanor and appropriate response. The team walked peacefully for half an hour. After turning a low hill, the view suddenly opened up. There was a highland in front of them, with a few green plants sparsely scattered on it. The key point was that in this wilderness, there appeared a small town built on the mountain. It seemed quite lively inside, and the faint noise could be heard from afar. This was particularly gratifying for the night walkers who had been traveling in the wilderness for days, and rarely saw human traces except for wild beasts and barren land. Miu Cheng and Leo beside Fang Sui also smiled at each other, and their expressions relaxed a little. Leo said to everyone, this kind of rest area on the smuggling route is full of smugglers, none of whom are simple. Everyone should cheer up and refrain from causing trouble. But there is no need to be afraid. Our night walkers are well known. As long as we don't take the initiative to provoke, others will not dare to take the initiative to provoke us. Everyone agreed in unison. Soon after, their team filed into the smuggling rest area in front. The entire rest area covers an area of less than 3 miles in radius, which is not too large. The ground is relatively flat, but there is no decoration and paving, just a yellow-brown dirt road. The buildings in the rest area are all made of wood, but they are also unique. Unfortunately, there are people everywhere, which makes it a bit messy. After entering the rest area, there is only one main road that runs through the front and back. People who meet along the way look at them with some unscrupulous eyes. Most of those who stop here are desperate criminals who smuggle at the border. They are all thorns. No one is afraid of seeing a team like the Night Walker, which has a little reputation. There are also many people who whistle at Jiu Million, and even make indecent movements, and have a presumptuous attitude. Jiu Million is not a rookie. Naturally, she has experienced many similar scenes. She has long been accustomed to it, and sat on the beast with an expressionless face. The Night Walker team often walks this smuggling route. They are familiar with the place, and soon found a courtyard with the nature of a small post station to settle down. The owner of the courtyard was an ordinary looking old man. Fang Sui saw Leek go up to chat with the old man, asking about the big and small things that happened on this smuggling route in recent times. After entering the courtyard, Fang Sui and other new members had nothing to do for the time being. Jiu Million, Leek, and another middle-aged strong man went out together to contact the relevant matters of teleportation. Leo was left to lead everyone to wait in the courtyard. He waved his hand and said, if you want to go out, you can, but remember that we will teleport away in an hour at most. You must come back before then. Shansu and others were all excited. They followed a few old team members and screamed and swarmed away. Fang Sui was not interested in this. He found a tree stump in a corner of the courtyard and squatted down. He chatted with Buster in his mind. Now Anubis' undead army is in the underworld and has crossed the middle of the underworld and is moving towards the deepest part of the underworld. Fang Sui was just about to split his thoughts and enter the underworld to see the situation when he saw Leo coming over and asked, don't you want to go out for a walk? Fang Sui shook his head and said, it's only an hour's stay, so why not rest for a while and not go out? Leo smiled, squatted down beside Fang Sui, and the two chatted. Fang Sui asked curiously, I have never been to the area ruled by the shadows. Can Captain Leo tell me about the situation there? I heard that the shadows take other races as food and treat people as captive animals. In this case, when we transport things there, are we selling them to the shadows or their subordinates? Before Leo could speak, another voice sounded and interrupted, neither. For example, it's like you raise a pet with the purpose of eating it in the future, but before eating it, don't you still have to feed it fat and white so that it will be easier to eat it when the time comes? The one who was speaking was Miu Cheng, who also came over and explained with a smile. Miu Cheng's metaphor was simple and easy to understand, and people could understand it at once. Fang Sui said, Mr. Miu, what you mean is that the shadow creatures allow us to wrestle their goods to them in order to fatten and strengthen the captives so that they will taste better in the future? Miu Cheng sighed, it's not just that simple. You'll see when you get there. The place has been ruled by the Shadow Clan for a long time, and many people have been completely domesticated by the Shadow Clan. They no longer consider themselves human. They even think that being absorbed and devoured by the Shadow Clan and becoming food is a way of dedicating themselves to God and an honor. Fang Sui made a no sound and said in a calm voice, what means can make people willingly accept death? and feel it is an honor? Leo seemed to be hesitant and didn't want to say more. Instead, Mu Cheng, who seemed to be very experienced in the martial arts world and a little cautious, opened the conversation. After thinking for a while, he lowered his voice and said, since ancient times, the only way to change people's thinking and achieve such extreme things as taking pleasure in death is religious. He added, in the areas occupied and ruled by the Shadow Clan, many sects are prevalent. As long as you join one of them, you will be subtly infiltrated by their ideas. Over the years, more and more people believe that dedicating themselves to the Shadow Clan is a mission destined from birth. Therefore, they think that being accepted by the Shadow Clan is a supreme honor. Leo was obviously also touched by some emotions in his heart. After a slight hesitation, he said in a low voice, what Elder Mu said is right. In places that have been ruled by the Shadow Clan for more than 100 years, most people are now siding with the Shadow Clan. Instead, they think that the people of our 5 regions are heretics who have embarked on a path that violates the gods and should be wiped out. How terrifying is this kind of religious spiritual infiltration? Fang Sui said solemnly, what are the names of the sects on the Shadow Clan's side? Mu Cheng said, there are so many sects. I don't know their specific names, but most of the doctrines are similar. They all preach that there is only one true God in the world, and the Shadow Clan is a clan of gods appointed by the true God to enter the world, shouldering the mission of saving this universe. There were many people in this small courtyard, and Mu Cheng was excited and stopped talking after a few words, unwilling to go deeper. In less than an hour, Shansu and others who had gone out came back one after another. After all, the Nightwalker team had been in and out of this borderline many times, and they were experienced and well known. Therefore, after arriving here, no one took the initiative to provoke, and time passed in peace. When Jiu Million and Leka led the people back, everyone prepared to teleport out of this rest area and set off immediately. Their team soon came to the foot of a small hill bordering the back of the rest area and went straight into the belly of the mountain along a passage built by opening the mountain. Finally, in a stone hall in the center of the mountain, they saw a huge ring-shaped teleportation array with strange light. There were more than a dozen people from the Bat Army guarding the teleportation array, and several people who were also preparing to teleport away. Among them were 2 young men, one wearing a noble Taoist robe with light yellow and silver edges, and the other wearing a clean white shirt. When the 2 saw Fang Sui and others walking in one after another, they turned their heads and glanced, and then retracted their gaze. When Fang Sui saw one of the 2 young men, he narrowed his eyes calmly. In the smuggling rest area at the border, I actually met someone I knew. PS. Happy reading everyone, please subscribe and recommend, and please vote for me! Exclamation mark. Chapter 440 To the Devil's Habitat. Fang Sui only glanced at the other person calmly, not intending to alarm this acquaintance. However, many other people in the same team were already whispering, because the 2 young men opposite were too handsome. Especially one of them. His appearance was the best in the world, and his demeanor was majestic, which many people had never seen in their lives. Even though most of the Nightwalker team were veterans, when they saw such a man, they also heard low discussions. Who is this man in white? I haven't heard of him. Such a brilliant person is most likely a young leader from an ancient family in the central region. He came to travel in the border. I don't think so. If he was from an ancient family in the central region, how could he know this extremely secret smuggling route? Not only were people whispering, but Jiu Million was also stunned when she saw the man in white. She was intimidated by his handsomeness and demeanor, and subconsciously moved away the white-shirted man's sharp gaze. Leka, who was standing beside Jiu Million, was originally a handsome man, but compared with the man in white opposite him, he looked like a chicken and a phoenix. Leka was furious when he saw the man in white looking at Jiu Million with a bright look in his eyes. He was so angry that he snorted. The man in white opposite him glanced at Leka, completely ignored Leka's dissatisfaction, and said calmly, I'm Wu Shen, and I meet you all. This man was Wu Shen from the Giangshan family who had a good relationship with UK King. For some reason, Fang Sui always felt that Wu Shen's appearance was perfect and almost demonic, and there was something wrong that he couldn't explain, so he was always a little wary of him. Fang Sui changed his demeanor and appearance at this time, but he was not worried about being recognized by Wu Shen at a glance. He stood in the team and watched coldly, thinking about the reason why Wu Shen appeared on the border smuggling route. Fang Sui's thoughts turned in his mind, and he glanced at the young man beside Wu Shen naturally. The young man was actually very stylish, wearing a gorgeous Taoist robe, with a stern look, and several people standing behind him, all of whom were his followers. It was just because he stood side by side with Wu Shen that the young man seemed less noticeable. When Fang Sui glanced at the young man in Taoist robe, he happened to see his eyes withdraw from Jiumu Lion, and there seemed to be a strange flash in his eyes. At this time, Jiumu Lion and Leke had already exchanged names with Wu Shen, who took the initiative to greet him. Afterwards, Leke stood between Jiumu Lion and Wu Shen intentionally or unintentionally, blocking their sight. Wu Shen laughed it off, and did not continue the conversation with Jiumu Lion. Not long after, the people in the stone hall and the mountain were teleported away one after another. When it was Wu Shen's turn, he turned back gracefully and said to Jiumu Lion, "I'm amazed to see a girl like you who has gathered the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the border area. I will never forget you from now on. Take care, girl." Wu Shen's words were somewhat frivolous. Not only did Leek snort again, but even Fang Sui frowned secretly, thinking, in front of Kaking and me, Wu Shen always behaves like a gentleman, but his words at this time are different from before, revealing a hint of evil. Is this his true nature? In the next moment, Fang Sui was suddenly startled, but he realized that Wu Shen took advantage of the opportunity to speak to trigger an extremely obscure magic, which was to use sound as a medium to form a kind of wave, which spread out and invisibly touched everyone in the teleportation stone hall, and then use the feedback of this wave to judge everyone's foundation. This strange technique is rare and difficult to detect, let alone guard against. In the teleportation stone hall, it was not Fang Sui who instantly closed 361 acupoints in his body. The two sources of power in his sea of consciousness and lower abdomen also darkened instantly. There was no strong mana fluctuation, and he successfully concealed Wu Shen's detection. However, the strength of others had been figured out by Wu Shen without knowing it. At this moment, Fang Sui's body and mind only maintained the third order power level. Wu Shen's detection did not find any abnormalities in the people in the hall. He smiled conceitedly and stopped the detection. Including Wu Shen, no one around knew that Fang Sui had already had an unknown confrontation with him. At this time, Jiumu Lion responded to Wu Shen's words and said in a cold voice, "Jiumu Lion is mediocre in appearance and does not deserve the praise of Master Wu Shen." Wu Shen smiled indifferently and said nothing more. However, the young man in Taoist robe beside him stared at Jiumu Lion again, with a hunter's smile on his face, and then he and Wu Shen walked into the teleportation array and disappeared. As soon as the two left, the people in the team went from whispering to buzzing. Someone said bluntly, "I really didn't expect that there is such a handsome man in the world, more handsome than our deputy leader Leke, more beautiful than many beautiful women, but also heroic. TSK, such a person is like a god in the world." These words came into Leke's ears, and his expression changed suddenly. Obviously, he didn't like people comparing him with Wu Shen. Leke stared at the people who were talking with an ugly face. The people who were talking stopped their endless nonsense with some embarrassment. It happened that Deng Jiu of the Bat Army walked in from outside with his hands behind his back. Leke immediately greeted him and pulled Deng Jiu to the side to whisper. Fang Sui's power flowed through his body, and his hearing doubled, and he instantly took in the conversation between the two. "Do you know who the two guys who teleported away earlier were?" Leek asked with a gloomy look. Deng Jiu glanced at Leek and laughed dryly. "The young man in white was passing through our territory for the first time, and I didn't recognize him at all. The other one in Taoist robes, although I don't know him either, but I advise you not to provoke him. I heard that his status is extremely noble, and we can't afford to provoke him at this level." Leek did not comment, and raised the corners of his mouth in a somewhat sinister way. Not long after, Fang Sui and his team paid the fee, and prepared to teleport away. Before entering the teleportation array, Fang Sui felt that the fluctuations of the teleportation array were not stable and whispered to Leo, "The structure of this teleportation array is unstable. Won't there be any problems?" Before Leo could respond, Jiu Million, who had sharp ears, heard it clearly, turned back to look at Fang Sui with a slightly cold face, and said contemptuously, "Coward." After speaking, she strode into the teleportation array and disappeared in a flash. Leek sneered and looked at Fang Sui with a gloating look. Then everyone began to enter the teleportation array one after another. After the entire team disappeared through the teleportation array, Dong Jiu stood there with a slightly cold expression and said to himself with a smile, "This time, the Night Walkers are destined to suffer heavy losses, and the whole army may be wiped out." On the other side, Fang Sui and others walked out of the other end of the teleportation array and appeared in a stone hall. There was still a whole team of Bat Army troops standing guard around them with cold faces, ignoring the appearance of everyone. After Leek came out, he did not see the traces of Wu Shen and the Taoist robe youth, and he was obviously relieved. It seems that Wu Shen and the Taoist robe youth chose not to teleport here. Everyone did not stay here any longer. After walking out of the stone hall where the teleportation array was located, they walked up a flat trail and walked hundreds of feet before reaching the ground. It turned out that the teleportation array here was hidden deep underground. After walking out of the underground, everyone looked around and could see that they were now in a deserted and collapsed but huge stone hall. Looking beyond the broken and collapsed walls of the stone hall, you can see ancient trees towering and colorful outside the hall. It seems to be an endless jungle. Leo said to the whole team, "We need to walk through the jungle for several days before we can reach the next teleportation location." He continued, "This jungle outside is called the Habitat of Demons. Legend has it that in the ancient times, a 7th level demon king once lived in the depths of the forest. There are still related ruins in the depths of the jungle. This jungle is also inhabited by fierce creatures such as the jungle overlord demon lizard, so pay attention to maintaining formation when moving forward, and don't fall behind. But everyone doesn't have to worry too much. The route we chose is a route that has been traveled many times in the past and is relatively safe." After Leo's introduction, the whole team took a short rest and walked out of the huge stone hall with a hidden teleportation array underground and officially entered the demon jungle. After walking out of the stone hall, Fang Sui looked back. Although the stone hall was severely damaged and most of it collapsed, some of the remaining buildings were still tall and majestic, reaching straight into the sky. It can be seen that when the stone temple was intact, it must have been a very majestic mythological building. It was morning, and the sun was rising outside. The brilliant light shone down, shining through the gaps between the dense trees in the jungle, like golden sand sprinkled on the ground. Seeing Fang Sui looking back at the stone temple, Leo said, "Most of our smuggling routes are to find teleportation arrays in rarely visited ruins, repair them, restart them, and teleport. So you will feel that the fluctuations of the teleportation array are unstable, and it is true, because it is a repaired thing. Of course it cannot be as stable as when it was intact." He added, "This stone temple is said to have been built by the Mayako giants in ancient times. They are a famous cosmic fighting race. When the Shadow Clan first invaded our 5 Directions domain, they fought a bloody battle with the Shadow Clan. This temple site is a temple where the Mayako giants prayed for divine power. Later, the tribe was defeated, and all the people were slaughtered by the Shadow Clan, and this site was abandoned." Fang Sui nodded and retracted his gaze. The team began to go deeper into the jungle. The ruins of the Mayako giant temple were hidden behind a bunch of lush trees, and could no longer be seen. Perhaps because the route they chose was often used by smugglers, the road in the jungle was vaguely discernible. They walked for a long time in the jungle with towering trees and a sultry environment, but they never encountered any danger. It was just that the roars of beasts from the depths of the jungle made people feel a little uneasy. Some roars were so powerful that the earth dragon beasts in Fang Sui's team, or the leather pterosaurs acting as scouts in the sky, were obviously a little uneasy when they heard the roars from the depths of the jungle. Shansu and other newcomers also looked pale, and they were a little afraid of the density of the roars from the depths of the jungle and the ferocity contained in them. Shansu secretly asked Leo, Captain, which life source planet in the southern region are we on now, and why are there so many ferocious beasts? Leo smiled and said, this is not a life source planet at all. There is a slight poison in the air, and it is not suitable for ordinary life to live in for a long time. Therefore, there is no city on this planet. It is all natural landforms. Large areas are jungles, and a small part is mountain swamps and oceans. How can wild animals not be rampant? Shansu's face was bitter, and he muttered, it turns out to be so dangerous. We actually came to a barren planet, where no humans live. Leo joked, it's not bad here. There are worse planets to pass through on our route. There is no air, abnormal gravity and other situations. You will know when the time comes. It is much more difficult than this. Otherwise, you think smuggling is so easy. How can you earn a lot of energy crystals without spending some time and taking some risks? Until the evening of that day, the team did not encounter much danger, except for some harassment from ferocious beasts along the way, but they were all first and second level species and did not cause much trouble. When night fell, the team camped on a mountain in the jungle for a short rest. Just as everyone settled down, they suddenly heard a roar that sounded like a roar from the depths of the jungle. Then many people saw a shocking scene that they had never seen before. In the depths of the jungle, the wind and clouds suddenly surged. PS. Happy reading everyone, please subscribe and recommend, and please vote for me! Exclamation mark. Chapter 443 Dragon Gives Birth. As everyone watched, they saw that in the distant jungle, towering ancient trees collapsed and broke in large numbers, and mountains were like grass, broken and thrown up, with debris flying everywhere. This scene looked particularly shocking from a distance, as if some kind of terrifying evil creature was rampant in the depths of the jungle, with the power to destroy the world, crashing into trees and splitting mountains. The Nightwalker team camped on a mountain top and looked from afar. Everyone was dumbfounded and horrified. Roar. Boom. A loud roar suddenly erupted from that side of the world, shaking the sky and the earth, and shaking the 9 states. Someone was stunned and asked, what kind of ferocious creature can be so powerful? A roar broke the mountains and ancient trees in an area of 100 miles, and all things collapsed. It must be a 4th level and extremely evil creature. Jiu Mulan looked solemn, gazing at the world from afar. The roar of this ferocious creature is like thunder, and it can be so powerful by attracting the energy of heaven and earth. It must be the overlord creature in this jungle, the demon lizard, or some powerful magic beast that is not weaker than the demon lizard. Someone murmured to himself with some doubt, although this roar is terrifying, it is full of pain. Could it be that the beast that made the huge roar is fighting with other creatures? Is it seriously injured or struggling to death? Jiu Mulan suddenly turned his gaze to Fang Sui and said, Fang Ji, you are the newly recruited summoner of our team. You should be most familiar with various beasts. Tell me, what species is the giant beast roaring in the depths of the jungle? Jiu Mulan's inquiry was certainly meant to consider Fang Sui, but it was also somewhat difficult. How can an ordinary summoner recognize what creature is roaring just by listening to the sound? Only a great summoner of at least level 4 and extremely experienced can recognize the species of some common beasts by listening to the sound. Shansu smiled and said, yes, Fang Ji, you are a summoner. Tell me, what kind of beast is making the huge roar coming from the depths of the jungle in the distance? The others urged in unison, yes, 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 Fang Ji, tell me quickly, what kind of beast can make such a powerful roar? Fang Sui looked calm, his eyes flickered, and he was not in a hurry to speak immediately. In fact, he did not pretend to be a summoner this time on a whim, but had prepared it long ago. First of all, there is a special chapter on summoning in the Book of the Dead. From the fact that the projections of gods such as Bast and Anubis are all summoned by Fang Sui, it can be seen how profound and wonderful the summoning techniques recorded in the Book of the Dead are. Besides, Fang Sui had been going in and out of the Twin Towers of the All Heavens Alliance headquarters whenever he had time, reading the various classics in the towers, which were said to be the most extensive collections in the Five Directions domain. He was no longer the beginner who was curious about everything when he first entered the Five Directions domain. Before this trip, he had already thought about pretending to be a summoner, so he had studied all the relevant aspects of this profession. Hearing Jiu Mulan's question, Fang Sui's face was calm, not showing the edge that was inconsistent with his disguised summoner identity, but he did not deliberately hide his incompetence. He said calmly, Deputy Captain Jiu Mulan should have heard that in the depths of this demon jungle, there was a legendary creature called the magic-colored dragon in ancient times, which was much stronger than the demon lizard. Jiu Mulan turned his head and glanced at Fang Sui and said in surprise, the magic-colored dragon is famous. Of course I have heard of it, but this species is extremely rare and is said to be almost extinct. Jiu Mulan's eyes flashed with interest, and he said, are you trying to say that in the depths of the jungle, there always a legendary creature, the colored dragon? Fang Sui nodded. TSK. A mocking laugh sounded, and Fang Sui knew it was made by Lek without having to look. The next moment, Leek beside Jiu Million said disdainfully, nonsense. Do you think you are a 4th level great summoner? Or a 5th level holy summoner? Or have you heard the roar of a colorful dragon? If not, how can you be sure that it is a legendary creature like a colorful dragon roaring from such a distance? Leek's words are not unreasonable. Considering that Fang Sui is only a 3rd level summoner, his judgment is indeed not convincing enough. The reason why Fang Sui knew that they're all coming from the depths of the jungle was because there are video materials of colorful dragons in the classics Hall of the Alliance of the Heavens, which record the sound of this strange beast, so Fang Sui came as soon as he heard it. At this time Leek opened his mouth to question. Fang Sui explained briefly, I have read a detailed introduction to the colorful dragon in relevant classics. This creature is one of the few powerful species that can move the energy of heaven and earth, collapse mountains and crack the earth with its roar alone, and cause the awe-inspiring scenes we have seen. Jiu Mulan raised her beautiful eyebrows slightly, and like everyone else, she looked at Fang Sui doubtfully. Let's not talk about the truth of what you said. Even if you are right, why do you think the roar of the colorful dragon is full of pain? Leek sneered and continued, if your judgment is correct, then let me ask you, since the colorful dragon is a hegemonic creature, although this demon forest is dangerous, what can hurt it? So that its roar is full of pain. Fang Sui said calmly, the colorful dragon is not fighting with other creatures at all. It is crying out in pain, because it is in labor. In labor? You said that the colorful dragon is a female beast, and is giving birth to cubs. Everyone's eyes lit up, including Leek, who was stunned. It should be noted that, if Fang Sui is right, then everyone is facing a great opportunity. The value of the young beast of the legendary creature, the colorful dragon, is simply unimaginable. More importantly, every creature will inevitably be very weak when giving birth. With the strength of the colorful dragon, everyone naturally dare not have any extravagant expectations of it, but if it is in the period of giving birth, there may be a chance. Therefore, after listening to Fang Sui's words, everyone's eyes flickered, precisely because of greed in their hearts. They were all thinking about whether to go and see if there is a chance to get a dragon egg of amazing value. Jiu Million's beautiful eyes were also shining, looking far into the depths of the jungle. At this time, the world was constantly ringing with huge and painful roars, as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was cracking. Even the stars in the sky seemed to be shaken and seemed to fall down. The power of a roar can shake the world. Mountains collapse, trees fall, and beasts are frightened. This power is really amazing, and even Fang Sui was moved. Jiu Million took a deep breath, and her chest raised an attractive curve, rising and falling, trembling, dazzling. What she said was somewhat unexpected. We have rested enough. Let's continue our journey. Leo and others were stunned and said, Miss, shouldn't we go and have a look? If Fang Ji is right, it is really a legendary creature, the colorful dragon, laying eggs. We will miss a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You know, if we can get a dragon egg, we just need to sell it, and our Night Walker team will expand and have the financial resources to become a large force. Others also spoke up, and most of them shared the same opinion as Leo. Jiu Mulan reached out and held her hair that was gently flying in the wind and shook her head and said, we should do everything within our capabilities. Even if there is a colorful dragon laying eggs, if we want to succeed with our strength, at least half of the people here will be killed or injured. And the sound is deafening, but it is at least hundreds of miles away from us. There are many powerful creatures in this demon jungle. If we want to cross the jungle, it is hard to say whether we can reach the colorful dragon. Besides, we still have the task of protecting Muleo. Can we ignore Muleo and only consider our own development because of the temptation of interests? Then how can our Nightwalker team gain a foothold in this industry in the future? Jiu Mulan's tone became a little harsh when she said this. Everyone looked at each other and was speechless. Mu Cheng was very pleased and bowed to Jiu Mulan to express his gratitude. Fang Sui's eyes were also slightly appreciative. Jiu Million was really impressive. She could introspect herself and knew that, even if it was really a colorful dragon laying eggs, it was not something they could covet. Her character was quite rare. No wonder she could lead so many people as a woman. She was really convincing. Jiu Million suddenly smiled and said, besides, there are colorful dragons laying eggs in the deep jungle. This is all Fang Ji's analysis and speculation. Do you really believe it? Anyway, I don't believe it. After that, she said coquettishly, okay, let's get ready to set off. The others looked at each other. Although they were a little unwilling, they didn't say anything more. Not long after, the team set out again, traveling under the stars and the moon. The weather in the jungle changed suddenly. After walking for more than an hour, it suddenly rained heavily. The thunder and the roar of beasts in the deep jungle intertwined, one after another, and the power became more and more amazing. In the heavy rain, and in such a dangerous place as a devil's jungle, it was not suitable to continue on the journey. The group found a high ground nearby and set up camp again, to wait for the rain to stop. Roar. The roars from the depths of the jungle were heard from time to time, which was breathtaking. Fang Sui took out the tent from the storage space of the identity nameplate, triggered the trigger, and the small tent automatically opened, forming a small space to shelter from the wind and rain. Fang Sui was about to enter the tent and take advantage of the rainy night to pick the thunder from the sky again and temper the underworld mountain and divine soil in his body, but he didn't expect that Lek would suddenly visit in the rain. Fang Sui looked calm, as if he had expected it. Lek approached and asked with a sullen face, how sure are you that it is a colorful dragon giving birth to a cub? This guy was obviously greedy. Although he didn't believe Fang Sui's words completely, he was unwilling to let go of the opportunity and wanted to pick up bargains where the colorful dragon was. Fang Sui curled his lips secretly and said, I'm 70% sure. Lekka pondered and said, according to your judgment, what level is a colorful dragon that is giving birth? Is there a male dragon guarding it? Fang Sui smiled secretly in his heart and said frankly, it is said that colorful dragons have the potential to evolve to level 7, but the dragon beast that gave birth is probably around level 5. There is definitely no male dragon guarding it, otherwise there wouldn't be only the cry of the female dragon for so long, but no roar of the male dragon. Lekka's face showed an irrepressible joy. A level 5 colorful dragon, minus the strength that is bound to drop sharply during childbirth. With Lekka's level 4, he already has the confidence to approach and wait for an opportunity. Leek's thoughts turned, and he pointed at Fang Sui and ordered, I'm going to go to the place where the colorful dragon you mentioned is. If there is really a dragon beast giving birth, you will benefit. If it's fake, I will peel off your skin. You come with me. Fang Sui said without hesitation. No. Leek obviously didn't expect Fang Sui to dare to disobey his order, and said grimly, how dare you? If you dare to say no again, believe it or not, I will kill you immediately. Fang Sui said calmly, I don't believe it. Leek was about to explode, but suddenly realized something, and instantly suppressed the anger on his face, glared at Fang Sui fiercely, and turned away. Fang Sui turned his head and looked. In the rain, Jiu Million was standing in a tent more than 10 feet away, looking over here. When he saw Leek leaving, he retracted his gaze. Fang Sui heard Jiu Mulan's voice transmission. I didn't expect that a coward like you would be tough. Fang Sui laughed dumbly, went into the tent, closed his eyes, and circulated his strength, began to intercept the thunder, and tempered the dark mountain and divine soil in his body. The heavy rain never stopped that night. In the second half of the night, the roar from the depths of the jungle became more deafening, and there was more raging anger in the voice. Fang Sui heard the shock and anger contained in the roar, and felt a little strange. He thought that Leke, the idiot, didn't know the seriousness of the matter and went to the direction of the colorful dragon alone, but his means were far inferior. Even if he found the place by chance, he would never be able to hurt the colorful dragon. Why is there more anger and fear in the roar of the colorful dragon? Is there something else that took advantage of the colorful dragon giving birth and lurked aside and only took action at this time? PS. Happy reading everyone, please subscribe and recommend, and please vote for the monthly ticket! Exclamation mark. Chapter 444. Not at all. There were bursts of thunder in the sky and heavy rain outside the tent. Inside the tent, Fang Sui was analyzing the message contained in the roar of the colorful dragon, and he was curious. The next moment, Buster rushed out like a ghost, his cat eyes flashing, as if he could see what was happening hundreds of miles away. He stared in the direction of the colorful dragon's roar and said, "What's making such a loud noise?" Fang Sui smiled and said, "A colorful dragon is laying eggs." Buster's black eyes rolled around, and he said with interest, "Why doesn't the Lord join in the fun? The colorful dragon cubs are still worth cultivating." Fang Sui laughed and said, "I'm already a little busy with you guys around me. If I have more battle pets, it would be a waste of resources. It's unnecessary. Besides, people must exercise restraint. They can't see all the good things get into their hands, right?" Buster snorted and said disdainfully, "Hypocrisy." Fang Sui had no idea what to do with this lawless cat. He said embarrassedly, "I'm hypocritical?" Fang Sui was talking to Buster, but his mind was divided. The other thought was controlling the armor of the underworld to transform into gas to cover the sky, intercept the sky thunder, and temper himself. At this time, a thunder pool evolved above the divine land in Fang Sui's body, and lightning bolts were as dense as the rain outside the tent, striking the dark mountain and divine land in his body. Buster responded, "You said you don't want to join in the fun, and you can't get all the good things in your hands. You said that because you don't like the colorful dragon. If there is a spiritual creature of the level of the 4 great beasts giving birth, I don't believe you can't be tempted. Do you say you are hypocritical?" Fang Sui was exposed by a cat. He was stunned for a moment before laughing and said, "That's right. Although the colorful dragon is good, I really don't like it. It's better not to grab it." Buster curled his lips with a smug face that said, "I have seen through you a long time ago," and he was extremely arrogant. The cat turned his eyes and said, "My lord, you are not interested, but I'm going to join in the fun." Without waiting for Fang Sui to reply, the cat's figure flashed and disappeared into the void. When Buster was still at a very low stage, he had the ability to hide in the void. At this time, he reached the peak of the 4th stage, and this ability to hide in the void increased. His mastery of spatial power was more profound than Fang Sui, and he was able to travel through the void for a short distance, which is the legendary teleportation. At this time, Buster disappeared in a flash, and in a few breaths, he traveled hundreds of miles, and arrived at the location of the colorful dragon that roared like thunder. Fang Sui thought about it, and prepared to go and see the situation. With a slight movement of his mind, the Hades armor that originally intercepted the thunder in the sky immediately turned into a wisp of nothingness. In an instant, he traveled proudly in the world, and almost arrived at the place where the colorful dragon roared with Buster, quietly dormant in the void. Deep in the demon jungle on a rainy night, it was a ruin. There was a colorful giant beast on the ground, which looked similar to the evil dragon in Western legends, with wings, but with a slender body and full of power, not as bloated as a legendary Western dragon. The body of this colorful beast is mainly blue-green, and is naturally interwoven with magical patterns of various colors, which makes it look noble, gorgeous, elegant, and beautiful. Many top families in the 5 regions are proud to have a colorful dragon as a mount, not only because of its tyranny, but also because of its gorgeous and noble appearance. The beast lying in the demon jungle in front of him is a female colorful dragon, with wings spread out to a length of 100 meters. Unfortunately, it can only lie on the ground in pain at this time. Its wings have been broken, and it can no longer fly. Its abdomen is swollen, just as Fang Sui expected. It is in the process of producing dragon eggs. This colorful dragon keeps roaring and screaming, and colorful patterns are flowing around its body. It gathers rich heaven and earth energy around it and evolves various spells such as wind, fire, water, and soil, rotating around its body to protect itself. Due to the strong fluctuations of the power of heaven and earth, the mountains and the ground around the area where the colorful dragon is located have collapsed, and the towering trees have collapsed. The area within dozens of miles has become an empty land, with nothing left. Fang Sui smiled knowingly when he saw this scene. This colorful dragon was quite intelligent. He knew that his production was very noisy and could not be concealed from others, so he simply made a big fanfare. Cleaning up the surrounding area was also a way to protect himself, just like clearing the fields, to prevent covetous people from sneaking up and attacking. Fang Sui had heard a sense of fear in the roar of the colorful dragon before, but it was because it was under attack. There was a ferocious lizard-like creature with a dark green body, like a jade carving, and it was fighting with the colorful dragon. The lizard was huge, no weaker than the colorful dragon, and was extremely ferocious and vicious, with sharp teeth like swords, jagged bone spurs on its back, pointing obliquely to the sky, a tail like a giant python, and claws sharp enough to split mountains. This lizard has a third eye on its head, which emits a green evil light from time to time. Once it is stared at, the colorful dragon will be like being stared at by a demon. It will be absent-minded for a moment, as if its soul has been taken away, and the energy of heaven and earth that protects it will be broken. The place where the lizard's third eye is staring will also rot and expose the bones. The most deadly thing is that there are more than one demon lizards of the jungle overlord level, and there are 3 of them in total. They surround the colorful dragon in the process of giving birth in the center in a ring and attack it in turns. Among the 3 lizards, 2 are as high as the 5th level, and the other one is slightly smaller, but it also has the strength of the peak of the 4th level. At this time, the 3 lizards and the colorful dragon are fighting fiercely, fighting for life and death. Both sides are covered with wounds and blood flows like a trickling stream. Especially the colorful dragon, which was already at a disadvantage when it was under siege. One of its azure blue eyes, as clear as the sea water, had gone blind, and half of its head collapsed, leaving only one eye. The light was full of sadness and fear. It was not afraid of death, but of the offspring that had not yet been born, would die in the womb, and become food for the 3 demon lizards. Roar. The colorful dragon roared again, full of grief and anger. Suddenly, the surrounding ground was cracked, gullies were intertwined, and the power was unmatched. The 3 demon lizards were each swept up by a strong storm and thrown hundreds of feet away. They were covered with blood stains, but their skin was thick and their bones were not injured. They quickly climbed up again. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 demon lizards trampled the ground and launched a new round of offensive. They ran quickly, their tails swung left and right, sweeping up the mud. After being watered by rain, their eyes opened and closed, staring at the colorful dragon fiercely. Boom. One of the 3 lizards finally broke through the heaven and earth energy that protected the body of the colorful dragon, rushed straight to the colorful dragon, and started a close fight. After Fang Sui approached, his spiritual power was closely connected with this world, and he immediately knew the surrounding situation. Because it was a battle of jungle overlords, the momentum was amazing. Many people or creatures noticed the abnormality here, but not many dared to come and join in the fun. A smuggling team that also looked like it was passing through the surrounding area was lurking behind a collapsed mountain dozens of miles away from the battlefield, waiting for an opportunity to move. There was also a group of people who seemed to be from the Bat Army. There were 7 or 8 masters, who were also hiding dozens of miles away, standing on the backs of several bat beasts, and looking out from a distance. The other one was Leek. This guy was eager to gain something, and he was brave enough to get rich and dangerous. He was the closest. He was not stupid. He did not approach from the ground, but hid high in the sky, overlooking the situation on the battlefield. Fang Sui laughed in his heart. This guy didn't know his own strength. He was so brave that he dared to approach the battlefield. Crack. Just as Fang Sui was examining the surrounding situation, a cracking sound came, and the neck of the colorful dragon was finally hit by a demon lizard's tail, breaking it alive. Before dying, the colorful dragon spit out a ball of blue flames, which looked like a burning blue moon, and hit a demon lizard that was attacking from the front. In an instant, the demon lizard was wrapped in blue flames and burned fiercely. The strange thing was that the lizard couldn't make any screams or anything like that. It seemed that, while its body was burning, its soul was also invaded by the flames, and it died instantly. Not long after, the demon lizard seemed to be frozen. Its body remained intact, but it didn't move, and it was lifeless. When a breeze blew, the whole body of the demon lizard suddenly turned into flying ash, disappearing with the water and the rain curtain, without a drop left. Before dying, the colorful dragon struggled to tear open its abdomen with its claws, and grabbed a colorful giant egg with a diameter of about 3 meters. The colorful and gorgeous dragon lowered its head with difficulty, trying to see the giant egg, but failed. It whimpered, and crystal tears flowed from one of its intact dragon eyes, and it fell to the ground and died silently. This kind of survival of the fittest happens every day, and it is the unchanging law of nature. Fang Sui was not moved after seeing this, and asked Buster in his mind, "You came to join in the fun, are you going to get the dragon egg?" Well, the Lord is afraid that raising more war pets will waste resources, but our army of death is advancing in the underworld, and the more subordinates the better, Buster said with a smile. Fang Sui said, "You want a colorful dragon egg? Is there a way to bring it into the underworld to hatch it? And can you guarantee that its combat power will not be damaged in the underworld?" Buster said, "As a matter of course, this divine cat is a god's sacrifice. How can I not do this? As long as the colorful dragon egg is hatched in the underworld, it will naturally absorb the interface rules of the underworld and its combat power will not be damaged at all." It sounds quite impressive that this divine cat has trained a colorful dragon as a mount. These days, cats are riding dragons. This picture is a bit beautiful. Fang Sui dare not think about it. At this time, the remaining 2 demon lizards have opened their mouths and are about to start eating the corpse of the colorful dragon and the egg in its claws. In the distance, the bat army that was secretly watching was approaching rapidly, obviously thinking that the time had come and wanted to rush over to take advantage. At the same moment, Lek in the sky had also jumped down and turned into a meteor and rushed towards the colorful dragon egg. Fang Sui sighed in his heart, "This guy's greedy for money and is not ready to die. Ha, someone wants to snatch the mount from this divine cat." Buster rushed out from the invisible state of space with a whoosh. The next moment, the dragon egg that the colorful dragon still held tightly in its arms after death was captured by Buster through the air and succeeded in one fell swoop. At the same time, Buster stretched out his cat claws and waved, and the book of summoning appeared on his claws. The pages of the book turned over, and a ray of black light shot out. The entire body of the colorful dragon was shrouded in the black light in the book, and it instantly disintegrated into a colorful light, which was hit into the dragon egg by Buster's claws, without wasting any of it. The dragon egg absorbed the light transformed from the mother's corpse, and immediately shone brightly, with colorful halos flowing. With a click, a crack appeared on the eggshell, and it was about to hatch. Buster smiled and said hurriedly, "Lord, please clean my ass. I'm going to the underworld to hatch eggs, and this divine cat's mount is about to be born." Before the man finished speaking, he disappeared without a trace. Fang Sui smiled bitterly. This cat is really a rogue. It ate everything and left immediately. The dragon egg was snatched away by Buster in a flash. Leek, who fell from the sky, the 2 demon lizards, and the bat army troops who were approaching quickly from a distance roared in unison, but they could not find Buster, who appeared and disappeared. Everyone was furious. Leek's falling figure was scratched by a demon lizard who saw the delicious food flying out of thin air. Although he defended in time, he was still slapped away directly. His body rolled in the void and fell hundreds of feet away. He suffered serious injuries. After getting up, he vomited blood repeatedly, his face full of horror. Leek saw the opportunity quickly and immediately flew away. He left without staying for a moment. At the moment Leek left, he looked back at the location of the 2 demon lizards. A scene that he would never forget jumped into his eyes. A black armor suddenly appeared in that world. The armor was surging with black air. When it took a step forward, it showed the magical power of the law of heaven and earth, hundreds of feet high, and the pressure was as great as a mountain. A black air rolled out of the armor, like the Milky Way entering the world, unstoppable, and suddenly turned into a magic knife that seemed to be able to kill all living things. The knife flashed, as if the world was split in the middle. In one knife, The heads of two jungle overlord demon lizards fell to the ground silently, and blood gushed out from the severed heads like spring water. Then the knife wave rolled, and the bodies of the two demon lizards were gone, as if they were swallowed by the armor, and disappeared strangely. The blade rolled again, and a figure hurriedly fell out of the void. It turned out that there was a person hiding in the void around the battlefield. He was chopped out by the armor of the underworld. After his whereabouts were exposed, he hurriedly hid in the void, and fled in a hurry. The power of the underworld armor was revealed for the first time, and immediately Leek and the Bat Army and other people who were watching from afar were frightened. The Bat Army had not really approached yet, but they turned around, and left in panic. The underworld armor did not pursue, and then disappeared. At the same moment, the clouds in the sky cleared and the rain stopped. In a small tent in the area where the Nightwalker team gathered, a wisp of energy was taken back into Fang Sui's body. He slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were full of spirits. Suddenly, Buster's voice rang in Fang Sui's mind. What is this? It's not a colorful dragon at all. P.S. This chapter has more than 4,000 words. Everyone, happy reading. Please subscribe and recommend. And please vote for me! Exclamation mark. Chapter 445 Demonic Ruins. Fang Sui was a little surprised. What did Buster mean by not a colorful dragon at all? Fang Sui walked out of the tent, and at the same time, thought descended on the death altar in the underworld. Today, the death altar is as tall as a giant mountain, majestic and magnificent. It still has the shape of an ancient Egyptian pyramid, and the whole body has turned into ink black. Every part of the altar is flickering with countless dense spell patterns, more than the stars in the sky. The altar is suspended in the air for hundreds of feet and flying. It doesn't seem to be fast, but it's just because the altar is too huge and the speed is not obvious. In fact, it's as fast as an eagle flying. On the underworld line under the altar, there are more than 10,000 undead dead soldiers running, with a speed comparable to that of a cheetah, but without making any sound, and the formation is so neat that it is incredible. More than 10,000 undead tribes are winding like dragons, maintaining a high speed, and constantly advancing into the depths of the underworld, conquering all the underworld races they see along the way, absorbing the dead air from them to replenish consumption, and maintaining their combat power. The platform on top of the altar was 100 feet wide and square. On one side stood the eternal dark death gate. Behind the gate was an unknown mysterious time and space. Countless undead armies were imprisoned. Whenever the dark gate opened, the dead army would pour out like a tide. When Fang Sui descended, Anubis was riding a two-headed four-winged bone dragon and leading the army in front. Ulaius went to the laboratory on the 6th floor of Cybertron through the time and space channel, not in the underworld. Only Buster showed the appearance of a wise girl, wearing a black sacrificial robe. On her cold and gloomy cat face, there was a look of surprise and excitement, staring at the things in front of her. Buster was naturally looking at the egg of the colorful dragon. At this time, the egg had cracked from the center, and a head poked out of it. Fang Sui descended his consciousness on the altar, and when he saw the head poking out of the egg, he was also slightly stunned, quite surprised. It's really not a colorful dragon. Colorful dragons are all born colorful and extremely beautiful. It is said that the newly born colorful dragons are 3-colored, and 5-colored when they grow up. The king of the colorful dragons will have 7 colors, which means that they can evolve to the 7th level in the future. The head that popped out of the colorful dragon egg in front of them was not only pitch black, but also did not look like a colorful dragon at all. Instead, it looked like a phoenix bird, with a sharp beak in front of its mouth, and the dim light was as frightening as a cold knife. The shape of the beak was slightly curved, like the beak of an eagle and a rock. What was going on? Wasn't the colorful dragon born from the colorful dragon egg? As Fang Sui and Bast stared in amazement, the eggshell suddenly shattered and turned into a colorful rainbow, which was swallowed up by this black guy with his mouth open. After the eggshell disappeared, a small monster appeared in front of Fang Sui and Bast. Its body shape was similar to that of a colorful dragon, slender and powerful, vaguely like a giant python with 4 claws on its belly and wings on its armpits, extremely majestic. Just like its strange head, this guy is completely black and looks indescribably weird and fierce. When Fang Sui and Buster looked at each other, the little monster changed again. After swallowing its own eggshell, its whole body seemed to be covered with a layer of colorful clouds. with the original black as a background. Colorful stripes with natural magic power began to grow all over its body. In an instant, this inconspicuous black thing became brilliant all over, and the chicken became a colorful phoenix, with the whole body surrounded by the sun and wings spread out, up to 3 or 4 feet long. It tried to flap its wings, and flew in the air, then landed opposite Buster, with a cold and sharp look like an eagle, looking at Buster with a flickering look, and then looking at the hazy figure that Fang Sui condensed with his spiritual power, and descended on the altar. Look at this guy's sharp and cold eyes. He didn't feel any gratitude to Buster for hatching it. It also didn't have the habit of ordinary animals that would think the first creature they saw was their biological mother after they were born. The black monster's eyes were full of tyranny and anger. When it glanced at Fang Sui and Buster, its eyes were extremely unfriendly. Buster said in surprise, "What kind of creature is this? It looks like it has snatched back an ungrateful wolf." Fang Sui said gloatingly, "Who knows what kind of monster this is? It has the body of a colorful dragon, and the rest is not similar to a colorful dragon. The magic fluctuations it is born with are close to the 3rd level, which is not weak. This thing is extremely violent. If it weren't for the aura we two spread to suppress it steadily, it would probably attack us actively. It seems to be a guy who deserves a beating." Buster opened his cat's eyes and saw that the black guy was staring at him with fierce eyes. He agreed, "It really deserves a beating." Bang! Buster turned his face and raised his hand to hit the little monster hard. The little monster suffered a cruel blow as soon as it was born. It was slapped to the ground by Buster. With a snap, a pair of tender leather wings broke immediately. The little monster's eyes were still fierce and violent. He struggled to stand up. A fiery red line flashed on his body, and he spit out a ball of fire without making a sound, pressing towards Buster. He was born knowing how to cast magic instantly. Bang, bang, bang. Buster sneered and attacked ruthlessly. The little monster was almost beaten to death as soon as he was born. His bones were broken. Although the violence in his eyes was still there, 2 huge tears rolled down. He was actually beaten to tears by Buster. Fang Sui laughed and said happily, "Okay, Buster, don't bully the little friend. If you hit him again, he will die." Buster stopped his hand in dismay. The little monster was submissive and changed his mind. He was beaten so hard by Buster that he lowered his head and lay on the ground obediently. Buster said unhappily, "Sure enough, it deserves a beating. It will be fine after the beating. What on earth is this? It's so violent. I think I'm only stronger than it now. If it ever gets stronger than me, I guess it will eat me in return. But it will never be stronger than me." Fang Sui recalled the many classics he had read in recent years. He looked at the monster with a phoenix head and a colorful dragon body, and thought, legend has it that there is a kind of evil dragon called the Devouring Dragon. It is black all over, and even eats its own kind. It is extremely cruel and violent. It is a famous evil beast in the world. It is said that this devouring dragon has a phoenix head and a dragon body, which is more or less similar to this little monster. Ah, then how did it appear in the belly of the colorful dragon? Buster narrowed his cat eyes and kicked the little monster away. The little monster was kicked to the corner of the altar and hit the side wall of the altar directly, making a dull bang. Buster's kick was obviously very heavy, but the little monster didn't cry or scream. It rolled over and lay on the ground again and began to look around alertly. Fang Sui thought for a while and guessed it appeared in the belly of the colorful dragon. Maybe it's because the colorful dragon itself has the invisible blood of dragon eaters. This little monster is a return of blood, so it appears in the current appearance. He said, another possibility is that the dead colorful dragon mother had a bad life. Buster reacted as soon as he heard it and chuckled. It turns out that the father of this little monster may be a pervert who raped the female colorful dragon and gave birth to this little monster. Fang Sui laughed dumbly and said, if it is really a dragon eater, we are not at a loss. The legendary dragon eater is much stronger than the colorful dragon. Come on, you and your future mount get close, I'm leaving. Fang Sui retracted his thoughts after speaking and left the underworld. In the demon jungle, dawn is about to break. Seeing that the rain has stopped, the people in the Nightwalker team quickly packed up and were preparing to set off again. After Fang Sui packed up his tent, He heard many people in the team talking to each other. The roar that shook the 8 directions and roared for most of the night suddenly stopped. I wonder what happened? Deputy Captain Leek left the team to check it out. Maybe there will be some gains. We will know the news when he comes back later. If Deputy Captain Leek can really get the dragon egg, do you think he will give it to the team or sell it himself? Or keep the egg and hatch it and train it into a mount? I guess neither, but he will give it to our Deputy Captain Jiu Million to propose marriage. Well, this guess is really the most likely. While everyone was discussing, they saw a small black dot approaching quickly in the night sky in the distance. It's Deputy Captain Leek who is back. The Deputy Captain is very skilled and brave. He went alone in such a dangerous place as the Demon Jungle, deep into hundreds of miles, and came and went calmly. Everyone realized that the situation was not good before they finished speaking, and they stopped talking at the same time. Leek's figure was swaying as he flew back, and he looked like he could fall at any time. Everyone could see that Leek's figure was not calm at all. When Leek got close, he almost fell in front of everyone. Fortunately, Jiu Million, wearing soft silver armor, flashed with her graceful figure and caught the falling Leek in time. Everyone quickly gathered around. Leek's face was pale, blood was constantly oozing from his mouth, and he was obviously seriously injured. He said weakly to Jiu Lion, "I was wrong to doubt Fang Ji before. There really is a colorful dragon laying eggs deep in the jungle. I went there at the risk of my life, actually wanting to snatch a dragon egg for you. Unfortunately, just as I was fighting with the colorful dragon that had become very weak from laying eggs, a strange set of ink-colored armor suddenly appeared out of nowhere and attacked me. I was caught off guard and was seriously injured. I didn't get the colorful dragon egg, and I'm really ashamed to come back to see you." Leek's face became paler as he spoke, without a trace of blood. He gasped rapidly and continued to say to Jiu Lion, "Don't worry, even if I risk my life, I will help your father fulfill his wish and revitalize the Nightwalker team." After he finished speaking, he passed out. Damn it, which despicable person attacked the deputy leader? I will skin him alive. This person is really hateful. He took advantage of the fierce battle between the deputy leader and Kai Wenlong and hid in the dark to take advantage of the situation. When the deputy leader wakes up, we will ask the attacker about the details and pay more attention to him in the future. Maybe there will be a day when we can find the attacker and avenge the deputy leader. Many of the onlookers have always admired Leek. When they heard Leek's words, they were filled with righteous indignation and cursed. Fang Sui secretly felt funny. Although Leek was injured, it was not as serious as he showed. This guy took the opportunity to put on a good show. His purpose was nothing more than to impress Jiu Lion. His heart could barely be called treacherous. Jiu Lion was indeed moved after hearing Leek's true confession. After Leek fell into a coma, he personally helped him up and placed him on a cargo truck to rest. Not long after, the whole team set off again. The next few days were relatively peaceful, except for the occasional beast attacks. While walking in the jungle, there were no other accidents. After Leek was injured, he was in a coma for 2 days before waking up. Although he was weak, he still persevered. After waking up, he immediately went into battle with his injuries and walked with everyone in the team. He took the lead in everything, which made many people in the team admire him. Since Leek woke up, Jiu Million's attitude towards him has obviously changed subtly. The two deputy leaders worked together and discussed and consulted with each other while moving forward, which made Leo and others happy. Fang Sui had no obligation to mind his own business and always watched Leek's performance with a cold eye. In the afternoon of this day, after several days of trekking, everyone finally approached the next destination, a huge building ruins located deep in the jungle, the Demon Ruins. The ruins have been deserted for a long time, but in fact they are hidden. It is the last smuggling rest area outside the border of the 5 regions. Through the hidden teleportation array inside, you can officially enter the area ruled by the Shadow Clan. PS. Happy reading. Please subscribe and recommend, and please give me a monthly ticket. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 446, Inside the Ruins. The demon ruins are located deep in the jungle, surrounded by towering ancient trees and various plants. But there is one strange thing: no matter how lush the plants are, they will not appear inside the demon ruins, but only grow outside the ruins. Even though the demon ruins have been abandoned for tens of thousands of years, this has not changed. The ruins seem to be filled with an inexplicable power, which has always protected the ruins during the endless passage of time. Although most of the buildings in the ruins have collapsed, they are not buried by weeds. Legend has it that this ruin was built tens of thousands of years ago by a demon king who almost broke through to the level of a demon god. In the end, the demon king died here. After his death, he left behind a mysterious power that never dissipates and protects this ruin. Before entering the ruins, Leo explained to everyone the secrets that have been passed down through the ages in the demon ruins. So although this ruin was secretly built into a teleportation rest area by our border smugglers, in fact, there are constant strange things in this rest area, and all kinds of inexplicable events happen from time to time. Some people say that they have seen ancient demons appear in this rest area, and there are also 3rd and 4th level strongmen who died here suddenly, without any scars on their bodies, but their hearts were taken away from the air. Seeing that Shansu and other young people were frightened, Leo laughed. The journey was boring, and training these newcomers became a bad taste for experienced people like Leo. Leo never tires of scaring newcomers, and continued. When the ruins were first discovered, many people came to look for the Demon King's treasures and corpses. Unfortunately, without exception, all those who wanted to dig the ruins and look for treasures died inexplicably. Without exception, there were no scars on their bodies, but their hearts disappeared, which was terrifying. Many peerless masters came here to explore, but they couldn't figure out the real reason. Fang Sui sighed in his heart and had to follow the newcomers around him, such as Shansu, and be horrified. Otherwise, if he was too calm, it would be inconsistent with his role as a newcomer, right? As they talked, the group officially entered the demon ruins. From a distance, only some dilapidated walls and stone pillars in the ruins could be seen, even taller than the ancient trees that rushed into the sky nearby. Although the ruins were broken, they were still majestic. When you really enter the ruins, you will find that, although it is desolate, there is really a mysterious power left in it. Even though time has passed, no plant can grow in the ruins. The entire ruins are extremely neat. Unfortunately, as time passed, many buildings have long become ruins, and everywhere is filled with the mottled marks of time. The entire ruins cover a vast area, like a huge city, but it is as quiet as death, without a sound. Fang Sui and others walked through the countless collapsed boulders and buildings in the ruins. The team of nearly 100 people plus the beasts were always quiet. When they entered the ruins, everyone inexplicably became silent. Fang Sui had a strong curiosity about similar ruins. He turned his head and looked around. He could see the collapsed pillars, the ruined temples, and even some strange symbols on the rubble with relish. Unfortunately, this ruins has been dug and searched countless times by countless explorers for millions of years. It is impossible to find any treasures in the ruins today. Therefore, Fang Sui did not use any means to explore the ruins in detail. He just walked with the team in a leisurely mood. What was a little strange was that not only was there no plant in the ruins, but even the animals in the jungle did not enter. All the plants and animals seemed to have an inexplicable fear of this demonic ruin, and none of them approached it. The night walkers had been in and out of this ruin many times, and they were familiar with the place and had a clear destination, so they walked very quickly. The team went deep into the ruins for 2 hours, and finally stopped in front of a small square. Jiu Million, who was walking in front of the team, jumped off her mount herself, and walked to a huge broken stone pillar with a light figure and long hair, and pushed the stone pillar with force. Suddenly, the whole stone pillar vibrated, and a slight sliding sound of the machine buckle was heard. The ground in front of everyone slowly separated to both sides, revealing a stone staircase that was 100 feet wide and extremely flat, leading directly to the depths of the underground. There are 4 entrances in this ruins. They all need to be opened by people with strength above level 3. They lead directly to the underground castle that was once built by the Demon King. Of course, this underground castle has been occupied by our border smugglers and turned into a rest area. As the team went down the stairs, Leo introduced incessantly, the entrances to the demon castle and the 4 ruins are controlled by the 4 major forces that rank among the top smuggling forces in our border. The entrance we entered is close to the north end of the ruins and is still controlled by the Bat Army. The entrances in the other 3 directions are occupied by the robbers, Demon House and Evil Wizard respectively. The few families Leo mentioned are all powerful smuggling forces on the border, which are obviously stronger than medium-sized forces such as Night Walkers. As they talked, everyone continued to go deeper underground along the stairs, and it took a while to reach the end. There were 2 teams of about 20 Bat Army troops, standing in an underground hall at the end of the stairs in neat formation. The leader of the Bat Army was a middle-aged man. When he saw everyone coming down, he exchanged a few simple words with Leek and Jiumu Lion with a grim face. After collecting the fee for entering the ruins, he let the Night Walkers continue to go deeper along the underground passage. Fang Sui looked around as he walked forward, but saw that the passage was extremely spacious. It was not as dark and damp as the underground building he had imagined. It was not only as bright as day, but also clean and ventilated. There was no discomfort when walking in it. On the top wall of the passage, countless symbols were engraved, like stars twinkling in the sky. It was these symbols that made the passage bright. These symbols are a special language for the demons. Legend has it that they contain the secrets of the practice of the Demon King who built this ruin. So if anyone has studied the demon language, why not try to see if you can see something from these words? This time, it was Jiumu Lion, who had a clear and pleasant voice, who spoke. Leek seems to have become a different person recently. He is warm and friendly to the people in the team, and has changed his previous arrogance. He smiled and said, the underground part of the ruins is relatively well preserved. There are many interesting things. You may as well pay more attention to it. Maybe you can get unexpected gains. Fang Sui glanced at Leek. There was something wrong with this guy. He had intentions towards Jiu Million, and it was understandable that he was being attentive to her, but with his arrogant personality, how could he become so friendly? Along the way, he even took the initiative to teach some people in the team about his cultivation experience in his spare time. A person's personality is destined. This is so abnormal, and this thing is not quite right. Not long after, the whole team came to the end of the underground passage. Several newcomers in the team, such as Shansu, blurted out surprised sounds. The scene at the end of this passage was indeed very surprising. At the end of the passage was a huge underground abyss. The scope of this underground abyss was so huge that it seemed to have no boundaries. The exit of the passage was on the side wall of the underground abyss, connected to a giant castle with an area of 100 miles by a long bridge. The castle was suspended in the air in the center of the bottomless underground abyss, with black air swirling around it. It looked very dangerous, as if it could fall into the bottomless abyss at any time. The castle suspended in the air in the center of the abyss was ancient green, and looked a little creepy, like a cemetery, but it was majestic. The buildings in the castle were interspersed and staggered, ups and downs, and lined up one after another. There were no less than 1,000 buildings in sight, just like an underground city. This scene was obviously beyond the expectations of the newcomers in the team, who had just arrived here. No wonder everyone was surprised when they saw it. When everyone walked onto the long bridge connecting the castle and looked under the bridge, they saw that the underground abyss was boundless and deep, and it was impossible to see the bottom. The demon ruins on the ground are actually built on this abyss, like a lid, hiding the abyss underground. Leek's voice sounded again, explaining the relevant deeds of the abyss to everyone. The abyss here is thousands of miles deep, leading directly to the center of the earth. Anon Mayaji, who is proficient in cosmic numerology, has explored it and said that this demon abyss is the place where this star returns to its abyss, the intersection of all evil key. The corpse of the dead Demon King is likely buried in the magma connected to the Earth's core under the abyss, but unfortunately no one has ever found it. The interior of this underground demon castle was also emptied by treasure hunters that year. If the castle itself was not connected to the abyss key and could not be moved away, I'm afraid that not a single brick or tile would be left. As Leek spoke, everyone chuckled. The whole team arrived at the gate of the castle not long after, and there were still people from the Bat Army on duty here. After paying the fee, Fang Sui and his team were able to officially enter the demon dungeon. The buildings in the city are old, the material is unknown, it looks like stone but not stone, like gold but not gold, and everywhere is permeated with a dark green color, which is a bit scary. There are few people in the city. After all, this is just a secret place known by smugglers, and the number of people is naturally limited. Unexpectedly, the facilities in the underground city here are quite complete, and there are shops selling various supplies. The Nightwalker team quickly found a place to stay in the city. It was still an old relationship, familiar with each other, and settled down directly after arriving. Jiu Million personally summoned everyone, with starry eyes shining and looking around, saying, "This is the last rest area, before entering the shadow-ruled area. Let's rest here for one night. Tomorrow we will set off, and officially enter the shadow-controlled area. Everyone can disband the activities today. It should be noted that it is best for newcomers to go out with old people, to take care of each other. After all, this is Demon City, and some weird things often happen, so it's better to be careful." After Jiu Million finished speaking, many people looked at each other with a happy look. Then they each found their own companions, and with curiosity about the city, they went out for a stroll one after another. Fang Sui, Shansu and other 4 newcomers were assigned to the same rest room. He was not in a hurry to go out, but returned to the room first, sat cross-legged to circulate the power in his body, and performed a routine evening class practice that had never been missed since he started practicing. When the power in his body circulated for a cycle, Fang Sui's whole body was clear, and there was light inside and outside his body, flawless and spotless. His spiritual power was like a quiet lake, matching the universe, and reflecting the mysteries of all things in the world. In this wonderful state of extreme tranquility and emptiness, Fang Sui's spirit was omnipresent, and realized everything in the world. Suddenly, his spiritual power, that could see everything, caught Lekka's aura. He was walking out of the restroom alone, and came to a street in the underground castle. He identified the direction, and walked towards somewhere. Fang Sui's heart moved slightly, and he quietly sacrificed the aura of nothingness transformed by the armor of the underworld, and followed Lekka. At the same time, Fang Sui opened his eyes, stood up and walked out. PS. Happy reading. Please subscribe and recommend, and please vote for me! Exclamation mark. Chapter 447. I underestimated this stuff. The lighting in the demon city is a large and round artificial moon hanging high above the city, shining coldly like water, casting shadows on the buildings in the city, adding a quiet and cold atmosphere. Fang Sui wandered aimlessly on the sparsely populated streets in the city. When he came across some shops, he would enter them, and only look but not buy. What surprised Fang Sui was that in this underground city on the smuggling border, he actually saw the famous Wanwu shop in the 5 Directions domain, which opened shops on almost every life source star. This Wanwu shop is really all powerful and omnipresent. After strolling for a while, Fang Sui walked into a small shop with the word Rare Beast written on the plaque. The shop is not big and the business is deserted. Because of this, it is particularly enthusiastic to see customers, and there will never be the phenomenon of bullying customers. Seeing Fang Sui walk in, a middle-aged woman in the shop, who still had a charming demeanor and a particularly majestic and proud chest, had her eyes slightly lit up. She quickly stood up to greet him, and said with a smile before speaking, "What does this young strong man need? Although our shop is small, we have all kinds of items related to war pets and exotic beasts." Fang Sui walked around the hall casually, and the proprietress followed him step by step. As long as Fang Sui's eyes lingered on a certain item, she would carefully introduce it. Fang Sui was about to leave, perhaps because he felt that it would be unfair to the proprietress's enthusiasm if he didn't buy anything, so he smiled and said, "Our team is about to go to the area ruled by the Shadow Clan, so I'll buy a picture album of rare and exotic animals in the relevant area." Although the things Fang Sui bought were not worth much, the proprietress was very good at doing business. In order to attract repeat customers, she smiled and said yes, and her enthusiasm did not diminish at all. After Fang Sui paid the energy crystal, the proprietress sent him to the door and told him to come back. if he passed by the demon dungeon next time. Fang Sui nodded slightly and then wandered around for a while before returning to the place where the Nightwalker team was staying. Most of the people who went out of the team had not returned yet. After Fang Sui entered the house, he took out the atlas purchased at the rare beast shop and laughed softly. After he opened the book, his behavior was a little strange. Fang Sui did not flip through the book casually, but first opened the 3rd page, then the 6th page, and then the 2nd page, in a perfect order, as if he was unlocking a never before seen combination lock in this unique way. When Fang Sui opened several pages in a specific order, and finally closed the book, he urged the power in his body, and merged it into the book in his hand, and then something wonderful happened. The various animal patterns that originally existed on the atlas slowly disappeared, showing new text pictures. Fang Sui looked serious, and examined it with a burning gaze. Fang Sui's behavior was not without reason. He was the chief deputy hall master of the secret hall of the Privy Council, which was equivalent to controlling the intelligence department of at least half of the 5 regions. Although he had said before that he would report to the secret hall after returning from the south. In fact, some of the actions of the secret hall and the way of doing things in the hall had been gradually handed over to him, and he began to run in with him. The proprietress of the rare animal shop was actually a secret spy of the secret hall hidden in the border smuggling line. Fang Sui followed the Nightwalker team all the way, seemingly without any abnormality, but in fact, he had had a subtle contact with the secret spies of the secret hall on the border without the gods and ghosts knowing. Of course, Fang Sui's trip was top secret, and the spies who were contacted did not know his true identity. Fang Sui had bought this booklet from the store before. After opening it in a specific way, it recorded in detail everything inside and outside the demon castle, including the masters of the several forces stationed here, and the recent major and minor events in the demon castle. All of them were recorded clearly and in detail. Fang Sui carefully examined the contents of the booklet. Strangely, the handwriting on the booklet would disappear after he finished reading it, leaving no trace, and it became a genuine manual of rare and exotic animals. After a while, Fang Sui closed the booklet in his hand and said to himself, there are a total of 1 main, 4 deputy and 5 captains in the Bat Army. Among them, 3 deputy captains led the crowd into the demon castle 2 hours before the arrival of the Nightwalker team. This did not seem to be any important news, but it attracted Fang Sui's attention, making him frown subconsciously. On the other side, Fang Sui released the Hades armor and quietly followed Leek. Leek first walked around the city like Fang Sui, looking around casually, and there was nothing unusual. But then there was a change. After entering a shop, Leek suddenly played a trick, entering from the front door and leaving from the back door. This move was obviously to prevent being followed. Moreover, after Leek walked out of the shop, he changed his appearance and put on a one-piece wizard robe that covered his head, face and body. Even the appearance hidden under the wizard robe was changed to a certain extent. His actions were extremely secretive. Leek walked silently in the city, making several circles, and finally came to a mansion in the center of the city, and met a man of the Bat Army wearing a white robe with large sleeves. The man of the Bat Army said firmly, Deputy Captain Leek, you can rest assured. There are 2 of us, one in the light, and one in the dark. I will follow you all the way, to make sure there is nothing unusual. If someone follows you, it will never be hidden from my eyes. Leek nodded, and the 2 went deep into the mansion, past several heavily guarded light and dark checkpoints, and soon came to an underground secret room in the mansion. There were already 3 people waiting in the secret room. The oldest of the 3 was close to middle-aged, wearing brown leather armor, with a strong body and a fierce face. The other young man had a feminine appearance, and wore a gorgeous black bat robe embroidered with silver edges. His eyes emitted a dark red light that did not look like human eyes. The middle-aged and young men both had strong auras, and were 4th level masters. The middle-aged man had a particularly strong aura, and had reached the peak of the 4th level, which was even stronger than Leek who strode in. The last person left in the room was thin, and had a sinister face. He was Dong Jiu, the captain of the Bat Army whom the Nightwalker team had encountered before. After Leek walked in, the 3 people in the room stood up to greet him politely. The young man with dark red eyes, who had the highest status among the 3 people in the room, spoke first and said bluntly without too much courtesy, "First of all, on behalf of my father and the entire Bat Army, I would like to welcome you, Leek, to join us and become the 5th Deputy Commander of our Bat Army. I believe that our cooperation will be very pleasant for both parties." Leek also had a smile on his face and waved his hand, saying, "Saren, don't be polite. I will be working under your father soon, and I will have to rely on you to take care of me then. Well, are you in the Bat Army ready?" Saren with dark red eyes pointed to the middle-aged sturdy man beside him and said calmly, "Don't worry, we have sent out 3 4th level deputy commanders this time, and Uncle Guai beside me has even met a 5th level initial grade strongman without losing the upper hand. He is the strongest man in our Bat Army. If it weren't for the serious matter, we wouldn't have sent out Uncle Guai." He continued, "Lek, have you thought it through? You should know that after we attack, many of the night walkers who are traveling with the team will die. It can be said that they are seriously injured. The damage to the night walkers is not light." Leek smiled and replied, "Can things be changed at this point? When you take action tomorrow, it is most important to disguise yourself so that people don't know that it is your Bat Army that takes action. In this way, after this incident, I can take advantage of the opportunity when the Night Walker strength is greatly reduced and persuade Jiu Million and his daughter to join the Bat Army. It can be regarded as me leading people to surrender and making a contribution to the Bat Army." He added, "In addition, after we teleport away tomorrow, once you take action, you must pay attention to killing the employer Mucheng, otherwise the Night Walkers will have to compensate for their losses if people die, which will really shake their foundation. As for the Bat Army, kill some of the new recruits. They were brought out this time to die. Try to kill as few old members of the team as possible." Saren said calmly, "Don't worry, to some extent, the Night Walker will be considered one of our own in the future, so I will naturally not be willing to kill him too cruelly." Leek nodded silently, and Saren said jokingly, "Lake, your plan this time will allow our Bat Army to directly intercept a considerable amount of wealth, which is a small matter. The key is that after you persuade Jiu Mulan and his daughter to surrender, our Bat Army will have incorporated the Night Walker, a medium-sized force, without bloodshed. The gain is indeed not small, which is why we agreed to cooperate with you. It's just that you went through so much trouble just for Jiu Mulan. Is it worth it? After all, even if you don't do this, you can directly transfer to our Bat Army and become the deputy commander." Leek was obviously unwilling to talk more about this matter and waved his hand and said, "It's enough for me to know whether it's worth it. This cooperation has brought enough benefits to the Bat Army, and I have achieved my own ideas. We both get what we need. Well, it's not convenient for me to come out for too long, so I'll leave now. You should pay attention to acting covertly and never let people recognize you." Saren said casually, "Don't worry, I came here in person, so I have naturally thought it through." A few minutes later, Leek left the mansion. He did not return to the Night Walker's residence, but acted more and more secretively. After making many detours in the city, he changed his clothes several times in succession, and then secretly met with someone again, and then entered a secret room in a mansion. There was only a tall old man in blue armor sitting in the secret room. When he saw Leek, a smile appeared on his cold face. Leek also showed a happy expression. "Nephew, I have met Uncle Boyer. I didn't expect that Uncle Boyer would come in person. If this old man called Boyer was seen by people who walked on the border all year round, they would be very surprised. Because this old man Boyer is a helmsman of one of the largest bandit forces on the border. He is known as the killer of bandits, and is a powerful figure who can decide life and death on the border." At this time, Boyer said to Leek, "This time you are using yourself as bait and putting yourself in danger. Don't be afraid that the Bat Army won't take the bait. Tomorrow, when you Night Walkers are on the road, the Bat Army will definitely fall into the trap and attack you. By then, I will lead my men to attack them by surprise and kill the 3/4 rank deputy commanders of the Bat Army at once, which means they will lose half of their territory." Leek echoed, "Then our bandit forces can take advantage of the situation to annex the Bat Army and expand massively. It will be just a matter of time before we become the largest force on the border, and then we can monopolize the trade on the border. We will have a lot of money in the future, and it is not impossible for us to further develop towards the central region in the future. Boyer was obviously in high spirits, and he squinted his eyes and said, after this leak, you can also find an opportunity to reveal some information to Jiumu Lion and her daughter, saying that you discovered the Bat Army's plan to eat the Night Walker in advance, so you contacted our bandit forces and saved her from this catastrophe. By then, you don't have to worry that she will not be devoted to you. When you marry Jiumu Lion, you can also merge the Night Walker into our bandits. Leak, this plan you made kills several birds with one stone, and it takes all aspects into consideration. It's really good. I have no children, so I will let you take over the power under my command in the future. With today's achievements, I believe no one will have any objections. Leak's face flashed with satisfaction, and he kept saying modestly, my uncle is in good health, and there is no question of entrusting power to him. I'm willing to work for him. Boyle laughed grimly, and then the two sides had a good chat. Not long after, Leak left with a sense of satisfaction. This time he went directly back to the Night Walker's base, went to Jiu Million's house to inquire carefully, and then went back to his own house to rest. On the other side, Fang Sui watched Lek's busy work leisurely like watching a movie, and laughed dumbly. I underestimated this guy. He knew how to recruit thieves while finding people to catch thieves. He supported two families with both hands, and benefited from both inside and outside. You took all the benefits. How could such a good thing happen? The key is that I still need to use this Night Walker to cover my identity. How can I allow you to have your own plans and ruin my plan? Fang Sui was thinking about how to disrupt the situation, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, showing a hint of murderous intent. Peace. Happy reading. Please subscribe and recommend, and please vote for me! Exclamation mark. Chapter 448. Swords and blades respond to each other. There are white clouds like a sea between heaven and earth. In the world of heavens, there is a shanking cloud realm constructed by boundless clouds. The clouds here are steaming, and there are still clouds above the sea of clouds, layer upon layer like a heavy building. And on the top of the layers of clouds, there is an ancient land of immortal gates drifting with the flow, appearing and disappearing in the vast clouds, transcending the world. According to legend, this ancient land of immortal gates is an ancient Taoist tradition that has been left in the world since the beginning of heaven and earth and the chaos collapsed. This place can connect the human and immortal worlds, and is called the Land of Immortals by the world. The time and space where the Land of Immortals is located is very mysterious. There are no fixed coordinates, nor accurate and unchanging spatial positions. Instead, it operates according to a trajectory that contains the ultimate secrets of the universe, and is always in motion. It is precisely because of this feature that the Land of Immortals has been elusive for billions of years, nowhere and everywhere. At this time, outside the mountain gate of the Land of Immortals, a little light rose from nothingness, and in an instant it flew from billions of miles away to the near gate of the Land of Immortals. Suddenly, the dim light turned into a wisp of almost non-existent black gas. Then the black gas took shape, becoming a dark creature wearing black armor, and with a ferocious demeanor. After the dark creature appeared, it stood with its hands behind its back, with a monstrous aura. Its body grew in a breath, 3 feet. 30 feet, 300 feet, and finally 3,000 feet. His height reached the number consistent with the Great Dao, and then it condensed, holding up the sky, with eyes like the sun and the moon, standing proudly. The 3,000 feet true body of this shadow warrior was like a god or a demon, with a look of disdain on his face, looking down at the mountain gate of the immortal land. Suddenly, a voice that shook the universe like thunder rang out. I'm here to announce to the world that Jiao from the immortal land is my favorite concubine from today on. After a pause, the voice became louder. Jiao, you climbed the Shadow Demon Cave without permission, and I killed you. This time, I leave the demon cave and officially come into the world. No one in this universe can stop me. Today, I come to visit the immortal land to welcome you, Jiao, to the demon palace, and become one of my concubines. There was no response in the immortal land, which was quiet and peaceful. The shadow demon marshal laughed up to the sky and pressed on step by step. Gao, why don't you come out and return with me? Do you want the gate of the immortal land to be destroyed because of you before you give up? Where is Gao? Where is Gao? Where is Gao? This voice was loud and violent, shaking the 9 heavens, and the sea of clouds for billions of miles was surging and shaking, and the space and time in all directions were shaking, and ripples spread. The next moment, the laughter of the demon commander who had just emerged became even more powerful, and the 3,000 feet long demon body stretched out its hand and pressed towards the sky above the immortal land, intending to take over the entire immortal land in one fell swoop. Until this moment, there was still no sound in the immortal land, but suddenly a sword light shone, instantly separating the heaven and earth, and even time and space. The original rules that constructed the universe were broken by the light of this sword. At the same moment in the demon castle, after watching Leek's performance the whole time, Fang Sui said to himself with some amusement, there are many ways to disrupt the situation, but they are all quite tortuous and time consuming. Considering the level of these border forces, it is not worth it for me to spend more time to deal with them. In this case, although killing people directly is not the best strategy, it is the most time saving and labor saving. Well, there are also some rules for killing people. If you kill too hard, it will cause an uproar in Demon City, and the city may be closed under martial law, which will inevitably delay the journey of the Night Walkers. If you kill less, it will not stop them from taking action against the Night Walkers. In the Demon City mansion on the other side, after Leek left, Seren, the son of the Bat Army's commander, sat in deep thought with dark red eyes, without saying a word. The middle-aged sturdy man standing behind him, Guai, said with a twinkle in his eyes, young army lord, are you worried about the problem of killing the Night Walker tomorrow? Seren shook his head and said, no, Leek will join the game in person tomorrow. When we attack the Night Walker, his life and death will be in our hands. If he dares to play tricks, we will kill him first. He must know this, so how dare he play tricks? Besides, we are not without preparations for tomorrow. We can guard against him secretly. We don't have to follow his suggestion and give up carrying the bat riding beast with us in order to conceal our identities. We can bring the bat beast quietly. In case of an accident, we will sacrifice the bat beast. At that time, the man and the beast will be combined, and the strength will instantly increase by more than double, which is enough to deal with any trouble. Guai nodded and said, well, that makes sense. In fact, the old army lord has already instructed me to protect the safety of the young army lord first under any circumstances. I have made preparations in advance. Please take a look, young army lord. As he spoke, a half-human sized bat flashed by on Guai's shoulder, then shrank and flew into his ear and disappeared. Seren said with a slightly bright look in his eyes, Uncle Guai's bat driving skills have long been the best in our bat army. I didn't expect that his strength has improved again and is close to the level of human-beast integration. It seems that he can break into the 5th level at any time. It's really beyond the reach of ordinary people. Tomorrow I will have to rely on Uncle to put in more effort. Guai smiled calmly, turned around and walked out, saying as he walked, it's just a matter of killing a few Night Walkers. It's easy. After Guai left, Seren still sat in the same place, thinking about the details of tomorrow's action in detail, with a determined smile on his lips, and then he stood up and left the secret room. After Guai, the top master of the Bat Army, walked out of the secret room, he quickly came to another quiet room in the mansion, sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and entered into practice. The room was dark and time passed slowly. Suddenly, Guai, who was practicing cross-legged, felt a sense of warning from the depths of his heart. He suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were like lightning, like a sharp sword unsheathed, with a frightening edge. After opening his eyes, Guai saw that a strange armor with black air lingering appeared a few feet in front of him. The aura was empty. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, it would feel like the armor didn't exist at all. Guai had been in battle for a long time and was experienced. He didn't panic when he saw the unexpected. Instead, he grinned and said, "You're looking for death." After saying that, he stretched out his hand and grabbed it. His 5 fingers were like a mountain, locking the void and compressing the space as solid as iron, leaving the strange armor no room to dodge. Although Guyi was born with a rough and tall figure, he was actually delicate and did not have the problem of underestimating the enemy and being arrogant. On the contrary, he put all his strength between his palms and fingers and prepared to crush the armor in front of him into powder with the intention of an eagle fighting a rabbit and killing the enemy with one blow. Unfortunately, the situation was very different from what Guyi expected. At the same time as Guyi made his move, in front of one of the arms of the humanoid armor, black air intertwined, spells flashed, and a narrow black blade was silently evolved. On the blade, dark red curse runes flickered, like strange stars. The next moment, the black blade moved at a speed faster than lightning. The blade flashed, and Guyi died suddenly without even having time to react. He didn't even figure out what kind of injury he had suffered, and he died so unbelievably. In fact, this knife slashed off a breath of energy between life and death, not the body, so Guyi was unharmed, but died of his vitality. All his vitality was cut off by a knife, and he didn't even have a chance to defend himself. Such a strange knife, if seen by the world, would definitely be shocked. TSK. In the darkness, a bat flew out of Guyi's ear, and his eyes released two dark red flames, burning towards the strange armor. However, the armor swung the knife in midair, and the faint light flashed again. The bat was dragged into the blade alive, as if it was eaten by the blade, and there was no sound. Then the armor held the knife, and picked it lightly. Guyi still had no scars on his body, but the heart in his body disappeared inexplicably. The night was long, and the killing had just begun. Not long after, among the 3 deputy captains of the Bat Army who entered the Demon City together, in addition to Guyi and Seren, the other deputy captain who had always been hidden in the dark and did not show up also died quietly, and his death was exactly the same as Guyi. It was also in the Demon City, where the Night Walker settled. Fang Sui opened his mouth and swallowed a returning air of nothingness into his stomach. After the air of nothingness entered his body, it turned into the armor of the underworld, sitting cross-legged in the center of the divine land and the underworld mountain. A drop of blood in Fang Sui's body flowed back and merged into the armor. In an instant, blood patterns flowed on the entire armor, and the spell disappeared. After combining the natal spell and armor sacrifice, Fang Sui never stopped practicing this method of nourishing the natal spell with blood essence, so he could manipulate the armor remotely, as if he were using his arm, and became more and more proficient. After doing all this, Fang Sui closed his eyes calmly, and once again pushed the power in his body to practice. Time passed, and the long night passed. Above the Demon City, a large and round artificial moon gathered its light and slowly fell. A sun rose immediately, and the sun and the moon alternated, and the morning of the Demon City arrived. The Night Walker team is about to set off again, and prepare to teleport away. The people in the team gathered together, whispering to each other, or looking solemn. Even the old team members did not dare to neglect the area that was about to go deep into the Shadow Rule, and everyone was fully alert. Leke, who was in a dignified posture, had a look of joy in his eyes. Today will be an especially important day for him. The things he planned will be carried out one after another today. Leek smiled slightly and looked around at the people around him. These people were about to die without knowing it. Ridiculous. Sat. Leek thought to himself that with their qualifications and brains, the only purpose of living in the world was to become tools and stepping stones for successful people like him. Leek had no other use. Thinking of this, Leek couldn't help but curl his lips slightly and laughed mockingly. In a trance, he had a kind of transcendent emotion of being sober while everyone else was drunk. Unfortunately, things did not develop as Leek had expected. The change came soon after. Just as the Night Walker team walked out of their place of residence and headed towards the center of the Demon City, where the teleportation array was located, everyone heard a piece of news that everyone in the city was talking about. The Bat Army had a big problem. 2 deputy leaders, including the top master Guyi, died tragically overnight. The 2 died in the same way. There were no scars on their bodies, but their hearts disappeared, and they were all dead. This death is consistent with the legend of Castlevania, that there are ancient demons wandering in the city, specializing in devouring people's hearts. For a time, the people in the city were in panic, and many people were terrified. Even 2 famous strong men, who were deputy leaders of the Bat Army, died quietly. This news was really shocking. As for where the news came from and why it was spread, no one knew, and the Bat Army remained silent about it. What happened next proved that there was indeed a problem with the Bat Army. Leek secretly received a message from a Bat Army member that the attack on the Night Walker today was forced to be cancelled. So Leek's pride and expectations were wiped out, leaving only disappointment, shock, and horror. Half an hour later, the Night Walker team successfully teleported away from Castlevania and officially entered the area ruled by Shadows. PS. Happy reading. Please subscribe and recommend, and please vote for the monthly ticket! Exclamation mark. Chapter 449. A piece of news. When the Night Walker team walked out of the teleportation array again, they had already entered the area ruled by the Shadow Clan. The so-called smuggling route naturally could not be directly teleported to a densely populated area. Therefore, before the teleportation, some newcomers in the team had guessed the location of the other end of the teleportation array, knowing that it must be a remote and secret place with no one. But when they really walked out of the teleportation array, the harsh environment they faced was beyond many people's expectations. Everyone cast their eyes outside the green light wall of the teleportation array, but saw a vast field of vision and a flat terrain in the distance. Unfortunately, the ground was covered with a cold grey substance like ice everywhere. The place they teleported to was an extremely cold place that could freeze everything. Looking up, the light in the sky was dim, the atmosphere was thin, and there was no air on the ground. Obviously, this was still a star without human habitation. Fortunately, everyone was at the second level or above, so it was not difficult to hold their breath for a long time, open the internal universe, and form an autonomous cycle. However, what is even more terrible is that the gravity on this cold planet, covered by strange cold grey glaciers, is abnormal, at least dozens of times more than that of ordinary planets. In other words, without taking into account the pressure of being as heavy as a mountain and difficult to walk, simply conceptualizing and superimposing it from a numerical level, every step taken on this planet will cost dozens of times the effort in the past. The actual situation is of course much more difficult than this. Not long after, the Night Walker team began to move forward on this planet with amazing gravity and extremely cold weather. Most of the Earth Dragon beasts in the team are first level, and they can't stand this cold and airless environment for a while. The riders need to expend their internal strength to protect the Earth Dragon beasts, to maintain the speed of travel. The newcomers in the team only realized the difficulty of smuggling at this time. Lecker walked in the team with a normal face, and few people could see the gloom hidden in his eyes. Fang Sui's disruption undoubtedly made Lecker's plan completely fail. This made him extremely disappointed, but he did not give up. If one plan failed, he would come up with another one. Before teleporting away from the Demon City, Leek quietly sent a message to the leader of the bandit forces, Boyer, telling him his new plan. Thinking of this, Leek smiled gloomily. The Night Walker team was struggling forward on this cold and dead planet without any vitality. The few people in the team who reached the third level were much better at dealing with this environment than the general second level team members. They walked relatively easily, and occasionally had small talk with each other to make the best of the hardship. What do you think happened that caused the two deputy commanders of the Bat Army to die overnight? Are the legends of Demon City true? Are there really demons that devour people's hearts? I heard that the two deputy commanders who died, including Gui, the number one in the Bat Army, died silently, and their bodies were discovered after being cold for a long time. This is really weird. If it wasn't done by the legendary demon, then the strength of the murderer is too amazing. Also, does anyone know why the two deputy commanders of the Bat Army suddenly appeared in Demon City? The Bat Army's base camp is not there, so there must be a reason for the two deputy commanders to come together. This is hard to guess. Who knows what the Bat Army is going to do? That's good. No matter what they did to enter Demon City, the two deputy commanders are dead. The Bat Army has suffered heavy losses. Leo and others in the team use the power in their bodies to restrain the sound, allowing the sound to gather but not disperse. On this planet, where there is no medium to transmit sound, they can still talk as usual. Since they were traveling on a dead and cold planet, the weather was not only bad, but there was no sun or moon in the sky, and the light was extremely dim. In such an environment, the entire team was relatively compact, and did not stretch so far. Therefore, when one person spoke, the whole team heard. When talking about the tragic death of the two deputy commanders of the Bat Army, Leek's face flashed with a sinister look. Fang Sui's eyes were just the opposite, with a hint of joy. Of course, it was not because of the unpredictable means of killing the two deputy commanders of the Bat Army last night, ruining Leek's plan, but because he received a special secret report from the secret hall before teleporting away this morning, which recorded a message. For the first time in 10,000 years, a Shadow Clan demon general has appeared and ascended to the ancient land of Chengxin to provoke trouble. The momentum was so great that it almost shook the heavens. The demon general's purpose was clear. On the surface, he wanted to force Jiao to become his concubine, but in fact, he wanted to use Chengxin, a transcendent force, to start a war and shock the entire 5 regions. However, when the demon general really took action, a ray of sword light from Chengxin land instantly cut off one arm. When the demon general fled in panic, the sword light pierced his head, and his soul was severely damaged, and he almost died. During the whole process, no one showed up in the immortal land. Only when the demon marshal fled, Jiao's voice was heard in the immortal land. What the demon marshal said today will be tomorrow's disaster. Tomorrow, the person Jiao loves, will take your life for what you said and did today. This happened last night. At present, this news has only been circulated among the high-level officials of the 5 Directions domain through a unique means of communication, but it has caused an unimaginable sensation. It can be predicted that the entire 5 Directions domain will be boiling with cheers because of this news in the near future. The demon marshal of the heavens is already in 8th level existence, transcending the mortal world, but he was defeated by Jiao of the immortal land and fled in embarrassment. This is such exciting news. At the same time, as this news spread, countless people were speculating, who is the person Jiao loves? Jiao is obviously very confident in her lover, and clearly stated that she will kill the shadow demon marshal the next day. As soon as Fang Sui heard the news, he knew that Jiao's last words were specifically meant to convey a message to him. Fang Sui. This could be considered a little trick between the two of them. From another perspective, it was also meant to urge him to work hard on his cultivation. At this time Fang Sui felt a little sentimental. He was happy and a little cocky, thinking, my wife is so outstanding. She always leads the way, which makes me feel inferior. At this time, in the marching team of night walkers, Jiu Mulan looked around with clear eyes and sparkling spirits. Although the current environment was bad, she was obviously in a good mood. She said in a soft voice, everyone be careful. The smuggling route on this planet is called the Frozen Road. If you encounter an extreme cold storm, there will be serious casualties. Fortunately, we did not encounter it this time. We had a smooth journey, and this section of the road is not long. Let's hurry up, and we can reach the next teleportation array in a dozen hours. Many young men in the team were shocked when they saw Jiu Mulan speaking, and they took the opportunity to talk. Deputy Captain, why didn't we see anyone guarding when we came out of the teleportation array this time? Jiu Mulan smiled sweetly, and the young men were fascinated. She explained softly, one of the reasons is that the environment on this planet is too harsh. Secondly, in the shadow area, there are always some races under the shadow who will conduct surprise inspections everywhere from time to time. A desolate planet like this cannot escape the fate of being inspected. In the past, there were people stationed on this planet to guard the teleportation array, but because they were hunted several times by the shadow tribesmen who came for surprise inspections, they dared not send anyone here anymore. The teleportation array itself is sometimes destroyed, and we can only send people to repair and restore it regularly. There is no other way. The newcomers were dumbfounded. It turned out that it was so dangerous to travel in the shadow area. Even on a desolate planet, there was a possibility of encountering surprise inspections. Another young man continued to get close to Jiu Mulan and flattered him. Deputy Captain, you are now at the peak of the 3rd level of cultivation, and are about to break into the 4th level. With this level of cultivation, at your age, even in the central domain, you are considered the best of the young generation. Unexpectedly, this flattering remark was obviously not right and was off the mark. After hearing this, Jiu Mulan shook his head sadly and said, our 5 domains are vast and boundless, and the central domain is a gathering place for geniuses. Some young strong men are shining, like King Zhang Liu of the Taku tribe, who has been in the limelight recently and has done earth-shaking things one after another. There is also Jiuo Dongshan, who was born in a royal family of magic, and Gaia Luo of the Temple of the Gods. These talents are truly outstanding. They are all about the same age as me, but their cultivation has reached the 5th level. I'm far behind them, and we are not at the same level at all. Fang Sui had also heard about the amazing actions of King Zhang Liu of the Taku tribe mentioned by Jiu Mulan recently. When the Privy Council wanted to recruit Fang Sui to take up a position, it had proposed several positions for him to choose from. One of the positions was not below the Deputy Hall Master of the Secret Hall that Fang Sui had chosen, which was the Deputy Commander of the God-Killing Army, one of the 10 elite tribes in the 5 regions. After Fang Sui chose to go to the Secret Hall, the Deputy Commander of the God-Killing Army was not vacant for long, and the Taku tribe strongly recommended Zhang Liuwang to take the position. After he became the Deputy Commander of the God-Killing Army, he took frequent actions and led the God-Killing Army in raids and bloody battles several times. In just a few months, he had miraculous achievements and killed many famous tribes under the command of Shadow. Moreover, Zhang Liuwang always led the troops in every battle, and he was invincible. Killing enemy generals in the midst of thousands of troops was as easy as taking something from a bag. Recently, the name of Zhang Liuwang has shaken the 5 regions, and his reputation is as prosperous as the sun. At present, the reputation of Zhang Liuwang in various places in the 5 regions is very good. He is really praised by everyone, and his name is known all over the world. After hearing Jiu Million's words, Leek frowned and said unhappily, "In fact, people like King Zhang Liu of Guodangshan and Taku tribe have enjoyed the best resources since childhood, and naturally made rapid progress. In my opinion, they are far inferior to people like us who have been trained in the harsh environment of the border. If I meet them at the same level, I may not be weaker than them." Jiu Million did not comment, but just shook his head. Leo replied in a gruff voice, "Speaking of the leader of the youth generation, Jiuo Dongshan, I remembered another piece of news that I heard people chatting about in Demon City last night. Now the entire 5 regions is spreading this news that has caused a great sensation among the youth." Everyone was intrigued and asked, "What news has caused a sensation?" Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Leo said excitedly, "Jiuo Dongshan and Kang Sanfa, who are the leaders of the youth, announced together not long ago that they have joined a team. Now everyone is saying that the strength of this team is unfathomable, enough to be called invincible among the youth. It is said that many young people from aristocratic families are vying to join this team, and their goal is just to become a peripheral member. How powerful do you think this team is?" Everyone said in unison, "What team is so strong? This is the first time I've heard of it. Who is the leader of that team? Can Kang Sanfa and Jiuo Dongshan be willing to be led by him at the same time?" Jiu Million actually revealed a charming look of interest. She shook her smooth dark brown hair and continued, "This news has spread throughout the 5 regions now. I heard about it earlier than you, Leo. The name of the team is the Demon Cult. There are 6 official members. The leader is undoubtedly a brilliant man, but quite mysterious. The outside world only knows that his name is Fang Sui." Her pretty face glowed as she continued, "There is very little information about Fang Sui. We only know that he has not actually broken into the 5th level and is still at the 4th level. However, he has a record of killing the Black Wizard Association's genius Yan Wuji with one blow. Fighting across levels is easy for the young leader of the Demon Cult. There is even a legend that Dongshan and Kang Sanfa combined were not the opponents of the Demon Cult leader, so they were convinced and willingly joined the team." Everyone was shocked and stunned when they heard this, and they almost exclaimed. Fang Sui laughed dumbly and thought to himself in a self-deprecating way, "Did Dongshan and Kang Sanfa team up to be defeated by me? I'm so strong, but I don't even know it." Jiu Million's face was full of envy when he said this, and he was quite excited. It was obvious that he was very yearning for the grandeur and talents of the central domain. Leek was unhappy watching from the side and said, "In my opinion, these are completely false rumors and can't be taken seriously. Since the leader of the Demon Cult is a 4th level, he is just the same level as me. One day when I go to the central domain, I may have to challenge this person. Then we will know who is stronger and who is weaker. Many people in the team have always respected Leek and agreed. After completing this mission, Deputy Captain Leek, you will have to sit in seclusion and break through to the 4th level middle grade. If you succeed, you will be the youngest 4th level middle grade figure in our border area, and you will be worthy of the title of the top young master in the border area. At that time, you will have a fierce battle with the central domain, like Zhang Liu Wang and Fang Sui. Leek's face was full of pride, and he said in high spirits, "We have never really fought, and the outcome is always unpredictable. However, although I'm slightly weaker than them in terms of level, I'm confident that I will be able to retreat unscathed with my experience in the border areas in the past few years. In other words, I'm still confident that I can win or lose in a battle with these people. Sooner or later, I will go to the central region to meet these proud children of the central region and see what kind of people they are." Leek said this with great pride. Many members of the team already admired Leek's strength. After hearing his bold words, they felt that even the top young talents in the central region might not have Leek's temperament and demeanor, and they admired him even more. Leek took the opportunity to look at Jiu Million, but he did not see the expression on her face that he had hoped to be moved by his words. He was slightly disappointed and was about to say something shocking again. However, at this moment, everyone in the team felt the same and turned their heads to look into the distance. In an instant, many people's hearts subconsciously skipped a beat. PS. This chapter has more than 4,000 words, so it's a bit late. Happy reading. Please subscribe and recommend, and please vote for me! Exclamation mark. Chapter 415 Urgency. Although the temperature on this uninhabited and desolate planet is extremely cold and the gravity is abnormal, the terrain is relatively flat. The location of the Nightwalker team at this time is a plain-like place with a very wide field of vision. Under the gaze of everyone, a black dot in the dark sky in the distance is rapidly enlarging and approaching. Leo and other experienced old team members saw it and said, "It's really unlucky. What we feared came true. It was a patrol triangle ship under the command of the Shadow that made us run into it. I wonder which Shadow tribe came to conduct a surprise inspection." Fang Sui was also a little surprised. He encountered the Shadow tribe just after entering the Shadow area. His luck was really not good. Someone in the team asked, "Fight or hide? Or improvise?" Jiu Million looked calm and not panicked. She stretched out her hand to raise her visor to cover her delicate face below the eyes. When she was in front of people, she would wear a half visor to avoid being coveted because of her outstanding appearance and causing unnecessary trouble. Jiu Million said in a deep voice, "Not all the troops under the command of Shadow will fight when they meet. Some of them are also parasites who will retreat after receiving benefits. Some of the border patrol troops under the command of Shadow have dealt with us Nightwalkers before and are not unfamiliar. Let's first see if it is a race we know. If we can get through, that's the best. If not, we can take action later. Remember, if we take action, we will show no mercy and make sure to eat up the opponent completely." Fang Sui admired the decisiveness and sophistication of this woman and asked a key question. "Once the fight starts, even if you eat up the opponent completely, will you have no worries?" Fang Sui meant that after the fight, if he had to continue to go deep into the Shadow area, would he be held accountable? Jiu Million turned around and saw that Fang Sui was not panicking in the face of a battle that was likely to come. His performance was slightly different from that of other newcomers, which was somewhat surprising. It should be noted that through a few brief contacts, she judged that Fang Sui tended to be timid and cautious, so when she saw Fang Sui at this time, he did not show any obvious fear, which gave her a particularly obvious sense of contrast. This guy's not as timid as imagined. Jiu Million thought so in his heart and explained calmly, "Don't worry about this. As long as we are clean, it is difficult for anyone to pursue us after the incident. Besides, although the Shadow tribe is cruel and evil, it is not without advantages. They pay attention to the winners and losers. Once they die on the spot, the matter is over. There are rarely any unclear situations. So if it doesn't work, we have to take action. Whoever is stronger at that time will survive." Fang Sui said, "Oh, border smuggling is an extremely dangerous business. Those who dare to do this are all fierce characters. They will risk their lives if they disagree with each other. There are no cowards who allow others to bully them." While they were talking for 2 or 3 words, the Shadow Patrol ship flying from the distance had already approached. Most of these Shadow Patrol ships are triangular and made of a black metal. The entire ship is only a dozen feet in size, usually carrying about 20 people, and it is very fast. If you are targeted by it, it is difficult to escape, and the only way is to fight to the death. Due to its appearance, this patrol ship is also called a triangular ship. It is small and flexible, with both offensive and defensive capabilities, and is very difficult to deal with. Seeing the triangular ship hovering over the team, Jiu Million immediately made a gesture. The entire team quickly dispersed, otherwise if the crowd gathered, once attacked, the damage would be particularly serious. Under the gaze of everyone, the bottom of the triangular ship pressing in the sky flashed, and a dazzling silver-white beam of light fell, and 3 people were thrown out of the ship with the beam of light. The 3 people were 1 master and 2 deputy. The one walking in front was a short and fat man wearing a dark robe, and the 2 behind were guards, wearing armor, with cold faces, but murderous eyes. Jiu Million looked at the fat man, and said in a low voice, "They are not a warlike race under the command of the Shadow, but humans assimilated by the Shadow. Such people are usually not difficult to communicate with, and there should be no need to go to war." Fang Sui frowned secretly. He had the secret palace intelligence system in his hand, which was said to be able to monitor the universe. He knew more secrets about the Shadow than people like Jiu Million who walked on the border day and night. As soon as the triangular ship stopped, Fang Sui saw a symbol marked on it. It was the mark of an ancient human cultivation family in the area, ruled by the Shadow. The family had an ancient heritage and a very extraordinary origin. It could be ranked in the top 10 among the original 5 major families in the 5 regions who defected to the Shadow clan. It was somewhat unusual for such a family to appear on a smuggling line. The fat man who came down from the triangular ship was bloated, but he had a pair of shining eyes. After he appeared, he immediately walked towards the Night Walker team, examining the entire team in detail, looking very carefully. Leek took the initiative to go forward and greeted warmly, "Hello, Inspector." The short and fat man looked at Leek and grinned. "Your smuggling team is not small." Leek also smiled and took out a small space capsule with a subtle movement. It looked like the size of a capsule. In fact, due to the space symbols engraved on the surface, this small space capsule has a space area of about a foot inside, filled with energy crystals, which is a bribe. The short and fat man did not refuse at all. He took the space capsule calmly and said leisurely, "Although you are smuggling, the upper levels of both sides know that sometimes you wrestle some scarce resources to each other. Maybe it is for the official benefit of you, so I won't make it difficult for you." Leek is not an idiot who is always arrogant and thinks he is the second in command. At this time, he showed his shrewd and smooth side and responded appropriately. At least on the surface, he communicated well with the fat man. After that, things went very smoothly. Leek accompanied the fat man to walk around the team in detail and checked the 3 carts of sealed goods transported by the team, confirming that there was no smuggled intelligent race, which was the most taboo supplies of the Shadow clan. Then the fat man smiled and turned to the triangular ship and easily let Fang Sui and his smuggling team go. The team members who were secretly tense and ready to fight at any time were obviously relieved. It was better not to fight if they could avoid it. Fang Sui looked at the fat man going away and suddenly lowered his voice to Jiu Million. "This short and fat guy came to test our strength." So he walked around the front and back of the team, and he looked at people more carefully than inspecting goods. Letting him go back may cause trouble, so we should act decisively. "Shut up." Before Fang Sui finished speaking, Leke, who had just walked back to Jiu Million, shouted and said coldly, "This is the first time you have taken this route. What do you know? This kind of human who surrendered to the Shadow side is not as bloodthirsty as other Shadow tribesmen, and will never start a war easily. He accepted our benefits and left, so how can there be trouble? Where is the evidence? Just based on your judgment?" Jiu Million hesitated for a moment, and the short and fat man had returned to the triangular ship. The next moment, the triangular ship rose vertically in the air, turned back, and quickly moved away. Fang Sui saw that he had lost the opportunity to take action, so he didn't say anything. Leke stared at Fang Sui sternly and snorted softly. Jiu Million turned around thoughtfully and took a good look at Fang Sui. Could it be that he had misjudged him? This guy was so belligerent! Exclamation mark. On the other side, after the short fat man entered the triangular ship, he quickly came to the central control room inside the ship and said to a young man sitting on a chair, wearing gorgeous grey blue clothes and resting with his eyes closed, "Master Leto, I have already investigated clearly. This team has a total of 83 people, most of whom are second level strength. Everyone is equipped with a ground dragon beast, and the strongest person has 4th level strength. It is considered a very powerful border smuggling team." Leto, who was sitting in the chair, slowly opened his eyes. His pair of bright and narrow eyes added a strange look to his relatively ordinary face, and a noble and calm demeanor was added to his ruthless and cruel demeanor. Leto waved his hand calmly and said in a calm voice, "I came out this time to accept the family trial. I need to go to the South region to independently kill more than 100 elite troops from the 5 regions. 10 or more 3rd level and 4th level warriors are considered to have passed the test. This kind of trial is too easy for me, but it is extremely boring. It's rare to meet a medium to large smuggling team on the road. Just treat it as a warm-up before the formal trial, and play with them. Have you figured out the direction of their next stop?" The short and fat man mourned for the smuggling team in his heart. How powerful and ruthless the master in front of him is, just from the fact that he has killed 7 or 8 similar smuggling teams along the way, a total of no less than 300 people. It can be seen. The smuggling team that he targeted is destined to be miserable. The short and fat man had a flash of thought in his mind, and he did not dare to hesitate for a moment. He bowed and replied, "I figured it out. They will be teleported away from the frozen road soon. The next stop is the Jade Land of the Sand Sea." Leto smiled lazily. Jade Land of the Sand Sea. "Fatty, come with me to play with this team." A moment later, 2 people on the triangular ship fell on the cold ground. One was Leto, and the other was naturally the short and fat man. The 2 identified the direction. The short and fat man changed the bloated feeling given by the fat man, leaped like a fat mouse, and led the way in front. Leto followed lightly with a hint of excitement before killing. The Nightwalker team on the other side got back on the road after a surprise inspection. Everyone lost interest in chatting and hurried on their way. After that, the next few hours were extremely smooth and calm. When they saw a green light flashing in a hidden valley between 2 hills in the distance, everyone's eyes lit up. The green halo is the location of the teleportation array. The halo is flowing, indicating that there is no problem with the teleportation array, and everyone can be teleported away from this frozen place immediately. Fang Sui's judgment that letting the short and fat man leave will cause trouble is still not happening at this time, which is obviously wrong. Leo and others heard Fang Sui's proposal at the time. Now it is confirmed that he made a mistake in judgment. They all came over and patted his shoulders to comfort him. Shansu, who is also a newcomer like Fang Sui, looked at Fang Sui and laughed, lowered his voice and said, "I can see through your mind at a glance. You are not going to stop until you say something shocking. The purpose is to attract the attention of Deputy Captain Jiu Mulan, right? I advise you to use less of this kind of tricks." Who are Leke and Deputy Captain Jiu Mulan? Can they not see your purpose? We newcomers should have the awareness of newcomers, and don't talk nonsense, otherwise it will be self-humiliating. Shansu smiled and patted Fang Sui's shoulder after he finished speaking, seemingly comforting, but there was a sense of gloating in his eyes. Soon after, the whole team was teleported away smoothly and went to the next destination. The figures of the people disappeared in the light of the teleportation array one after another. However, just after everyone left, the figures of the short fat man and Leto appeared outside the teleportation array. "Master Leto, when do we start hunting this team? No hurry. PS. Please subscribe and recommend, and please vote for me!" Exclamation mark. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.